bad randoms. Welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals. Am I just cursed or gone insane? The shadows whispering his name. It's action with the passion.
Oh my, what an incredible moment.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Hello, what's good, and welcome, Brawl Nation. We are chilling. It's monthly finals time. We are back in the place to be. It's F. It's Kenny, and of course, it's Ready Set. Ready, how you doing, man?
Dude, I'm excited to get into this next one because we had a break. It's about time that we got back into Brawl Esports for the rest of the year.
Factual. Kenny, talk.
I mean, I'm doing well. Good to be back, boys. The break is long. The Brawl Esports are good. A lot of unanswered questions. Second half of the year, here we come.
Well, let's roll the tape and show you what we're going to be doing here as far as format is concerned. Everything is just the way you left it. It's power match format. That means picks and bans, baby. We've got an 18 single elimination bracket, but for the Southeast Asian and the Indian region, we will be focusing on just the grand final. So just the best of the best. And of course, when it comes down to that, we got to do a best of 5 just to make sure we've got, as I said, the best of the best showing us their best. And so let's go ahead and turn the page to show you, well, more of the best. Team Flash is on top. They've just been doing it to them. Rising Sun, SEA, and bye. Make up your 2 and 3. But Kenny, this has been a fun region to watch overall.
Yeah, been a very fun region to watch, and I think the second half of the year just got a little more interesting with some recent roster changes, but Team Flash really been the one to watch. They haven't lost a grand finals yet. Of course, there are 2 LCQ spots to be attained in this region, and so it's going to be a fight till the end to see who ends up claiming those, especially with some new teams in the rise.
That's the really big deal here, for sure. This is the way the competition looks like today, as Team Flash are in a position, you can see on the bottom, that Team Flash is going to be going up against the Grass Mud Doppin. Excuse me. Team Flash taking down forwards and bye in order to get here. And then Grass coming through Rising Sun, which is a strong team, Ready Set. We've seen some good work at a Rising Sun.
Yeah, Rising Sun, yeah, unfortunately not able to rise to the occasion in this regard with Grassmud up and taking them down. So I think that speaks volumes about what we can expect to see out of Grassmud up in today. They are going to have to face versus a different Team Flash. Could be rejuvenated as well, but this has already been a very strong roster, which we might even have to draw across through since we've seen some serious shakeups in the roster.
That's very true. A lot of different things happening as far as the rosters are concerned, and we'll dive deep into that, of course. But a lot of the same stuff happening on event.brawlstars.com. Coins, bling, unique pins, and sprays up for grabs, so go ahead and jump on in. And one of the things that we ask you guys to do, in addition to the MVP voting and all the fun stuff, is to put down your predictions. Now, I would never ask you to do something that I wouldn't do myself. And so, of course, me and my extremely handsome colleagues here have all put our predictions, and this one wasn't tough, sorry to say. Kenny, you're up to bat.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it is what it is, right? You know, we just call it how we see it, fellas. It has been Team Flash across the board, undefeated so far. I am a guy of reason and logic. Until I see them beaten, I'm not going to predict against them. Why would I do that? I like my channel points, and I like to make sure that I get those exclusive pins and rewards.
That's the key there. Listen, undefeated team, but when it comes down to Team Flash, you know, one of the things that I really respect out of a squad that's at the top is a squad that doesn't get complacent. So Jay here is joined by world champion Mameshi, and then Rio, who came off of one of the stronger teams in the East Asian region. And there's a whole lot to unpack here, not just with Mameshi and Rio kind of joining the squad, but also where they're joining from. Grasmodopin across the way, definitely a challenger to this squad ready. But when we talk about this Team Flash team, like I said, I'm impressed because they were already on top, but they continue to make moves.
Totally, and I think another huge consideration, of course, Mameshi being one of the big talking points here, a world finalist, a world champion from a couple of years ago and hailing from the most competitive region in Brawl Esports. There's just no doubt about it after seeing the last couple of years of consistency. How does that apply to the SEA region on this now sort of international stage, right? Because we're jumping the region border now. We also haven't really gotten to see too much of SEA competing at LAN in the international arena because of issues where players were not able to make it there in person.
Kenny?
I think there's a pretty strong argument that East Asia is that strong region. So like Reddy said, seeing how that applies over here in maybe a region that's newer to that international level. You know, Mameshi's somebody that's been successful. Ryohi's somebody that's been on a top 3 team. You know, we talk about Zeta Division 1 and 0 of last year. These guys were right there with them. So I'm really curious to see how this transfers over to a new region. Can they elevate this region as well? And I think it just makes SCA a much more interesting one to watch. I want to see the best go at it. And hopefully other teams kind of rise with the tide as well, right? Hopefully these guys can end up pushing the region so we see them do even better at these international stages.
Yeah, real good takes there. A little safe. I want to know, and I'm gonna make you guys get dangerous a little bit later. I want to know if you think that this region will be elevated because of the injection. But first, I want to talk about GMD. Let's shout out Grasmodopin, the team from across the way. We got WP, we got Orca, and we got Shafeen. And these guys, as we said, it's going to be a tough task to take down Team Flash. Not only have Team Flash been undefeated thus far, but they have added what is almost universally considered to be a strong, an upgrade to their team. Now, one thing worth saying, whenever we bring up changes to rosters, that's WP on your screen right here, is the fact that this GMD team has been playing together, and Team Flash, new roster, means technically less time playing together. And so, I'm just putting that out there. At the end of the day, I do think the Team Flash roster got better, but there could be a stutter step here, Kenny, as far as watching the team come together as one.
I think that's fair. I think Grasmodopin have some players on their squad that have definitely been worthy of making it here. They had to prove themselves by beating Rising Sun as well. I think there's some solid players, but obviously Team Flash for me, you know, despite maybe having a shorter duration of playing with each other than we'd like to see, it's still going to be a powerful roster. I think the talent speaks for itself. Undefeated so far, so I'm right there with you too. You know, I could see the people at home maybe being a little hesitant with the newer roster, but it's a very historic name in Brawl Stars, very solid players, and despite the very cuddly logo that Grasmodopin has, I do have to still side with Team Flash here.
And Reddy, I assume you're kind of feeling the same way. Obviously, you predicted Team Flash, but give me a deeper look as we take a look at Hot Zone. Heist is going to be after that, and Knockout guaranteed. We'll talk about the others after.
I think when we look at Grasmodopin, already sort of restating what Kenny has said, where they have taken down Rising Sun. This is a accomplished team. They are absolutely capable of rising to the challenge of taking down Team Flash. I think it's unlikely, but if anything, they have synergy in their arsenal. I think that's a pretty underrated aspect when speaking to some other players.
Well, I'm glad Rising Sun aren't playing, because that's the second time you've made a rise to the occasion pun, and we I guess we don't have to touch it anymore. But bans are out, and the picks are coming in real quick. First off the bat is Crow, locked in for Team Flash here on Parallel Plays, and then across the way we've got Stu and Max. So everybody moving fast on the side of Grass, as the picks and bans are moving fast. Atara locked in as well here, Kenny. Last pick for Flash. Shelly's going to be picked up. Been loving the moves, loving a lot of the attention paid to Shelly as of late. Reddy, are you over it? Shelly was fresh a couple of months ago. Are you over it now? Or
Nah. I mean, look. She's been nerfed in a pretty important way. Her slowing is not going to be as effective anymore. However, you're still able to pop off a pretty good combo, and she'll be able to camp out on that enemy point quite effectively as well. I like the Janet selection on the opposing side as well. Yet another brawler that's been nerfed sort of all the way around. A real generalist, not the hugest way, not a massive statement in terms of ending off this draft. If anything, though, it'll be able to pierce through some of the Tara shades and open things up a bit more for Orca, who would, on that stew as a single target brawler, have some issues with the shades that Ryohei's popping out.
That's fair. Well, Brawl, everything's going fast. And Grass coming down on the left-hand side. Flash looking for the right. Now we've got Crow in the mid, which is to be expected here, I think. And Shelly just walking up real quick against Jafine and kind of winning the fight, and then some. Safe behind the Unbreakables, but Max can go ahead and target. While left side, it's all Tara. Rio getting the win here. 26 and counting for Team Flash.
That's the Shelly strat, man. You just run straight at him, have that super button ready to go. WP's trying to get something accomplished, but Jay is not having any of it. Easy piercing damage on the right side. Take down Shafin, and Orca, the next one thrown in the cannon fire. Team Flash seem pretty indomitable on this right side. It's going to take a whole lot of teamwork for Grasp It Up and to shove them out. A 2v2 on the right side. Meshi throwing in some nice shots as well. Shafin taking to the skies, but the damage has already been done. They've already captured this top right area. Now Grasp It Up and have to capture the objectively more difficult point, the one closer to Team Flash's spawn.
Yeah, I think you kind of said it there. Damage has already been done. That was actually a really good play by Shafin and WP. Crow jumps in and they split. Neither of them die. They actually deal some damage back, but I mean, the point's already taken. And of course, the safe one for Team Flash is what we're seeing count up here. And so it's really just going through the motions as we count from 98 to 100. And Team Flash take game one.
Well done for Team Flash. Really nothing to remark on for Team Flash to do any differently. They're doing fantastic. On the opposing side, however, it looked like maybe there was a lack of synergy in some departments. We saw opportunities where they came in with a couple of brawlers to face that 2v2, but they were taken down. They were dismantled with those 2v2s turning into 2v1s. We'll see if Grasp It Up and are able to hang on to it a little more effectively this time. We see WP trying to take that aggro approach on the left side.
I like this.
Easily able to block up a lot of that damage with the shade, a takedown as well. And Team Flash have already successfully defended that left point.
They've defended the left one, but look at the right side. Last time around, Jay just held W. He just walked forward and kind of walked over everybody. This time around, Orca was ready for it and shaded right over and didn't allow X9J to just topple this right side point. And because of that, Team Flash kept much, let's say, on the backside, but Memeshi gets that note, dives right in, takes care of business, but they peel off, and now they gotta play defense.
It's an opportunity for Grasp It Up and to try and take this back left point. Jay, though, is not going to move unless a 2v2 comes his way to try and pinch him out. He has that super ready to go. Held on to it. Didn't get too trigger happy. And Shafin, while airborne, is not going to be able to do too much to him, it doesn't look like. On the left side, WP taken down. Orca rejected.
Oh, are you kidding?
Still alive. It's going to have to be a big pinch to take him down. And it looks like Team Flash have enough brawlers in their arsenal to make it work. Orca also left out of a super as he falls to poison. And this could be the killing blow.
That, I think, if Team Flash winds up with the win, that's the play that happens. Shafin takes the super, goes to the sky, doesn't get anything for it. They lose the 1v2. And because of that, Janine and his team win the 3v3. Team Flash take game one and game two. GG, go next. We're headed to Heist that quickly.
This has got to be a draft diff or something. I think we saw some good gameplay elements from Team Flash, but the draft looked pretty indomitable in terms of, let's talk Jay on that top right point where he was pretty much irremovable from that position.
Yeah.
Even in 1v2 situations, he was able to creep around and have that super locked and loaded, ready to go as soon as anyone popped on the corner.
Yeah, I mean, draft, I'll defer to you. You know, if you say the draft seemed pretty okay to me. I'm really not going to complain about, you know, the Stu and the Janet and the Max. Like, sure, Stu and Max might do the same. I'm here for it. And to be honest, I personally like to see more area denial. But I really, to me, This game was just lost in the gameplay. This play right here, Shafin gets nothing for the super. Jay shoots him out, takes care of business, and then Orca winds up dying to the hand of Ameshi after the fact. But essentially, X9J wins the 1v2. That wins the topside point, and that wins the whole dang match. So, draft or whatnot, X9J ran circles around GMD, and that won the game.
Yeah, it's just not even close here on the stat comparison either. But if Grassmadapen are able to keep their head in the game, then they can certainly start to bring things back in this grand final. Team Flash are looking seriously scary, though. I want to once again talk about Jay. He's got a whole lot of DPS, but we saw just the actions that he was able to accomplish on that top right zone, repeatedly facing into 1v2s and still coming out on top. In Grassmadapen, in some situations, it looked like, yeah, maybe they'll be able to get the pinch, but then deciding to go on the same lane at once. It's easy to be an armchair analyst up here and comment on what the pros are doing. They're all making educated decisions up here. And I really think in the end, it can be chalked up to Team Flash. They're just playing darn good. We'll see what they can do on the zone and how Grassmadapen respond.
So many friends at Rumble Jungle, like honestly, so many friends. But these are the friends that are banned out. No Daryl, which is always interesting to see banned. And Eve also. Eve, Colette, worth noting, but Eve specifically for the map safe zone, certainly a choice to ban out there. She's usually picked here. So first off the bat, Bell.
Definitely like the Bell for selection. A strong brawler to have at mid, also quite capable of denying something really strong like an 8-bit that could show up later. Penny absolutely makes sense here. You have those indestructible walls. You can place a turret behind it if you want to play defense at mid. You can also get some serious damage locked in if you place it more aggressively and get some damage on the enemy safe. Another way to accent this. Piper. This one's a little surprising to me. Piper, I think, has fallen a lot in the power rankings and is quite easy to counter these days. Even something like a Max could seriously mess us up.
Also, Piper, anecdotal here. Don't check my stats. I feel like we see more Piper on the western side of the world than the eastern side of the world usually.
Yeah, I think definitely a good shout, and it's also fallen in popularity in the western.
In general, yeah.
In a large way, due to the prevalence of tanks in the current meta. She's just not really able to deal with them rushing her down.
Well, Brock's going to be a nice pick here. I like Brock being able to take advantage of that super and find that penny turret over the indestructible walls. Always a good look, plus long-range nonsense. And then you've got Meg. She's still Meg.
Yeah, still doing her thing. I do like Meg as a selection here. She'll be able to soak up a lot of shots and sort of push through. I think Ryohi might have some trouble dealing damage to this. Buzz also definitely makes sense as a selection. You're also able to negate some of the value that you'd get from wall break with Brock. I think Brock more so is going to be dealing a lot of safe damage more than like breaking walls, but can still be used to, you know, have that green button ready to go, break down the wall where Jay would like to place his turret behind. So he could be forced to switch off to a different gadget here, go for the rocket jump instead to get away from Meshi, but I don't really see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the play. Who is Memeshi's #1 target, I guess is the question that you ask yourself.
Yeah, and I think it's really got to be WP up here, and if we don't see the rocket jump coming, or excuse me, rocket laces from Orca, then it's going to be him too. They're both pretty free kills if he's able to get in range. We'll see Ryohei farm this up for free on the right side. Not totally for free, though. Everything comes at a price. There's the rocket laces.
There it is.
Meshi already has his number on defense. WP coming with a lot of damage too, even with the star power to get a bit of damage upon exiting that mech. A good lead so far for Grassmadapen, but it could be short-lived.
98%, as very little damage has been dealt by Team Flash. Strong out of the gates was the red squad, Grassmadapen, but here comes Team Flash on the swing back. Ryohei still alive, but just barely. 15 more HP than he needs. Gets popped after the fact, and Jay is going to suffer the same fate. So a nice shift forward from Team Flash. They're able to get about 38% done. And Grassmadapen, they take possession, so to speak.
Ryohei once again with the rush in, getting taken down by Orca. Mameshi, he's not a one-man army on the right side. Orca's going to be locking in so much damage, even with the placement of those rockets. WP is still fighting to get this mech back. Mameshi is trying to creep up mid, trying not to trip that mine at the same time, if he even knows it's there. He has a way to get away if he needs to, but decides not to use it at all. Team Flash at a serious deficit here as we cross below the 1 minute mark.
Ryohei goes ahead, plays the one-man band, and actually is being ignored here by Shafin and WP, trying to stay on the offensive. As the Brock player on the backside tries to deal, Jay is able to take care of Shafin, and here's damage being dealt to Grasmadopin very slowly. And still, Grasmadopin has the lead, 33% left for Team Flash, whereas the red team is 41%, so Flash trailing with 27 to go.
The name of the game is control, and from there, Team Flash have to work their advantage. If they end up giving WP a super, it could all be over. Mameshi has to be incredibly careful about that fact. Another good turret placement on the left side from Jay. Has a lot of potential. Got to get some kills. There's one on the left side. Falls, but so does WP. Mameshi's got to make it work. 33 to 38. Last bit coming in from Ryohei, but it's not enough. 2% differential. Mameshi manages to thread the needle, and Team Flash take the game victory.
Oh, man! That was... I mean, you can't say they don't deserve it, because they literally... Listen, what you can say there is they used every single second on the clock. And that's all I'm going to say here. I will say Grasmadopin looks like a different team in this match versus the first one. The first one, maybe they weren't awake just yet, and here they are. I loved the aggression. And I think that was a big part of what allowed them to come out of the gates fast, get that lead, and honestly, they lost it at the last bit. But I think they can just kind of shake it off and try again.
Well, I think another thing that we saw Grasmadopin operating with was the element of surprise, but Orca... It was well known that he had rocket laces, but still, Ryohei decided he was going to go for him. That's the second rocket laces already, and Orca just lands into a world of pain. WP still got to get some more damage in here. The base race is on, 23 to 45. It's not even close in terms of numbers, but DPS seems to be in the Grasmadopin department. 10% left. The base race continues, and Grasmadopin finish it off in a lightning match.
Bad math. Bad math there. Team Flash just goes ahead and goes, yeah, we can win this, but they could not. A lot of DPS, like you said, coming out from the other side. WP, there we go. That's a little bit of a smile. We like to see that. A little bit of confidence in the boys here. And, you know, like I said, that aggression, I think, is what almost won them the first game. I think it's what won them the second game. Ready? Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, well, I think Meg is going to be their key way to victory. WP doesn't seem to be super resilient up against Ryohei, but versus Mameshi, he's able to soak up a lot of damage. Not when he's out of the mech, though. There's 1-2 takedowns, and Shafin's the last man standing, trying to keep these guys at bay. Has that shield active, but it's not enough to survive a penny shot. And it's a free super for Jay on the left side. Ryohei also collecting names on the right side, but WP pops out of the mech with a new resolve to start pushing things up mid and look for the mech once again to push past Piper.
A lot of time on the clock here. Team Flash losing by 10%. Excuse me, Team Flash winning by 10% this time around. Grasmadopin having a harder time getting past the midfield. And a lot of that has to do with that Meg. Team Flash are just focusing this Meg, popping her out, and trying to avoid the reset. But WP just hops back in. A nice stun by Buzz. But now it's a 2-on-2, and there's... wow, the deletion as well.
It is so amusing to me seeing Orca jump around, and he might be able to finish off the kill on Ryohei. He's definitely close. Could see the pinch from WP as well. There it is. And that was a stiff defense on the right side. Orca's going to look to take down the turret as well. Definitely a good call. Jay could be the next on his list. He'd like to get some safe damage in, though. Shafin also just barely alive on the left side. Another gadget from Orca and a takedown. Grasmadopin, they have their window to get a ton of damage in, but the focus is shifted over to the left side. Jay taken down. WP still fighting for that next super, and he will respawn with it. But Grasmadopin now fall back on a defense.
About a 20% lead here for the red team. Keep in mind, they lost the first set pretty handedly. And so now with half a minute to go, Grasmodopin looking to hold on. Don't forget what happened in game number 1 of this set, though. They had the lead for pretty much the entire time and then lost it in the last 3 seconds. Right here, there's a dozen left. Exactly 50% left on Team Flash is safe. It's up to Team Flash to get aggressive. Remember, he jumps into the clutches of the opposition. 3 seconds left on the clock, and they are not meeting this one. Grasmodopin tie the set. It's 1-all.
Well done for Grasmodopin. I think they were able to fight right through what Team Flash was planning. I believe Ryohei was going to be the star player there, right? Have that buzz and stun things out. And I also made the call. I said, I do not see Orca going with the rocket laces there. And he did. Yep. And he was really, really good with it. Like, clearly, this is something that has been practiced. This is not just something where they're like, okay, I guess I'll run that gadget this time to avoid it. This is a planned strategy. Brock was selected partially for the flexibility of his 2 gadgets, and I love this from Grasmodopin.
That's something I want to see more of, and I think that, you know, as we see more and more teams kind of show up and play on a big stage like this, we might see a more, how you say, more lateral thinking. You know, I think in years past it's been easy, and to be fair, maybe the game lent itself that way, to just say this is the right way to play this brawler. And now today in 2023, I don't know if every brawler has just the correct loadout with respects to star power and gadget and gears. I think it is incredibly matchup dependent, and here we got a chance to see that on display.
Love to see the stats coming out here. Definitely a real scrappy one between the 2 teams. Grasmodopin just coming out on top there, especially considering how quickly those first couple of games went. It was a real slugfest towards the end. Shafin walking away with 12 kills, but Mameshi on the opposing side also 12 kills and a lot of DPS. We're in for a real good match if this is the precedent that we set for what could be the remaining 3 sets if we go all the way.
That's fair, although it's been lightning fast, set 1 and set 2. And now we're gonna, I assume, slow it down here for knockout, but you never know with the way these guys have been playing. Flare and Phoenix is gonna be the battlefield. And we'll head to Brawl Ball after this on Backyard Bowl and Bounty Layer Cake if we need it. So as we set the table here for knockout, 2 aggressive squads pretty much here ready set. You got any predictions for what we'll see in the knockout?
This is one that always really surprises me, Flaring Phoenix. I mean, if anything, we can expect a sort of type of brawler that's able to survive as that poison closes in. One of the personal favorites of mine is Sprout, but RT is absolutely up for the task. Just sit on top of that super for the end. Pam is another one of those brawlers that falls under that category where you have a lot of survivability towards the end. So Grasmodopin looks like their strategy is going to be, let's play the slow game. Let's try and not get KO'd quite early on and then fight the end game match. Team Flash are going to have to pivot a little bit. Bonnie is actually going to be pretty well suited for the task. So a pivot. We'll see if they can do so.
I don't even like that joke. That's like a boomer joke, and I don't even like that joke. I don't know why I said it. But across the way, we've got Bell being selected here. Long range, straight up damage. Going to go well with Bonnie. And then the last selection is Team Flash. On the clock here. Taking a look at the bans. Not a lot of support options. And so with 10 seconds left, the undefeated Team Flash going for the Gray.
Okay. So Gray is a brawler that I sort of expected might appear on Grasmodopin. I think one thing that it really accomplishes here is let's make those throws a lot less viable. Sprout is still going to be selected, which I think is very bold of Grasmodopin over here, considering that you can get yanked through an indestructible wall, and you can also get teleported on top of. So I guess the idea is that Shafin and WP are going to be best friends on the lane that they share, because Shafin will basically never be safe once Ryohei has that super.
So, I mean, RT does approximately 10,000 DPS, I understand. But that said, yeah, I actually might be a little off by that, by a little bit. But how do you feel about the overall damage output of Grasmodopin?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could even pose the same question to Team Flash, right? Not a whole lot of DPS.
Very slow DPS, yeah.
Jay, once he jumps out of that cannon, is going to be locking in a lot of damage, and in close range, WP is probably going to be the primary damage dealer of this match. He also has that gadget that gets instant damage, which is insanely good. If he just gets a couple of shots on a Mameshi, then he's already a dead man. We'll see what Orc is able to do on the right side. Almost got KO'd by Ryohei. Absolutely a close call, and Grassmadapen are fighting hard for this mid control. Shafin taking down the left side, though. That's deadly.
Yeah, nice and easy job there for Jay. Just wins the lane against the Pam and then seals the deal with the jump in. Now the 3-on-2. And this one gonna go rather simply. Hi. Pew, pew, pew. It just doesn't get old. So, classic strat. Sprout runs into the gas to deny some of the supercharging. And we'll take the field one more time. Team Flash here, winning round 1 and jumping in for round 2. No late swap, still Jay versus the Pam.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about with Ryohei when he has that super. We got to see WP and Orca stay real close together. Shafin also has a super ready to throw down if someone wants to throw down. We'll see that super on the right side. Orca starts to push things back. Ryohei still has that super locked and loaded, but he's really low on health. Grassmadapen, they don't exactly have the sustain to push in at the moment, especially since WP is marked up by Bell's super. So their best bet is probably to wait in mid as long as possible.
So
Jay looks really scary with that super.
They don't have the sustain. Why are they waiting on the Pam super? Just not in position, I suppose. WP falls down. That's a lot of the damage that GMD was looking to depend on. And now with the gas coming on in here, Shafin mid lane, mid HP, jumping in as the assassin. Down goes one, down. I'm predicting the future here, but down goes the second. And Team Flash are able to take game 1 of Knockout.
This was an outplayed situation, if you ask me. I think Jay leading the charge with that Bonnie jump in, really accurately being able to gauge those targets, and also just playing footsies at the edge of their range, getting damage chip by chip in, and then being able to commit in a very safe way. We saw practically the exact same thing with Mameshi versus WP on the mid lane in that last round that we just watched, where he got quite low just fighting the normal play. He didn't even get too aggressive. He wasn't even really out of position. Orca's out of position, though. He's hanging out to dry on the right, and Ryohei takes full advantage of it. Now going for the pinch on WP. Could be a free kill, as Jay manages to sneak in that last shot. Shafin also has that super. He must be happy with that. Does get a takedown, still fighting for his life. You gotta admire the sportsmanship, but that one is already chalked, and a Team Flash round win up on the board.
Gray's supposed to be low DPS, right?
Yeah.
Rio over here, making him look like a top-tier sharpshooter. Bonnie gets punished for the jump in, and I was honestly, I had a pocket comment about how strong Bonnie can be in Knockout. But here we see the dirty other side there. Team Flash now, super strong in Knockout, looking for the 2v3. Mameshi down to half, and WP looking aggressively on the left-hand side. Trouble, though.
See what
Ryohei taken down.
Yeah, on the right side, a takedown on Ryohei. It's just Mameshi remaining. He has that super. If anything, he wants to deny a super to the opposing team. Just get inside of that poison. WP was able to recover his super at the end. And now it's all tied up on the round count. Jay still similarly moving up that left side. A lot of bushes destroyed, but Orca managed to lane off this left side. Easy supercharge for him as long as someone stays over there, but there's really no option. Jay needs to stay in the fight, rotates over towards the right. Grassmadapen still try and maintain their cool. They have 3 supers. They have everything in the toolkit to survive in those last few seconds, especially if they don't give that super to Jay.
Jay's super is really the exclamation point, right? You bring somebody down far enough for Jay to jump on, and it's kind of GG because it's the 3v2. But as you said, the denial of the super to Bonnie is really the big brain play here. Orca gets pulled through, and that's pretty much all she wrote. Jay and Rio gonna go ahead and pinch on to the right side, and then Jay jumps to the backside of the left. And that's 2 in the pocket for Team Flash, 1 set away from taking it all.
So I want to point this out to any viewers who didn't quite catch what happened or might have noticed that, hey, wait, Gray's pull isn't supposed to be that long. I've actually never seen this competitive, not even in like a match arena, the Gray tech, where you're able to go for your gadget with the pull and then teleport forward to effectively make your gadget into a Gene pull. And we saw it get a pretty nice KO, just a wonderful bit of repositioning onto the Sprout. And this wasn't that clip, it wasn't that moment. However, Ryohei managed to pull off some magic on that right side that single-handedly spearheaded the charge and also sort of ended Grasmidopin's chances within the set.
Yeah, I want to see it a second time. I believe we'll get a shot of the replay here. This is it. Watch this. So there's the pull and the TP, and what it does is it pulls it all the way back to that spot where the TP came from. That is some interesting tech. I've never seen that in a live match.
Yeah, neither have I. I mean, I've only seen it in like low rank ladder where I'm playing with my friends and stuff. And look, I'm no professional, but it is really hard to pull off. And I've seen it really, really hard to pull off, even for professionals, because I've seen it tried a lot of times in competitive settings. But Team Flash, they're just on that level. They deserve that win 110%. And Grasmidopin really did fight quite hard there, but it was not enough.
Reddy, how do you get 110% of something?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one.
I'm sorry, I just had to dunk it. It's something I say all the time, too. I just knew I'd stun unlock you because you're the numbers guy. Speaking of the numbers, we've got him here. Mameshi, only 2 kills, but a ton of DPS. So, very effective there. WP left much to be desired on the RT. I think ultimately Team Flash didn't really give Grasmidopin an opportunity to find DPS, to be aggressive, to be the aggressor. But at the end of the day, you know, if you're going to play the RT, I think you need to find those moments.
Yeah, I certainly think so, and I would not really be surprised if we see him once again. So we'll see what brawlers manage to reappear here as we head into Backyard Bowl for the next one. And yes, I expect to see some of the tanky, some of the long range, and even better if we can get the best of both worlds out here. But I want to see some of the tanks. This is really the meta right now. At least it is in my home region, in sort of the western region of the world. So we'll see the SEA take on it.
Well, right now we're going to see the SEA take on the substitution. Shafine's going to be taking a back seat. He'll sit on the bench. We'll have, I believe, Vex is the player coming in here to take a spot as we jump into Brawl Ball. Backyard Bowl will be the map specifically that we're jumping into after this one. And, you know, I got to be surprised just taking a look at our second set here, seeing how Heist was not just won by GMD, but won pretty emphatically. So I think in the matches that we've seen Team Flash show up on, they've just looked like hard stop, the better team. What was different about Heist?
Yeah, like if anything, I want to say that it was sort of the element of surprise, and also the fact that their unexpected strategy worked really well. I do not believe that Team Flash were expecting the Bront to be that effective at dodging out the buzz, because they continued to go for those grapples on a Brock, and almost every single time he was able to rocket laces away quite effectively and even lock in some kills as a result too. So that is what I think more than anything. We do see RT reappearing as well, so that's a nice callback. However, the Crow is another important thing to note here. He's often a pretty early pick on these long-range Brawl Ball maps, and Grasmidopin are going to have to get creative in terms of how they decide to deal with this brawling.
We'll see if Grasmidopin can play surprise at all this time around. Bans, pretty standard. I think Tara is probably the spicy one to talk about. Some recent changes bring her a little bit more in the meta.
That's pretty much exactly what it is. She gets a lot more damage than she used to, and she already had some pretty good utility with blocking out damage from single target brawlers. So it makes sense to me why Grassmadapen would want to get rid of her. I think it's also important to note that she has a super, which is pretty much one of the strongest in the game. So let's keep that in the back of our heads. But Grassmadapen have made their selections, and Vex, now subbed in, has gone for the Meg. I like this pick, even though it has gotten nerfed a little bit. And Orca on the Leon, another important balance change to note for anyone who's been out of the loop over the last month. He's no longer, while invisible from that super, affected by vision gear, which is one of the main reasons that he was out of the meta for a good long time. So let's see what Orc is able to accomplish. Ryohei going for something pretty tried, tested, and true. And Carl on the left side. All consistent brawlers from Team Flash, and something a bit more, not risky, but more forward-thinking from Grassmadapen. And this is sort of the same thing that we saw in Heist. So let's sit back and watch and see if it remains true. But when they get adventurous, they find success.
I also think this is the way that you kind of, this is the way this is supposed to be drawn up. You know, you have your top team that is asking to be toppled, so to speak, and they pick kind of like tried and true staples. And then listen, if you want to beat the best, you can't follow the meta. You got to lead. And so digging deep, we'll see if they can bop hard, as Meg already brought down to a shadow of an HP point. And there it is, popped out, killed on the left-hand side, and shot on in. All of that coming to a horn pretty much all at once.
And in only 35 seconds too, but Grassmadapen are ready to prepare this defense to prevent another complete steamroll like that last one. 2 turrets up on the right side, some invisibility to be the cherry on top. Ryohei on the right side could be none the wiser as to Vex pushing in on the right. He is rotating over towards the left. Jay completely blindsided, but he's not taken down. A jump to the back right from Ameshi. Orca has to keep this ball forward. A pass up to Vex. No takedown. It was very nearly so. He was able to block that off with a lollipop drop. The Grassmadapen only barely maintain their position at mid.
Map saved him. Most other maps, that ball goes right on in due to the respawns. But Jay's going to go ahead and bring it back, and over a minute to go. So Team Flash not looking to corner the ball just yet, still passing up forward. Ameshi behind enemy lines, takes care of one, and pops to the backside. Little rough play there. But Rio gets popped as well, and Jay the only player to play defense. The respawns have come through. Momenshi up, Vex running. Here's the second one. Vex gets the kill. WP's here, but Rio, not one but 2 kills, baby. And Team Flash defend it. There's a half a minute to go, but that one, they gotta feel good now.
Ouch. I think Team Flash really did chance themselves there, though, because if Ryohei didn't pop out of his super exactly when he did, that super would have gone into the goal. He can't block the ball.
But he did.
Super is Carl. Now, Team Flash might have the chance, though.
Oh, no!
Up. No pass to Mameshi. Vex is able to recover it around the right side. A super forward as he pushes things up as the clock ticks down, and all these bushes are about to break down. Team Flash taking the win and heading on to a match point.
And doing so in flashy style. You know, you brought up the fact that, like, you know, if he doesn't pop out of that super at the right, he did. And he knew exactly how to. You know what I mean? Like, those are the plays that, like, you look at in your games, good job, you got lucky. In these games, you planned it 100%. You know what I mean? Like, real fun stuff to watch there. Even got a little crafty towards the end, looking for the pass to Ameshi. Doesn't actually find it, but I'm here for the show.
That's what keeps Brawl Esports entertaining. And Grassmadapen also. We're looking pretty strong in that last game. Go off the first pitch. They didn't look spectacular. It's the same thing this time for Yogi, even with the dribble to the backside to finish things off. A 30-second goal. An improvement over the 35-second goal that they got in the previous game. Now, if they're able to maintain the scoreline for the rest of the game, they'll lock in the win. Grassmadapen still, though, trying to get this goal. It's going to be tough, though. They have to single.
That was just fun to watch. That was just fun to watch. No, game number 1, they get their goal by way of team wipe, right? And they intentionally, everybody wins their lane. They intentionally time the deaths so there's no respawn. or there's no staggered respawn, and they can just go ahead and grab it. And this time around, they literally just, they nutmegged the defense. They just passed it past the defender. Two different ways to score. A minute 17 on the clock here, ready. And the ball in mid with Team Flash on match point, going to work. Here comes the follow-up from Ameshi behind enemy lines. No kills, no goal.
Not yet, at least. We now dip below a minute on the clock. And Grasp it up and are in a pretty aggressive position. Still just a 2v3, and Team Flash gradually push out. Jay is in a pretty dangerous position, could get taken down by WP if he's not careful. Ryohi trying to take that responsibility, even popping WP out of the mech, and the Meshi also providing sort of the background on the right side. Ryohi picks up a second kill in the tailspin, and Jay now looks to march this one forward. Orca not able to receive that pass. Wow. Ryohi tries to walk it in, but it's just not there. Grasp it up and still have a horse in this race with only 30 on the clock.
Jay in the bushes, left-hand side. WP out of the mech. Damage from Rio also going to threaten the life of Vex and W. Down goes one. Vex still alive for the moment, but the defender Mameshi and the defender Rio is not. Orca here, one will tie, gets the kill. What? Doesn't get the goal? That's it. That's it. Team Flash get the game, the set, and the win. And the deep sigh of relief as what could have been a tie game scenario is instead simply a replay on the highlight reel. Nice job there, Team Flash, winning the monthly finals for Southeast Asia.
Certainly well earned, but not without some misplays. The greed. I won't use my super to pass this one in. I gotta walk it, or I gotta use my normal shot. Oh, so that's the game. Oh, they're qualified. Interesting situation, but let's not let it detract from the victory of Team Flash, winning their 4th monthly final in a row, but not the same squad. Same name, same dominance in this region.
So, I mean, those are the moments, you know, in all honesty, like, little cringe there. And the guys are going to cringe when they go ahead and they watch the video back. But these are the moments that, when we talk about, a lot of times casters get up here and they talk about the veterancy of a team. Yeah. A team that has been around for a long time. And, like, okay, dude, what does that actually mean? It's moments like that. A veteran team makes this happen. You know what I mean? What a great play by Orca.
Yeah.
And just that brief moment of brain lag, this team will never make that mistake again. You know what I mean? Like, Orca will never make that mistake again. Ever, ever, ever. And these are the moments that you learn them. Unfortunately for GMD, it happens in the monthly finals. But you know what? If you're this good, where else is it going to happen, dude? And so, like you said, not to take away from Team Flash, who had a fantastic performance here after a nice little roster change, bringing in some of the bigger names in Brawl Esports to the Southeast Asian region, a region that has had trouble contending in the past. And, well, what better way to make yourself a contender than bringing a world champion to the squad?
Certainly a good tactic for Team Flash as they've locked it in now. Grasp it up, and I want to say, though, I was certainly impressed by some of the strats that they pulled out. Seriously inventive stuff, and Orca, I've talked about this guy for at least a year now, where he pulls out some of the more visionary selections. He was the first to hop on the Carl last year prior to the entire Carl meta. He pulls out the Brock today. He's got the Rocket Laces equipped, and he makes it work versus the Buzz. Gets those counters out, and it was flashy and entertaining to work, and also it won the game. So I'm all here for it to watch these guys compete for the rest of the year.
Well, it won the game, but it didn't win the set.
Yeah.
People that won the set were Team Flash, as we said, some roster changes, but one of the guys that has stayed the same is X9J, and he's going to be joining me for the post-game interview. Jay, congratulations. Thank you for your time. Congrats on the dub.
Thank you.
Nice. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the roster changes here. You guys, #1 team in the region, but still not content. Wanted to make some roster changes and get even better. What was the thought process like behind that? How do you go from a #1 team and say, hey, we're not done yet?
I mean, if you look at our region for the past few years, there's generally been a single team dominating all the way. But then when you go to international tournaments, you kind of fall short. So this year we're just hoping that it won't be a repeat of that. So yeah, we just want to give ourselves the best shot possible and bring in some new faces.
I've got a question about that specifically with the region. You guys, well said. You know, you one team dominates the region, and then you guys go ahead and fall short in international competition. By bringing in some strong competitors from the strongest region, you yourself as one team is going to get better. Do you have a view that the region as a whole, your competitors in your Southeast Asia region, might get better as well?
I think for sure if you're competing against better teams at the top level, then the region as a whole will improve as well. But I think it also takes a lot of other factors for the whole region to improve. Like we may need more like maybe grassroots tournaments, or simply the fact that there aren't enough players in our region currently. So I think that this is just a small step to helping the whole region improve. Yeah.
One small step for sure. As we see more players, I think I agree here. And last question I want to ask you is that we actually asked the chat on event.brawlstars.com. We asked them, can Team Flash's new roster compete against the best in the world? And 91% of Brawl Stars fans said yes. What do you have to say to those 91% of fans that believe in your new roster, and also to the 9% that don't?
I mean, honestly, it's quite shocking that 91% agrees that we will be able to compete at the highest level. So I guess just thank you for believing in us, and we'll do our best. And for the 9% that don't, it just gives me something to prove you're wrong, I guess.
Nice. Love to hear it. Jay, you've been playing well forever, and you're still doing it. Thanks so much for putting on the show. Good talking to you.
Okay, thank you.
Great stuff from X9J, always a strong representative of himself, his region, his team, and just Brawl in general. Great dude to talk to, Ready.
And a fun dude to watch on the battlefield, too. Definitely pulling out some flashy plays, but also making the game-winning selections in terms of brawlers and mechanically as well. Definitely a recurring face I want to see in this region and on the world stage representing SEA.
I think that's super fun, is the fact that they bring in new players, and Jay is still the guy to talk to watch on the field. He's not being overshadowed by players who could quite easily overshadow many other folks, but instead he shows up, he still does the dirty work, and him and his squad take down Grass Madopin 3-1 in the grand finals. And look at that, he's your most valuable player. 2 new members on the team from a different region. One of them has a world championship superlative, and it's still X9J that's getting the fan vote here, Ready. You know what, sometimes we live in a sports novel. I love to see it.
Yeah, but also at the same time, like, he's him. Okay, next, right? Like, just another fact that we were already aware of now being realized in the MVP votes, and it's got them a nice sum of points as well. Team Flash now confidently on the LCQ road.
Team Flash just sitting pretty. You can see the trophy there. Technically not locked in, but they are looking good. And we'll see how all of that works out. Rising Sun can still compete, as can a couple of other squads, but definitely want to keep an eye on this Southeast Asian region. I think as we watch Team Flash get better, like we heard Jay said, bringing in Mameshi, bringing in some of the other guys, this elevates this one team a little bit better. And then as squads learn, as they play against them, it's one step to elevating the region as a whole, which is, of course, what we want to see on this end. But that's the end of our Southeast Asian. Don't worry, we've got 2 more regions to go. And the next one is going to be India. We're bringing you the grand finals between Marcos and Revenant. We're going to take a brief break, like seriously, just a couple of seconds, and we'll be right back after the jump.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling.
Told you just be a few seconds. No time for relaxing. I quoted the song. See what I did there? And I turned right, he said it to Kenny. You see what I did there? Kenny, how you doing, bud?
You're a wizard. I mean, things change for half a season. We take a month off, and all of a sudden you got some magic tricks. Love to see it. Great start to our day, and I'm very excited for the second region of our day as well. India, always a very fun one to watch.
Let's take a look at the Indian subcontinent and see where these teams lie. Revenant and Marcos are your number 1 and number 2 teams, but it's 4-button that actually make it all the way here. 4-button in that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th slot. 1, 4, 3. I love you. I hope they love to play Brawl, because they're going to be going up against the number 1 squad in this Indian region. We actually got a chance to see them in some international competition last month at the Brawl Masters. And so getting a chance to talk to the Indian guys, both Revenant and some of the other representatives. This is listen, hungry is always annoying, but this is a hungry region. These guys really want to represent India well. They think that there's a lot there to be said. And I don't mean to dismiss them by saying they think. There is a lot of talent here that needs to see the sunshine. And 4-button making it all the way here, because Revenant and Marcos wound up on the same side of the bracket. This is one of those opportunities that 4-button kind of needs to take with and run.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. 4-button, a team that most people probably won't be as familiar with, but this is their first grand finals of the year, of course, but they're 4-4 in qualifying for the top 8. They're 6th in the leaderboard. Some interesting stuff that they could do. They're going to have to show it here today, and against a team, like you mentioned, that we got to see put on some fireworks a little bit at an international stage. Hungry's a right word to put. Both of these sides are looking to claim a grand finals. Revenant, of course, if they win, going for an LCQ spot. 4-button, just trying to climb their way to the top. So these 3 guys definitely going to be fighting for that, try and make the upset of this region happen, because so far it hasn't.
Well, here we've got the representative from 4-button hanging out here, and should be, I always like to see some of these untested teams, because you just unknown quantity. Got to see who winds up, what their picks go, and how they kind of take the field. Have you heard any of the scuttlebutt regarding this team, or is this just going to be a let's watch them burn?
Let's watch and see what happens. I mean, again, they've had some success, at least in the top 8 stage. We haven't seen them on the big broadcast day like today yet. Unlike Revenant, of course, Sergeant, Trishant, and Response joining this roster. I think people forget how successful Sergeant and Response have been in the past. They played early on together last year before we had this sub-region split, and they were fantastic together. A really great player, now moving on over here from a region that we previously saw him, and that would be from SCA over to India. I'm really excited to see what this team can do. They were already so strong, but I think this may have elevated them to another level of potential.
Got to agree there, and this is a region where you heard the Southeast Asian guys talk, and I think that's one of the harder positions to be in, when there's one dominant team overall and you're kind of just stepping over everybody else. It's really hard for the squads in that region to kind of just get better as a unit. Whereas here, Marcos and Revenant kind of run the scene. And we've seen some flashes of true rippers in some of these other squads. And so because it's not just one team, but it's 2 and some change, that allows this region to level up a little bit quicker. And again, bringing back to the experience that we had with the guys over in Japan, watching these guys watch Sergeant and Trishant, dude, and the rest of the guys for sure, but those are the guys that I was talking to. They sat and they watched and they absorbed. And I was like, hey man, what's your approach here? They're like, listen, we're gonna do the best and we're gonna win. We're gonna learn from everybody that's really good here, dude. And that's what they did. This is their job. They take it so seriously, and I'm so incredibly impressed with the way Sargent and everybody else take the field. And so I think that kind of like when the top team treats it that way, I think it, forgive the expression, trickles down to the rest of the region. And I think that's kind of how everybody in this Indian sub-region kind of takes it. But we're going to be taking it to parallel plays here. Heist and knockout will follow, and we'll do backyard bowl and layer cake if necessary one more time. And so as we jump on into parallel plays, similar situation to what we saw in the last, or same map layout that we saw in the last grand finals. Here come the P's and B's. Nothing outlandishly sticking out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree there too. Dara, the only one that people may be less familiar with, but I think people need to get used to it, especially in this APAC region. It shows up all the time. But Bonnie, somebody I expect to have a very high play rate this entire weekend across the board, across all regions. HP, a very underrated thing right now. Bonnie, very versatile in what she can do. Very long range, very aggressive in that Leon form once she jumps out of Clyde. A lot of good stuff going down here. And it's a little unusual, right? We have a month off. We've had some balance changes go down. And even still, Penny's still showing up. Very understandably so.
I mean, it just makes sense. You're going to be able to go ahead and park that mortar someplace. Just deal. Bonnie, like you said, multifaceted. Always love that choice. Not a lot of area denial last time we saw in the APAC region, at least. The West and EMEA really like to focus on, you know, big area control units. Here, very different, as the Stu is kind of locked in and option over to the blue team, 4 button, trying to figure out their last 2 picks.
Should be interesting to see what they do here. Stu, a much more aggressive choice for sure, and I think he brings a little utility alongside him as well. Most teams are going to elect to go for the speed zone, bring a little coverage there, and especially on this map too, once you die, the recovery time is so much longer than your traditional map. You got to take either the long route by your spawn side or just charge straight at the enemy, and it's very easy to get spawn trapped on this. So adding a speed zone gives your team a little extra versatility in that aspect, and Meg, still a very powerful brawler. It's going to be somebody that I expect to see a good bit this weekend. Maybe not as much as she previously was before our break, but still somebody very worthwhile and definitely has a lot of firepower on her.
Yeah, I think Meg was just, I mean, much love to everyone involved. I think she was a little too strong, and shout out to the devs noticing, bringing it back a little bit. Still very strong, and honestly, I like when she's strong, but more in line, I think, with where she should be this time around. And so we've got 2 guys that are going to jump on you, and then Meg doing Meg. So 4 button looking for a lot of just like, they're just going to glomp the opponent to death. Hopefully they can run and jump into the hug. And Carl here going to try to avoid that.
Yeah, Carl going to be a way to try and address this Meg, I think. Once you hit the tailspin, Carl hits his super, has protected pirouette, which adds a shield to him. It's one way that teams have found to deal with somebody like Meg. You have to get up close. I think this will be a star power adjustment on the side of Harsid as well. They're going to be going for what I imagine is the one where upon contact, when that mech explodes, it's going to bounce back your opponent, which is something you really like to see against those more aggressive brawlers like Carl. So both sides, I imagine, are going to be playing a little bit of chess with these choices. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they lay things out as well, how they decide to lane. Because sometimes we'll see a traditional 1-2-3, and sometimes we'll see a full send to the right, a little bit on defense here and there. And there's that speed zone that we were talking about. Looks like everybody going to be kicking things off with a left, mid, and right approach, but I'm sure everything's going to start to get real hairy here in a moment.
Revenant not sitting on their point, not prioritizing it. No complaints about that, by the way. Looking to be more aggressive. Sargent is going to be playing this mid, and there's the aggression out of response. The kill on through Hadashi, going to be strong. And a nice win here by Revenant, taking the front point. But Farheem on the backside, knocked out of the mech. Might not be able to finish this. Thought it was certain death. But Aaron helps out for the backside. And so Revenant's point being pushed on as well. And 4-button actually dealing with both. Fahim falling down. And now Revenant wrestling control back a little bit.
Response with a nice little pop-off there, too. A good effort there, but 4Button need to respond quickly here. Both sides doing a little bit of double dipping there, and especially on this map, it's all about how far you can get on enemy territory, and right now 4Button have to make up for a lot of lost work. Response now popping off, though. The tailspin going down. Aaron getting the necessary stop as that red percentage climbs up. Revenant inching closer to finishing this game.
4Button have finished their safe one. Now have to be a little bit more aggressive here while still playing defense, but yeah, looking at the scoreboard. Oops, it's 100. Revenant take game 1. Trishant feeling pretty good about that.
Gotta think so. And yeah, I mean, I think they were just able to hold down. Carl got so much value there early. It felt like he just kind of flying hooked and set up a home there. I mean, they really let him camp down there for quite a bit. Don't think he necessarily had to fight over it too much. Maybe a little ring around the rosies here and there, but Response really somebody that kind of got over there scot-free. So I think they're gonna have to be more punishing, be aware of this. Crow alone, somebody that's not gonna be able to handle a Carl, I imagine. They're gonna have to bring backup. So we'll see how 4Button adjusts here in game number 2.
Right away, Aaron very healthy as he brings Sargent down relatively low. That said, Sargent now tooling around Fahim. Fahim chased out. Speed zone popped down. More of a deployable than an actual totem. Now Sargent playing with the 1v2. Playing is the operative word. He's not playing now as he's put in the back seat. Revenant still winning 36%, but 4Button not trailing by much as it's 30 and counting.
Great job by Revenant there, just rotating in brawlers as now Sargent joins his teammate Response. Fahim trying to play defense all by himself right now, and especially without that mech, it's going to be very difficult. Burning through a gadget, still going down. Penny with the flank, and Aaron just looking for a desperation kill and can't quite grab it. Response surviving with 330, and it's a runaway right now for Revenant Esports.
I really want to point out what Trishant is doing here as he gets jumped on and taken down. So that's going to open up the world for Harshit to go ahead and find some points up top. A much closer match than game 1. But maybe that's the caster's curse as Harshit falls down. Nice trade out for Response as Trishant still doing a great job here. Fahim, though, in the mech. Taking him down. And Revenant does a couple of percent here to count Kenny. Does 4Button get the team wipe?
Yeah, this is going to take a pretty heroic effort here. Is Trishant just going to move it on along, and 1 percentage point left to go. Revenant Esports claiming the top hand side and this set.
Dude, Trishant, we'll see it in the replay, but I was very impressed with this, how Trishant just stayed in that bush in the right lane. Team taking care of business on the left-hand side. He's like, word, I'm vibing. Anybody past this point, they're gonna, wait, hold up, bang. Okay, anyone past this point, that's what's gonna happen. And that's exactly what he did. He knew his role, and it wasn't flashy. He just sat there and did his job. And arguably, Kenny, that's what won the match.
I think that's a fantastic point. I mean, everyone's doing their job, right? You see Penny holding down the line right-hand side, Stu and Carl cycling in and out. It's all about how far you can touch down on your opponent's side, how many percentage points you can charge up here early, and it really forced 4Button into a tough spot. They either have to choose to be aggressive and let it go, or they have to backpedal, send 2 brawlers that way, and then they're using resources that they could be using to generate stuff on the other side. No right answer, and that's exactly what Revenant did there. Penny puts them in a good spot. Carl and Stu do their jobs as well by getting aggressive. I think that's just great teamwork and Response fitting in here super well so far.
That's also something you bring up, very well said. The impossible decision. Like, when it comes down to parallel plays and some of the other maps, but specifically this one, you make the choice. All right, are we going to play defense? Are we going to play offense? Are we going to do both? And both is usually the trap. And so whatever your answer is, you just force your opponent to answer the question you ask. And whoever wrestles control of the game kind of can dictate the pace and how to play it. And that's clearly what Revenant did there in set number 1. But with Hot Zone in the pocket, we move on to Heist. And some familiar bands out here, but not Brock, who was definitely one of the star brawlers last time around when we watched SEA play this. So first pick for 4Button is the Rocket Man.
Yes, sir. Man with the rocket launcher. Could be rocking Rocket Laces again, depending on how aggressive a brawler selection Revenant goes with here. That gadget choice going to be a little dependent on what the other team's rolling with, so we'll see what Aaron elects to choose here a little later down the line. Like you said, some familiar bans with what we saw earlier today. No Colette again, no Eve again, no Grom again, no Carl again. It seems that this region also really does not like to play some of these brawlers in this map. For me, Eve is definitely one of those. With the rise of single shot brawlers, especially on this map, Eve with the spawners can do so well, can travel across that little strip of water there too, so I think that's a good one as well. This is one I did not see coming though. Sam, somebody I definitely didn't see when doing the scouting reports, but they're going to combine it with Max, and this kind of reminds me of a little bit of a throwback composition that we used to have in the blind format days, where we would go somebody like a BB, a tankier brawler, combined with Max. They used to do that with a Poco as well to catch some people off guard, to feed those heals. I think that would be pretty hard to pull off in the draft setting here, but it does give me that kind of aggressive vibe. We're not going for sharpshooter. We're just going to run you down in W key.
Well, yeah, man, did not expect to see the Sam. But like you said, Max certainly the enabler here. And I would like to see it. And the Shelly selected, so I like that choice at a 4 button as a response to the Sam. If you're gonna run at us, we're fine with that, dude. We'll see if it works out for them. Last pick as we count down from 10. And 4 button, trying to pick their 3rd brawler. And it's 8-bit. Nice. Nice. So this is fun for me. Because 4 button is basically like, okay, you want to play the Max and the Sam? Just run into us. 8-bit's gonna waddle around doing a zillion DPS, and we'll see if you can deal. And then the Edgar last pick to kind of like just execute players. All right, Kenny. Max, Sam, Edgar. Did you have this in your book?
Yeah, no, I checked the notes. We got no sightings of Sam or Edgar, and scrims, nothing. I mean, this is completely out of my realm of possibilities. I do love the Shelly pick. I actually think we're in a meta where it's very difficult to kind of go tank early. They, want to play the W key game. Well, you're going to be met with a shotgun. That's an appropriate response, I think, from 4 button. So we'll see what Revenant elect to do here. They may just, like I said, move forward, walk it up, and just cycle damage. A little trade here and there as well. And I think it's just going to come down to who can do the most damage first.
Well, poor Sergeant, because he did 0 damage. They just kept him at arm's length and kind of just shot him down. His response goes ahead and deals and heals. Sergeant gets in, but Sergeant gets pushed out. Revenant get 1%. A minute and 47 to go.
Very aggressive stuff coming out of them early. Despite all the kills, I mean, all of that hard work for a 1% lead. And now on their back heels on defense here, too. Harsik moving up. 8-bit pummeling the heist safe. Fahim throwing down rockets as well. That's a lot more than 1% as each side going back and forth. But again, Shelly immediately with the double shotgun blast. 82-41. Runaway lead right now for 4 button.
Yeah, that double pump gonna do it to him. Aaron here trying to deal with the melee characters. Responds, won't get away with it. Sergeant does, but just barely. 18% dealt by Revenant, and a whole lot more dealt by 4 button, as they are taking just... You know what? This was Revenant being a little aggressive. Picking the melee characters, hard to execute, whatever euphemism you want to use. And this is 4 button just proving that they deserve to be in the finals.
I love it. I mean, if they're going to get bold, they're going to respond with something just like this. Another double shotgun blast from Shelly, and every time they connect, I feel it a little bit, man. They're just trying their best to run forward. They get shut down every time. 10% left. Shelly putting up numbers right now.
Yeah.
Response just trying to generate anything. Sergeant diving forward, but now all they have to do is walk it up. There's no way they have enough time to deal all this damage. And 4 button take a much safer approach and are rewarded for it in game number 1.
Listen, I'm really not the caster that sits here and like makes excuses. And so please trust me when I say that I don't think Revenant are being obnoxious and trolling I don't think they're being, a lot of people usually see this type of play and they're like, oh, you're being cocky and you're picking stupid stuff. I think Revenant wanted to see if the max double melee composition would work. They're in a grand finals against a team in 6th in their region. If they were to lose, which they don't think they will, they're still safe point-wise. They took the first set, and they did so handedly. Now we're seeing the composition work. The first game looked a little silly. This time, not so much. They've already done 35% and counting. I like Revenant being a little spicy with the double melee pick, I gotta say.
I love the spice, and now they're spacing the floor a little bit too, so it's forcing Button to kind of pick their battles. They finally take care of a couple here. Trishant doing a little work on the left-hand side, but even he's still alive. It's going to pave the way for the red roster to move along their more tanky brawlers. Response picking up a kill there. It ends up being a trade, but it's wasting time. Button has to get their way across the battlefield. They're already down to 28%, and they have a whole lot of work to do up top. Finally getting a stop here, but it's Response being relentless, and even though he's taking down, like I said, they have to do so much DPS. Thankfully for them, though, they absolutely have a composition where that's possible.
Well, here's the 3 up again for Revenant. Sergeant healing up and making his way to the front. Max barely alive, Sam not. Sergeant, well, he's not either. Still, a minute to go, so a ton of Brawl left to be played. But Button just now tapping the box. And Revenant down to a quarter of HP, so to speak. Aaron getting taken down by Max. Sergeant trades. And here's a little bit of the pea shooter from Max onto the heist box. 17% left for Button.
40 seconds to go, and Revenant probably just looking to cycle out some brawlers here. Again, spacing the floor. They can't tag them both. Response left, Sergeant right. Now Sam throwing down the super. Less than 10% to go as Response and Sergeant close in here for the remaining damage. Well played here, and the red roster picking one up. The aggressive composition this time works out very differently.
All right, Kenny, you got a little time to talk before the next one starts. You mentioned it a couple of times, spreading the floor. Got to agree, don't group up because you're just going to get hit by the cones. What else did Revenant do differently to make this melee comp work?
You know, I hate to say it, but I think the start here really matters a lot. We're going to see Sniper Shelly come out as well. I think once they get 1 to 2 kills, it's really just a runaway for whichever team can do it. It's a lot harder for either of these compositions to play defense, and Fahim, Aaron now letting out some damage as well. Trishant trying to play some defense. Response, Sergeant coming back, but it might end up just being a back and forth. They claim the opening damage, and now Shelly's rotating in the shotguns. Response trying to do his best. They just have to find a way to cross that line. I think Button striking first puts them at a huge advantage.
Response sitting midfield, watching his teammate get eaten. Sergeant makes a poor choice. And now it's Aaron just going to town on the safe. 41%. Nope, make that 36 left for Revenant. Sergeant gets a kill, though. Traded out. Trishant gets a kill. And nobody's pushing out of mid. Double respawn for, well, everybody's respawning. Response just getting eaten in the midfield by 8-Bit. Can't cross this 50-yard line, as you said, and that might be curtains as Sergeant jumps in, takes care of one, but gets traded out again. And just 7% left for Revenant. We'll see if they're lucky.
I want to see if we can pull a stat for world record of amount of supers popped in a game. I mean, Shelly has just been going crazy with the supers. I'm sure the stat line is going to be something to watch here.
That's a good match.
Very difficult. Going to be very difficult to come back from all of that. But now an opportunity as Revenant get a team wipe here. Sub 70% and climbing now. Supers going down. Shelly trying to defend. Sergeant jumping in. They have to get desperate. Take advantage of what they can. And nonetheless, it's not enough to tie that 7%. 30 seconds left to go, and now Button looking to respond.
Sergeant Response alive without their max. Response does get a kill. Aaron's trying to find the shots, takes care of one, 3% left, and that's it. Button take the game and the set. And where'd he go?
I don't know, but that door's locked, so he couldn't have gone through there. So
is he in there? Did he run back?
I'm a little nervous for him. I'm not gonna lie.
Won the game. Gotta go back to Narnia.
Yeah.
Just right into the wardrobe. Take it up to the Lion and the Witch, my friend. But either way, they go ahead and take the W here. Clean work. Revenant trying something new. And again, listen, let me be the guy that says it with my chest. I don't think Revenant were being cocky here. I see the method to the madness. I actually think one of the bigger problems here was the amount of times Max used Super without Sergeant and Sam side by side. I think when you draw this up, Max Super is there to make your tanks get to the heist safe. And when we saw that happen, we saw it work. But we didn't always see that happen, my friend.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like you said, I see the vision. They want to get really aggressive. They just want to get to the other side, keep sending in brawlers, cycling in that max speed. But sometimes it doesn't always work out how it plans out. And we did see it in one game really pop off. But on one hand, it is 23 kills for Shelly. And I just received word 9 times in the last game that super was used. That is unbelievable at a pro level. I can't illustrate that enough. Getting 9 supers and punishing the enemy that badly is a reflection of how good Shelly can still be in this meta. It's why tanks are a lot scarier of an option. There's so many added responses now that you can bring in, even though it's not maybe intuitive to bring a shotgun brawler onto that map. If the other team's going to do it, defend. And I think it made a lot of sense. And credit to 4Button making what maybe some people would have hesitated to do, but worked out for them so well.
I mean, it's, you know what it is? It's fundamentals. And sometimes, especially in the draft, we can overthink ourselves to death. And like, you pick tank, I pick Shelly. That's like how that goes. You know what I mean? So, nice job. Again, I think Revenant tried something different, and there's a reason that strat doesn't always work, and it was a check for 4Button. 4Button needs to win that set. Otherwise, frankly, they don't belong in the grand finals. And so I'm glad to see them win that set. I'm glad to see them win that set the way they did. But now we're on a different one. Split down the middle, 1-1. And we are headed over here. First pick Meg responded with a Brock.
2 very traditional ones here, and it looks like they have felt enough pain from the Shelly. They're just going to outright ban it here. No games being played. They don't want to go through that process again. We're once again going to see Pam show up here as well. Pam's a brawler that a lot of the times show up in another region, EMEA, not as much in our home region of NA. We see flares of it here and there, but it's definitely something that I've seen on the rise a little bit. I think she's just a very solid brawler on this map, and for knockout, very beefy. Again, health points, something so underrated in Brawl Stars.
Is it the HP pool for Pam that really? Because I think of Pam primarily as a healer, and like I've seen her do work, but I consistently ask myself why she does work in the knockout world.
I think Pam applies a lot of pressure, right? So it's a fanning shot. All of her scraps can connect to the enemies. And even if you just tag once, that's health points that you can't regenerate back. Constantly applying pressure. The healing station as well, especially with these indestructible walls towards the end game, you can place that down. It's just more area that you control in that tiny little square. So Pam can go a long way here. And not to mention, she's already got a lot of health herself. So it can go a long ways toward keeping your teammates alive, especially towards that end game. Somebody like Carl or somebody really aggressive, her gadget shuts you down 3 times a match as well. So I think understandably why we've seen a little more Pam, and Daryl, somebody that's going to come out here too as that aggressive answer to somebody like Barley, a counter into honestly all 3 of these brawlers. I'm very excited to see how they can do into the mech, into Carl, who gets shut down by a shotgun, and Barley, who's a very squishy man. If Daryl gets one good roll, it is over for that man.
Yeah, big fan of the Daryl selection here. I think Daryl is more my style when it comes to knockout. I like Bonnie. I like Crow. These are characters that usually the downside to their play style is the fact that it puts you in a precarious situation after you use the super or whatever it is they do. But with knockout, nobody respawns, so like, who cares? That's kind of what I like. And I think you nailed it with the Pam, just to put an end cap on that. It's suppressive fire. You can corral players into a more dangerous situation. And I think that's probably what's attractive the most about Pam here. But Fahim on the Pam lady, right side versus the Carl. And Hashit in the mid, taking a lot of damage. Sergeant gonna get aggressive here against 2. And here comes the zoom, but not the boom. Sergeant has to get out. Nice maneuvering and defensive fire coming out from 4Button.
Revenant could have been really punished for that as well, and it looks like Response is going to feel it there. Aaron being traded out as well. Low HP for 4Button right now. It's going to come down to the in-game here, but complete map control for Revenant. They've got a very big mech robot. Now they've got a Tailspin coming their way as well. The Squishy Brock going to go down. 4Button, one brawler left, just going to take to the storm. On to the next one for them. Round 1 going to Revenant.
You know, Revenant kind of like that flying hook in there from Sergeant did not connect, and he got on out of there really nicely. 4Button kind of got one kill off of the Daryl roll, but didn't complete the mission, I don't think. This Meg just burying everyone else. Aaron comes in, doesn't find much. Still, Trishant alive. There's the second roll. Popped out, but not popped down. 3-on-2. Revenant again on the good side of things. Fahim falls, and Harshit also going to eat it. And Revenant take game 1.
Well played there. I think this is a pretty solid composition just in general. For both sides, I kind of see what they're going for here. It feels like the composition for our blue side 4Button is to kind of wait toward that end game, right? They've got the Daryl, so you got to wait to charge that up, especially in that opening round. And once they kind of establish those supers, they can work with control at the end game. Daryl, like we mentioned, is going to be a great way to respond to any of these guys up close. Barley, somebody who has to rely on these walls. So as we get closer and closer to this end game, that's where Pam and honestly Daryl can really shine too. Daryl can be looking for isolation plays, but for now, tearing down this right-hand side, they want to work in the open to maybe avoid Barley getting advantage of them, or just allow for Brock to fire down some extra shots as well. Little rotation here, the Rocket Rain going down, but it's 4Button pressed against their back wall. This is going to be a tough one to climb out of.
Trishant here, opting not for the right side, and because of that, Response left alone. And for the first time in Knockout, 4Button with the advantage. But if Trishant can heal up on this Meg, well, that's a big if. Teammate goes down first, and that was a good choice by 4Button. Prioritize the player when him and Meg were split, and go for the non-Meg player. Really intelligent target acquisition from 4Button.
Loved that, and Aaron making a great selection. It's all about those isolation plays with Daryl, and he's going to see an opportunity here. Go for the roll right-hand side. Activates that gadget, which slows down the enemy, so he can almost entrap those that he rolls at. Not going to get a kill this time, but it will at least use Sergeant some of his utility. Going to be forced away, but a little reset here as Aaron looks for another one. Does have that roll available. Healing station going down. The swipe coming in from Meg. No harm, no foul. Everybody resetting and just trying to get those very valued supers for this in-game.
Everybody healthy on 4Button. Aaron half HP, but starting to heal. And Harshit thinking about the super. I think the goal is for everyone to jump on the target that Aaron rolls into. That might be what 4Button's thinking. But instead, there come the Rockets. Aaron goes after the fact, and Sergeant wiggles away. He's done it every time Aaron rolls in. Gotta rethink that strat. Meg, on the other hand, not gonna be the same. Rolls in, taken down. And Harshit, the last one to fall as well. Revenant take that one. And it's round 3.
Big moment here for both of these teams. Going up 2-1, and a best of 5 sets can go a long way for momentum. Give yourself an advantage. You get one more oops, and you still survive. But anything can happen here in a round number 3. Sergeant forcing a super. He's going to have to go away, rolling from Aaron very aggressively. Response low HP. They take care of him quickly, but there is a trade. 2v2 situation. No more mech. No utility for Sergeant right here. It's left to good old gunslinging for him as they're going to move to this left-hand side and do their best into Aaron, who has a shotgun and a super.
I don't think Aaron wants to use the super here. Actually, it's round 3. Of course he does. Go for it, baby. Sergeant right side. Here come the shotguns, the knock up and the knockdown. 2-on-1. Trishant no mech. And everybody feeling this one. 4Button take the round and the game. So we are on to game 3 here in our 3rd set.
Really great execution coming in there from 4Button. At the end of that round, there's just nothing Meg without a mech can do in a 2v1. It's a pea shooter, right? It's a pistol for a reason. She can't have everything. When she's out of that mech form, she's just not quite the same brawler, and I think that was a great job kind of picking their targets, and like you said, target acquisition, a great word for that. Just because Daryl, if he picks one, can pick him off, gives you a 3v2 advantage immediately. That's exactly the kind of thing you're looking for in Knockout. Play it safe, get those numbers. Right now, Revenant really turning it up right now. It's going to be, once again, the blue side being backed away. A response in a very aggressive positioning, honestly, in the open, especially for an area-controlled brawler. That's a very aggressive choice. We'll see if it pays off for him.
Well, so far, everybody half HP. Little bumped and bruised. Trishant, actually, good damage coming out from 4Button. The first time they've chased him out of the mech before the damage really starts coming. Fahim went to the left side as well, and Revenant on the back foot. A big change of momentum here for 4Button. As Sergeant comes in, I didn't like that play, but Aaron's going to take the opportunity, push the opponent, but pushes them too far, and walks into the gas himself. Our sheet doesn't matter, and cleans up 4Button with round one.
Yeah, I didn't love the choice either. I think he was going for a flying hook right, and then one pickaxe swing would have dealt with Brock, but just didn't have enough time. I think great identification from Pam there to help out the teammate, keep him up, and it just paved the way for them to take that first opening round. This time around, it's not going to be nearly as aggressive stuff coming in from Revenant. It's Trishant on this left-hand side trying to move forward, but Carl Barley forced away, and I think Barley's even going to try and switch sides here. Little reset. Readjustments, Rocket Rain going down, and once again, we see Carl using the get out of jail free card, but in hot pursuit, it's Aaron. It's going to be a 3v2 situation, and now a major advantage for 4Button.
Oh, Trishant gets a little spicy, and then the world turns his back on him. 3 versus 1 response. Well, he doesn't have much. Yeah, what was that is right, Barley. And Aaron goes ahead, takes care of business, and 4Button, the 6th place team in the Indian sub-region, are now 2 above 1 against the #1 team, both on the scoreboard. And if you ask most fans just who the best team is, most people are going to say Revenant. But they're trailing 1 set to 2 versus 4Button.
They got their work cut out for them for sure. I mean, 4Button was a team that not a lot of us, none of us on the panel expected to win this one. And they put Revenant in a very tough position. I think a lot of this, I like the draft. I think the choice of Daryl was awesome. I think it does really well in this entire composition, but they played so well too. I think we saw moments where Revenant looked good, but just 4Button making the necessary adjustments, getting the kills necessary, playing it really smart. I mean, those are some veteran moves that they had out there. I was impressed with what 4Button did. They are not looking like a 6th seed in this region. There is a reason why they made it this far in this bracket.
Yeah, this was a real big step up for me. Watching them kind of take the field here, I think just really impressive, Not going to repeat myself too much. I'm just going to shut up. Here are the numbers. 283 DPS here off of 6 kills for Harshit. A lot of the heavy lifting coming from that guy in particular, but honestly, Fahim on the Pam was really impressive as well, kind of giving us that cover fire. This was a team victory for sure. Everyone on 4Button did their work to win in Knockout. Now they got to do the same thing in Brawl Ball.
Yup, gonna have to do it all over again here, but like I said, they can make one mistake and go on to a set 5 and at least still have hope alive. Revenant can't make any mistakes. No longer can they afford to do so here. And I really don't think Revenant have been playing poorly. I just think 4Button have elevated this grand finals to make it quite interesting. We're on Backyard Bowl, wide open map, historically known for these sharpshooters in long range, but you know what I don't see a single ban of? Long range options.
Hey.
It's the world we live in Brawl Stars. We're seeing Tara banned, a shot that fans out being banned here, a thrower in Sprout being banned here. It's not what you expect it to be, but Bonnie, certainly somebody I do love to see on this map. Again, very aggressive. When in the cannon, has that long range and a lot of health points. Health points, something I'm going to point out a ton this weekend just because I think it's something so valuable in this current meta. We even see a shotgun brawler being banned on this map. If you haven't been around in the BSC in a couple months, you took the break alongside us. This is the world we live in now. B, excellent response here too. A little more normal stuff now kicking in, but clearly all of these people have very different mindsets as, once again, we're going to see what Pam can do, this time on Brawl Ball.
Option over to 4 button. They've got some long range out of the Bonnie. Of course, she's both, but we'll default to long range. And 2 more selections here. You're a little scared to go full tank because of the B. Does the B completely prevent you? Can you go a tank? Like, obviously the B will handle a tank, but can you still do it and just try to play around the B is the question.
I think it would be tough, but honestly, given that Shelly is banned and Tara is banned, currently a couple great options to kind of deal with those tankier brawlers, you might consider it, but if I'm 4 button, that's probably not the route I'm looking to go, especially when I see a B and a Pam, Scrap Sucker gadget, plus the super, the heavy sting. I just think it's too much to handle. I would not personally be looking to go tankier. They go with a strong utility brawler, one that can also deal well in the single shot brawlers depending on what gadget they go. Colonel Ruffs has the sandbags, he has the utility to buff up teammates, and instead they're going to go as somebody as well. I like this pairing with Crow, somebody who historically does great on this map. Solid brawler right now. We've seen some flashy plays that he can make as an assassin, jumping in at the enemy, jumping in for the ball, going for goals. But as a healer, he's now going to be able to siphon away some of the HP that the enemy team could gain from something like a healing station. So I think Crow makes a lot of sense in this spot, and again, is a pretty strong option just in this map in general.
Also can combine with the Bonnie to just delete a player. That might be a good look for sure. And then Carl. Very rarely do I have something poor to say about Carl. Just in general, a nice pick. And we'll take the field here with this lineup. Bonnie, Ruffs, and the Crow versus Pam, B, and Carl. Kenny, who won the draft?
I don't think there's a clear winner in this one, but I will point out I do like the Carl response here at the end. I think it puts on a little more pressure on somebody like Colonel Ruffs. If he wants to run the sandbags, well, he's got a pickaxe that can pierce through it. Somebody like Bonnie as well. It's a little more to handle if he gets the tailspin off. There's some weird interactions that can go down and benefit both sides. But at the end of the day, I think both have all right drafts. I really don't see any huge blunders, no big weaknesses. This isn't like our last one where Daryl was just the perfect play, right? He doesn't counter all 3 of these brawlers. Nobody is going to have a perfect advantage or disadvantage. I think it's just going to come down to how they play this one.
Well, Fahim does go the sandbags, and because of that right away, we see a lane swap. Crow was actually against the response, and the ball was against the wall. Sergeant goes ahead, pushes up, and finds the goal. And so, despite the lane swap for Fahim, Revenant still wins on the right-hand side and finds a goal therein. Here comes Trishant one more time. Sergeant going to go ahead, pass it forward to the team. And Trishant, very slowly, finds the angle. Too quickly in 20 seconds.
They just overwhelmed them right off the bat. I mean, it took 1 kill, a 3v2 situation. They push forward, they punish the enemy, and it's really hard to play defense against all of the offense that Revenant had going for them. They've got the Pam, they've got the Carl. Again, a lot of health points on the field. It's going to take a lot of resources, a lot of hit shots to take them down. And Revenant Esports take a clear advantage of that. It's going to come down to who can have a hot start. Sugar Rush coming in now for Bonnie. So they're looking to push up here, dribble down the left-hand side, kick over Trishant. Going to pick this up for now, put it back towards the midfield. But in the meantime, B is going to fall. A dive forward coming in, though. A very aggressive play. Didn't work out this time. A continued fight over this mid to see if anyone can get something going.
I liked the idea, I liked the play, but honestly, it was just a missed shot. Carl didn't hit the Bonnie, and because of that, plays dead in the water. And so, bunch of time on the clock here. Ball midfield, Sergeant sent back to base. And it'll be enough for 4 button to jump forward literally, 1 and 2. Panchita, though, by himself, and Trishant, well, by himself, takes care of 1 and 2. So we're back to the midfield one more time.
Now it's going to be 4Button trying to play goalkeeper here. That's a takedown for Response. Now dribbling the ball. Left-hand side, Sargent looking for pink shots. Trishant on the right picks up one. The protective pirouette continuing to pop off. And Response taking his sweet, precious time for that goal. 1-0 here for Revenant Esports.
Tough stuff there for 4Button. A nice play on the left side, but just short of being enough to find that goal. Because of that, Revenant now getting aggressive right side as well. Trishant eats some of the damage, but his teammates are dealing. Hadashit falls down. 2 players on offense. Left side passes it to right. Sargent misses the ball twice. And because of that, no goal opportunity. Oh, man, you got to pick that up, dude.
Yeah, that's a tough one to see for sure. And now 4Button are going to have an opportunity here with 30 seconds to go. Sargent, though, makes up for it. Left-hand side picks up the kill. Aaron continuing to apply pressure on the right. They have a super in hand. They would love to see another double jump in if they could. So Aaron's going to need to charge up this super. It's going to come down to the final moments here to see if 4Button can end things right here, right now, and drag it on to a third.
Well, here comes the jump in, and one's bad, the second's bad as well. A little bit of rough stuff there for the Assassins. And Revenant are able to take this one and then some. And we go to a set number 5. That look right there? Well, that look right there. That look right there was, we shouldn't have been here in the first place, boys. Let's win number 5.
I agree. I think that's a very determined, all right, no funny business. Let's get on here. We haven't lost so far this year. I don't want to start now. You said it before. These guys are hungry. 4Button looking to prove that some of the other teams in this region are cut out for this. And Revenant trying to prove them wrong, trying to show that they can be the team that leads this region the entire year. I'm sure losing to the 6th seed is not the team that they especially want to lose to here. And that's a nice goal as well. I mean, watching these replays, it felt like for the most part, you know, we had a little bit longer than expected game number 2 after a missed opportunity, but nonetheless, Revenant were pretty much in the driver's seat to me. That didn't feel like 4Button had many opportunities to score a goal. Just felt like it was all Revenant there, and I think the stats kind of show for it here too. Sargent with the 7-piece, Trishant 6 as well. I mean, both of those, you know, more than or equal to than the entire other team's kills combined. I think really just illustrating how well they played that set.
Yeah, I think 4Button kind of had like a real obvious strategy here with the double jump. You know, either take care of players on the field or go ahead and we saw the leapfrog kind of pass play on that left side that wound up failing to deliver, so to speak. But that was their game plan, and it was figured out. Because of that, Revenant sends them back home. But shake the Etch-a-Sketch. It's all about this one bounty set. Nothing else matters. Forget your momentum, forget who won set 4 or set 3 or how quickly set 2. Forget it all. This is the only set that matters. Winner takes all for the month of June. June, right? It's June. For the month of June. We're there, dude. We got there.
Absolutely nailed it. And I agree. Best of 1 at this point. Anything can happen. Doesn't matter your seeding. Doesn't matter how you got here. All comes down to one final moment. And they're entrusting that moment in Penny as their first overall selection. Neither side playing games with the Shelly, Tick, Sprout, traditional bans here. I know for a fact that a lot of pro players get super annoyed with brawlers like Tick. When he is good on a map, it is frustrating to deal with. The area denial, the constant mines on the map. Now he has a better gadget than he used to, so his super does even more HP than it had before. It's nuts. So getting rid of that, I'm sure, is a very safe choice and something that they're gonna very much enjoy not seeing here. Squeak, RT, immediate selections here from the left-hand side. I like the RT pick.
I mean, you want to talk about annoyance. Squeak and RT certainly gonna be there. Area denial abound from the Squeakster. RT just, it's a long-range sharpshooter. Well, he kind of does everything, but his long-range sharpshooter style is certainly a little devastating, extra damage, etc. So that's kind of the classic layer cake selection here. That's the option over for Revenant to see who will team up with Penny. And Gus going to be the first one. So long range there. 30 seconds on the clock.
When I see Gus, immediately I'm wondering what they're pairing with it. Right now, Gus, a very strong option in the meta, mainly for his super. He does have that long-range capability, but to be honest, he can make a strong brawler even stronger with the amount of health that he gives. They're going to choose an aggressive one. They're going to go with Leon. It's somebody that we've started to see a little more in the meta here and there across the world, but I think pairing this brawler with Gus makes a lot of sense. It's going to give Leon extra HP. And again, I know I keep saying it, but when talking to pro players on this offseason, it's something that really matters here. And that's why Gus is going to shine, I think, in the finals this entire weekend across our different regions. When pairing it with Leon, he can go invisible. He's got the lollipop drop. And also, he does a lot of damage up close. He's an assassin that now we just gave extra health points to. Very scary stuff. And now we get to see the man in the tank. His debut appearance here in the BSC.
With the way layer cake works, Hank might be busted. With the way layer cake works, Hank's whole thing might be really, really tough to deal with. I think the Leon pick was really attractive, and now with the Hank, I'm just trying to be everywhere he's not, pretty much. That's the whole goal here for Sargent if he takes the Leon to the field for sure. Overall, I don't know. I want to see how Hank plays. As you said, this is the debut here. Fahim going to be piloting the Shrimp Man. So look at this denial that Fahim can bring. How do you engage on this left side? It's just very, very tough.
Yeah, I mean, look at all that coverage it has. He just blows up the little balloon, and there's nowhere to walk for about a quarter mile. You have to just move the other side. He's got so much HP to work with, especially with these indestructible walls and the brawlers that they've selected. What can you do? You can't tear him down, and they're just going to send Sargent straight at him. Again, low HP, now being hit with a super here, too. Going to be slowed down. The Gus bubble going down. Drashot protecting for his teammate as well. A very clutch kill to keep his teammate alive, and rather than going down, they actually end up grabbing a 1-star lead there.
Fahim swapping now, sending Squeak over to the left lane. Fahim going to try and make business work on the right side. Getting aggressive and going to be able to hit that turret through the wall, which is certainly some really big Hank tech that we're going to see for sure. And 4Button pushing up one layer of the cake. Revenant leading 2-1 so far. Not much death.
I'm nervous.
Sargent. Trouble. Down he goes. Aaron gets the kill.
Yeah, I'm nervous for the Revenant guys in that spot, but honestly, they find a pretty good way out of it. And until they lost a couple kills, they were backed up against their wall, and now they're the ones that have to get aggressive here in the final moments, but they can just kind of hold on to this big bubble, right? Sargent doing his best, but Fahim responding so well. Response just forced to move in. Can't quite get it done there. A team wipe going down, and a real opportunity here at an upset, I thought.
Yeah, one away from taking it. We did see a really cool play. Check out Drashot here. The last minute shield and then the turnaround to slam Fahim home. Really nice play there from Drashot, but unfortunately, that might make a mark on the highlight reel. It doesn't make a mark on the top score bug graphic. 4Button now one away from taking it from Revenant and Kenny. How many monthly finals have Revenant won?
All of them. Quick math. Yeah, all of them.
4Button, the 6th seed in India, threatening the undefeated Revenant Esports. And doing so with Hank. This one's fun.
Yeah, pretty wild stuff, and with a little new twist to their roster as well. Something I think a lot of people, including myself, were excited for, but 4Button have an opportunity, and this is a great composition, I might add. If they need to just hold back, hunker down, they've got Hank with a lot of HP who can pop his shots through the wall. They've got Aaron, who RT, long-range brawler, but can deploy his legs and just be a Jackie for a little bit if he needs to. So much that can go right here for 4Button, and it's going to be left to Revenant to try and, hold on to this lead for now. stay ahead, but the blue star, one thing that at least 4Button can claim, and now Aaron with a kill here too. 4-3, what possibly could be moments away from a new monthly final champion.
And I'm glad that 4Button is still playing the way they are. I think it could be real easy, Kenny, to kind of like play it too safe here and then get cornered. Revenant kind of step over you. I like that 4Button are still going for a couple of these kills, trying to prevent Revenant from being able to just blitzkrieg them towards the end. Revenant with a lead change, half a minute to go, 6-4.
Now they've got Aaron left-hand side here too. Fahim leading the charge on the right. Sergeant going in, diving in, and going down immediately. I don't know what he was thinking. I just don't think Leon can win that interaction. And with 12 seconds to go, it's going to be Gus with a bubble, a pop of the gadget here. RT gets the kill. Hank sitting pretty on the right-hand side. And Response not going to be winning his opening monthly final with the new roster. 4Button, new monthly finals champions.
Absolutely fantastic play. Hadashit very, very excited. You can see him just, oh my goodness. and probably rightfully covering his mouth so we can't see what he's saying to his teammates. I'm sure extremely wholesome for sure. But listen, man, you're allowed to say whatever you want after you take down the undefeated team from that 6th seed position or 6th in the region, however you want to say it. Not a lot of people. What was event.brawlstars.com had, I think, over 90% towards this way. I might be a little bit off there. I think I saw just single digits on 4Button's side. Revenant is the known quantity. Prashant and Sergeant and Response are transcendent players in this region. And 4Button, they didn't accidentally win here, Kenny. This was strong Brawl. This was good play. They earned their victory. And I stress that because sometimes things happen. This time around, 4Button, they played the better Brawl Stars in a best of 5.
I think they had some excellent strategies throughout this entire match, right? And, you know, we see it here in Bounty. It's easy to look at the numbers, and especially when it comes down to simply who had the most kills, it's clearly 4Button. 3 kills for the entire side of Revenant. And 4Button really earned this one, like you said. This was no mistake. I think from the draft to the gameplay, it looked pretty good throughout. You know, Revenant Esports, still a team I'm absolutely not counting out in future months. I still think the future very bright for them. Very good odds at LCQ moving forward and things like that, especially with the international experience they recently added in our little break. But 4Button more than deserved to celebrate here today. Congratulations to them, and certainly something I did not see coming, but I love being proven wrong.
Yeah, man. Revenant still an absolute top dog in the region. Even Faker dies once or twice. But let's toss up the bracket real quick. 4Button, 3/2. That is not a mistake. 4Button takes advantage of the situation and puts down Revenant. Revenant and Marcos were on the same side of the bracket. That's your number 1 and your number 2 team here, Kenny. And so Revenant had an opportunity to kind of make some moves. 4Button says no and really shakes up the scene a little bit. I like it.
I like it too, and not to mention as well, Revenant only a couple weeks ago owed that number 2 team, and now the difference maker is only 9 points for 4Button.
Wow.
Winning a grand finals elevates you 100 points, so winning that there was a big deal, and now Marco's gaming spot really starts to become into question.
Man, from 1-4-3 to 2-4-3, like you said, Marcos Gaming's very, very close. Should 4Button win again, they are at 3-4-3, and it's still tough to dethrone Revenant, but we have a couple monthly finals, and it is absolutely mathematically possible for 4Button to wind up as the numero uno. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know, because Revenant and Marcos are still beasts to be reckoned with. Marcos could have wound up winning that semifinals, and Marcos could have been the squad here, winding up in the grand finals. This Indian subregion is a lot of fun to watch because of all the ins and outs.
Agreed. I mean, that was a lot of fun, and I think it's nice to kind of see a little refresh, right? We love to see people challenging the top. I think a lot of the narrative for this region has been Revenant. We even made the joke earlier. How many grand finals they won? All of them. Not anymore, man. I love to see it. Just shows that this region is climbing, getting better and better, and that we're pushing the competition here in 2023.
Well, that wraps up our June monthly finals for the first two sub-regions that we jump into. India and SEA tied with a bow on top. Coming up next, though, one of the most competitive regions in Brawl Stars, full stop. East Asia coming at you after the jump.
big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first in, last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling.
Welcome back, everybody, to the BSC Monthly Finals East Asia edition. We are headed into what FDOT called perhaps the most competitive region in Brawl Stars, and I will say confidently is the most competitive region in Brawl Stars based off the last couple of years, but headed into this year, it's still continuing to ramp up. Kenny, I'm excited to see what's been cooking, especially following Masters.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens here in the second half. East Asia has been heavily regarded for a long time as a powerhouse of a region. Obviously, it still is, but as the international #1, dethroned for now. Reply Totem, of course, taking Masters, and so I've got some question marks about Crazy Raccoon. I'm not used to seeing these fellas lose, so how are they going to respond? How are these other teams? Maybe they smell blood. Maybe they jumped the gun as well. I think there's a lot of questions that we have to answer here, and today is going to be the first of those questions answered.
Exactly, and before we can get into the now, let's talk history. What has been leading up to this point? So far, Crazy Raccoon on top in this region, but Reject are close behind, getting their fair share of victories. They have one monthly final victory, Crazy Raccoon with the two other ones, and Affiliate Esports sitting nice and pretty in third with one victory over Crazy Raccoon, the most dominant team in this region so far. Chasmate Gaming EA also in fourth place up here, which unfortunately they won't be greeting us this time in the monthly finals in the top 4 in East Asia. So some things, a bit of turbulence in this region, I think we should like to say, but following Masters, I think we have restored our expectations a little bit with which teams might be on top.
Yeah, and not to mention, too, Chasmate Gaming EA getting defeated by a team that's not even in this top 8 right now. So turbulence for sure. LCQ certainly in question for them. So they are a team we are going to have to see step forward here in later months. I think this is a team, including myself, that had high expectations for these guys. Obviously, some of them have made grand finals at a global stage, at world finals, and they just haven't been able to deliver so far this year. Granted, they've played Reject 3 times, and Reject's pretty darn good, but nonetheless, they've taken one set, which is a pretty tough stat line.
Yeah, definitely the macro. Let's talk also about Chasmate Gaming EA. We saw that they fell a bit earlier than we expected in the quarterfinals to Sunny 10. Will now be playing versus Reject today in that first semifinal. Crazy Raccoon and Affiliate Esports in the second semifinal of the day, with Affiliate Esports taking down Rising Sun East Asia to get up on the spot. A 3-2 victory. Definitely a close call, but Affiliate and Crazy Raccoon have faced before in the semifinals, and well, we remember that outcome. It was yet another surprising one. So is this region still full of surprises? I would definitely wager so. I'm excited to get into these first couple of semifinals leading into the grand finals for this region.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun, too. This is setting up to be another exciting month of East Asia. And like I said, I'm excited to see how Crazy Raccoon does. We could see Reject back in action. Affiliate, we've seen the ceiling of these guys. They've been one of the most heavily regarded strong teams in Crazy Raccoon. They're one of the 3 teams this year that have ended up doing that at a global level. That's a crazy thing to think about. So hearing all of that, seeing all of that, and now we throw Sunny 10, a little wild card in the mix. Can they hold their own against Reject? Whereas teams like Chasmate Gaming EA, for example, haven't been able to quite do that. A Choppy, of course, a strong player on that roster too. So a lot to juggle here in East Asia. I don't know. I think, like you said, anything can really happen here, and this is definitely a region of chaos.
Yeah, well, even in the midst of all that chaos, it's our job to have an opinion on it, and we also want to hear y'all's opinion too. The poll's up on event.brawlstars.com. Share us your thoughts. Who is going to win the monthly final in this region? And you know what? I'll just go ahead and lay it out. I think it's Crazy Raccoon. Dude, I called it at the beginning of the year. I think that these guys are your 2023 Brawl Stars World Champions, but on a smaller scale, can they be the champions of this monthly final with some stiff competition across the way and a bit of uncertainty in the mix too? I'm not so certain as I was at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I definitely think a lot more question marks raised after the international scene. They're 2 of 3 in terms of grand finals, which is still pretty darn good if you ask me. This is a very strong team, plenty of time to recover, but how do they respond from being in a spot they really haven't been in too often? These guys have not lost many international events that they've played at. Take Tensai, for example. We didn't see him at MSI last year, so he won Worlds, won the next Worlds, and now at Masters, this is really the first time I think he's faced that level of adversity. So I'm curious to see how they respond to that. But if I had to go with a prediction too, if I had to put my chips in, I would go with Crazy Raccoon. I was with them in the preseason. I'm going to stay with them now. But for Sunny 10 and Reject, hard for me to go against Reject here. I feel like they're just a pretty strong favorite in this matchup.
Well, speaking of Reject, they've got to earn their spot in the grand finals versus Sunny 10. We'll get acquainted with now. We're getting into our very first semifinal of the day in Sunny 10. This is their opportunity to leave a mark on their region, or this could be the beginning of a story arc that extends into the second half of our competitive season. It's Shu, IC, and Sunny Kama from Sunny 10, and I'm excited to see what these guys are capable of versus such a titan like Reject.
Yeah, definitely tough opponents to face here early, but an opportunity here, their first one so far this year on the big broadcast day. Some players that are eager to prove themselves, and of course getting the win that they did. As much as we've said about Chasma Gaming maybe not necessarily getting it done at this top 4 stage, they still are a talented roster, a lot of great players that have historically done so well in Brawl Stars. So clearly these guys have something in them to get them here. We'll have to see if they can take it to the next step though.
Yeah, well, they've already accomplished quite a lot, but Reject across the way, these guys have a lot of history behind them already this year and in previous years. Achapi, Minmi, and Levy, all amazing players. We've seen them take a monthly final so far this year, and it's the same old from these guys. What has changed month by month? A question that we love to ask but can only be answered in the gameplay.
Absolutely. I think Reject's a really strong team, and one I'm really keen to see how they can do here. It's players that we've seen like Achapi, who got to play at Masters, but with a very different roster, of course. They changed things up there. You know, the ESL season very different sometimes than our BSC. So now Achapi back with the guys he's played with all year long. The new roster that he is with for 2023 went off on his own here, and now with an opportunity to try and leave a legacy. So we'll have to see if they can accomplish that here against a team where they're pretty strong favorites.
Yeah, well, of course, only time will tell as we prepare for the first match. Everyone getting ready to head into the very first set of this showdown. Once again, excited to see what they have in store for us as we head into Split. And this is a bit of a newer introduction into the competitive map pool. It's not one we are as familiar with, at least over the course of the last year, but that's kind of the fun of things, as we continuously rotate around that map pool, keep the players on their toes, and ensure that the best Brawl Stars players around, the most adaptable ones, the ones that have the best understanding of this game's dynamics, are the ones who end up on top.
Yeah, going to Split's a really fun one here. It's always a little extra dynamic when you've got 2 hot zone points here. Kicking things off with a Stu, a very aggressive brawler, one that can go for the wall break or the speed zone, depending on what their opposition plays here. No Griff, no Gray, no Sprout. On the other side, an additional Poco, Van as well. Very interesting stuff. No Colonel Ruffs either, so no bounce shot there. I think some really interesting stuff. I don't think too often people are going to be used to seeing Poco and Sprout in the ban stage, but this is one where these players are taking their stance. They don't want to face this, and now they're going to be responding with a Spike. Life plant opportunity into a brawler that can really only focus one thing at a time, which is why Spike is oftentimes so good into Stu. We'll see what they end up pairing this with here. From both sides, though, very understandable and somewhat consistent on this map for picks.
Yeah, definitely understandable on my part too. Reject with the early Stu pick is a little risky to me if you ask me, simply because, yeah, you're able to find a lot of utility from breaking open some of those walls, but Stu is pretty straightforward to counter. If you ask the North American in me, I am 100% North American, so I guess it's all of me, is you get any kind of spawnables out here. It could be the Tara Shades, it could be even, you know, the Mr. P ding over there on the right lane or the left, whichever you choose, as long as you're getting some cannon fodder for Levy to be tripped up on. Love the Squeak selection as well, going to be able to shove things off. Still going to have some trouble versus Willow, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. In terms of throwers, Willow is certainly somebody newer to the meta, of course, but we've seen her here and there. It's mostly on maps like Field Goal, but now all of a sudden, you know, we're going to get to see her appear on Split. She's going to be faced off against Shelly, who's a shotgun brawler, very aggressive, high damage. We saw the power that Shelly can hold into really good opponents for her, into good counters, and certainly Willow is somebody with light HP that Shelly can shine against, but we'll have to see how it works with all these walls in play here too. Curious to see how the wall break's going to go down for either of these sides, as it's really Stu with that only option, and then of course a Shelly super. So B going to be their choice to respond to this. Very interesting compositions. I don't feel like either of these are ones that necessarily you would see on like a puzzle cover, right? I don't necessarily think they're naturally blending together. It kind of seems like everybody's just piecing it together bit by bit here and just trying to fit it all in. So to be honest with you, this is something that we're not used to seeing. No clear-cut roster options, but nonetheless, I'm excited. I think, like I said, Spike a good option. The Stu, we get the Sweep coming in here, the newness of Willow, and of course, I'm always down for a Shelly on the map. Let's get some shotgun blast going.
Now let's see what she gets up to as she moves over to the right side. We'll see Sunny Kama on that B. And this one had me thinking basically the same as you, Kenny, where I was like, now this is a good brawler, but I don't see how it fits with the rest. Typically we see B played with wall break brawlers, and maybe what they're trying to do is force Reject to have trouble with breaking open some of these walls. Minmi's still going to rush forward on the right side, completely rushing Sunny Kama down. Icy seriously pinched, but he's not even that much of a consideration. It's all about Shu and affording a Choppy some room on the left side. Well done by Reject. They've already won a couple of lanes so far. A takedown into Icy on the right side also keeps Levi alive. Minmi now trying to move over to the right side, playing that mid-roll heavily, but maybe stretching himself a bit thin.
What a great start here for Reject. They're able to hunker down on both sides here. Now Choppy, not even worried about the percentage points. He's just trying to stay aggressive, keep Shu on his back heel. Levi blasting his way down this left-hand side. Minmi skating up and down the map. Lots of kills going down for this red roster here as Reject continue to run away with the lead.
The Sunny 10, they just keep on filtering brawlers into mid, but they can't really accomplish much. Actually, a takedown from Shu on the left side. This does afford them a bit of room. It's not a complete capture on the left. Reject still are going to have to fight a little bit more to guarantee their victory here. It's only 3%. A Choppy might have enough. Nope, no. Had enough gas in the tank to make that work on the left side and walk right through, but if you get mind control to walk away, it doesn't work out in the end. Levy looking for that last bit of capture, but still 1% remains. This has got to be a win in the bag for Reject. They only have to walk onto this point, but Minmi doesn't have too much health. A Choppy Levi might be able to make up some room here. Mind controlled perhaps over to Minmi, walking away once again. It could be the Sunny comeback.
Oh, I was going to say they were living on a prayer there. If they had somehow managed to pull up all the mind control shenanigans to win that, it would have been incredible. But too much of a lead to handle. Good plays here from Reject, and I think it came down to the really early game. They established control on that right-hand side, the away side for them very early. That's the toughest part of it. They made it look easy. They can't give it to them that easily, so we're going to have to see Sunny's 10 step it up here and not give up those kills on this right-hand side so early.
I want to focus down on Minmi, especially because he simply rocketed up the right side. He was farming those supers left, right, and center. Ooh, complete takedown. Icy and Sunny Kama making impact at the exact same moment to one-shot Stu. And now getting themselves some room on the right side. They got to be cautious about feeding that super to Levy. Here's the first super. Not devastating wall break. Minmi actually isn't able to get enough room to push through on the right. A Choppy is also able to get some capture on that left side in spite of Shu gradually chipping him down. So far, so good for both teams. Reject really fighting for their lives in a lot of respects, especially on the right, where Icy and Sunny Kama have locked it down in vast discordance with what happened in the last game.
Love that gadget play coming in from Shu. What a way to avoid the squeak super, but the second go around couldn't quite get it done. A Choppy winning the left-hand side. Dual Minmi looking for a wall break right. Shots being fired. A Choppy branching out as well, assisting against the enemy of Sunny 10. Icy though throwing up a few shots. A takedown there. Levi shotgun coming out. This time it's the sniper edition though, and be forced away for now though. Icy there to cover his teammate. A nice takedown. And in game number 2, it's going to be Sunny 10 walking ahead with a strong lead here, capturing their entire right-hand side early.
We already saw how effectively they were able to hunker down the left side. Levi might end up supering some of his teammates. Nope, not quite able to do that in the mind control form. No super available at that point when you're being mind controlled. Levy on the left side trying to get the takedown on Shu. Well done with the gadget. Mimi, though, powers right through as soon as it expires. And Sunny 10 still are in a winning position. Just 11% more to acquire on the left side. They don't have any wall breaks, so it could be difficult to deal with Levy. Sunny Kama gets a good pinch. Mimi also breaking open the wall, forced to move over to that right side. Could be a free kill for Sunny Kama. Not quite, but the percentage continues to tick up for Sunny 10.
Yep, they're down to their final 8% here, and Mimi finally capturing this left-hand side has only gotten them to 60%. Shu now on this side, super available, and Levi knows how this story ends. It's Sunny 10 responding after a struggle in game number 2, in game number 1, and exploding in game number 2. Excellent stuff coming in from them, and again, I think it really comes down to those early game interactions. Are they going to give the other side, Shelly and Stu, too much room? If you give them an inch, they took a mile in game number 1. That time, they could not do the same. Early takedowns paved the way for them to get a nice win, and this time, it's going to result in Reject making some changes.
IC and Sunny Kama on the right side basically made this impossible to traverse area on the right. As long as they were able to deny the supers to Levy, there was no way for Reject to push through, but Levy now has cleared things out. There's no preliminary control. He already farms up that first super, and that basically negates a lot of the power that Sunny 10 had in that last game. There's not going to be any corridor that they can fire down because Levy can simply tear it up. There's the last clay pigeons as well. Menmi might fall on the left side, not able to get that super back. Things are wide open for Shu to start taking control. Sunny Kama also with a good snipe on the right. Choppy could get taken down. 603 health remaining on Sunny Kama. He was just one hit, but Choppy wasn't able to connect. He escaped with his life and no connection on a Sunny Kama. Reject still fighting for their lives on the right side, but IC comes out on top.
Shu with a nice dodge there as well. Actually survives and now has a super in hand too. Unfortunately missing that, but does avoid all the shots coming in from Shelly. Now in hot pursuit, Menmi. Levi trying to move up this left-hand side of Choppy, successfully doing so on the right. And now both sides being touched down on. It's going to be 80% in climbing here for Reject. Moments away from hitting that 100 marker if they can just hold on to the left.
2 hot zones, 2 points of interest. A furious fight on both sides. Shu with yet another gadget on the left side. Levi starts to clear things up, but the stick around is enough to shut things down. And Choppy on the right side still seeks to maintain control. Sunny Kama's having a real rough time fighting for this one, but a lane rotation from Shu might be enough to send a Choppy backwards. Reject are just inches away from claiming the victory, though, as the percentage continues to tick up. They have to be defended on the left side. Well done. 2 kills from Sunny 10 on the left. But still, the play is on the right. How do you attack one zone and defend the other effectively? Sunny 10 are going to have to do exactly that, but it might be impossible. A big rush in from Minmi. He's untouchable, it seems, the last percentage point. And Reject clutch up the game and finish off the set.
Well played, and a nice attempt at a comeback there in game number 3. It felt like Reject were kind of in control a little more in game number 3. Good adjustments as well, I will say. You know, sometimes it's just the same formula every single time. 2 brawlers go one side, 1 brawler go the other. They stick to the same thing. No, they end up switching it up a little bit in game number 3. It worked really well. They explode down that right-hand side, get the kills necessary, and immediately Sunny 10 are fighting their way just to climb back in percentage points. Again, if you can get the other sides quicker, it's going to help a ton. It's all about getting the easy side and your home side, and then doing what you can on the tough side. And Reject made the tough things look easy there in the ones that they won in game number 1 and game number 3, of course. But I was really impressed with a few things. I thought Shu did a great job, a few awesome gadget plays. You got to see Willow shine a little bit, how pesky she can be with her super. Overall, I feel like Sunny 10 are in this, but Reject, obviously with the 1-0 lead, being the favorites coming into this, still my betting favorite. But I'm impressed with Sunny 10. I thought that was a great showing.
Oh, of course. I mean, of course, there's a score line, and the score line says 0-1, but Sunny 10 did show some pretty good chops in the end. I mean, look at that. Look at all that DPS. Look at those kills, too. Sunny 10, I think that really they ran the same strategy repeatedly, and it was quite effective when they were able to capitalize on it. Reject, they tried something new. They switched up the lanes for the very last game. Having Squeak on that right lane seemed to be really the last nail in the coffin for Sunny 10 because they did start to clutch up in game number 2, but was not effective. See, they were able to play the response game to Reject. They were able to download their opponent after 1 game, but you have to make these adaptations on the fly to get the real leg up on your opponent in the best of 3 format.
That's right, and I think that just shows how long Reject have been at this game. They've shown it time and time again throughout these monthly finals, all very talented players as well. Now we're moving it along to Brawl Ball, where Poco, leading man of the marching band, going to be the first overall pick. That is very interesting stuff. I'm not used to seeing Poco kind of be this first overall pick here ready. I do see the bands come through, though. We see some pretty normal ones on this left-hand side. On the right, it's going to be a Nita selection, and of course, their band's pretty standard as well. Very interesting stuff to see Nita picked this early. I think Nita's somebody that we have to take a little more seriously here, especially in the last couple months or so. She's definitely been a stronger option, especially with the emergence of some of these other brawlers like Shelly. Nita can be a great option, and Bruce the Bear, easily my favorite fourth man on the field.
Exactly what was on the tip of my tongue. It's got to be the Shelly and Nita interaction. This is a very viable next pick for Reject, but they could also simply decide, nah, we don't want to play Shelly, and they don't get to play it either. And here's the Shelly selection from Reject. And this is sort of the you know, definitely good drafting, and also the drafting that we have observed in the past continuing on into the present. I want to remark on the Poco, though, something that I've heard about, at least in my conversations with Wiggly Spoo, who knows a lot about this region. It is, of course, his home region, that in East Asia, they focus a lot on what like the 3v3 matchups, the 2v2 matchups look like, not just those lanes, which is the typical dynamic, the sort of approach used to understand the game in the West. And here's the Ashe to follow, actually. I like this. I like this combo. I want to see what Reject are going to be able to do into it. I think Nita is definitely going to be an effective way to farm a lot of supers off of Shu, but still, more brawlers will be thrown into the mix to shake things up.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. A lot of the times when we're up here analyzing, we're talking about those one-on-one situations, but it's a team game. There's 3 brawlers on each side, so Poco plus Ashe, certainly stronger than Ashe by himself. I am still nervous, though, for this blue side. Nita, a great option into Ashe for cycling super. Shelly, that shotgun blast does really well into Ashe, and obviously the super can pierce through multiple enemies. They're going to pair this with Leon. Again, somebody we've seen a lot more than I kind of expected this weekend so far here, but nonetheless, Lollipop Drop, Invisible, can get really aggressive against the enemy when up close, but Shelly can kind of meet him up close, and that's where Ashe's strength and Leon's strength lie, except Shelly traditionally wins that one-on-one matchup. But like you said, there's heals that come through from Poco. There's a lot more to it than just that, but Tara was the one I was looking out for. It is so tough right now to run tanks when Shelly, Tara, in this region, especially Ims, show up all the time. We even see Ims and B out. There's still 2 brawlers available that are perfect counters in the tanks. Tara is somebody that shows up all the time right now in East Asia. This is a region especially that I expect to play this now recently. I'll call it a buff kind of brawler, a little mix and matching there and some of the things that they did in balance changes, but nonetheless, she's clearly in a stronger state than she was. I expect a lot of Tara this weekend, especially when we see it against these tankier options, and you mentioned it earlier on the broadcast, one of the strongest supers in the game, paired with the Shelly, paired with great matchups. I'm loving what Reject are putting down right now.
Dude, and this one gets me a little bit excited because I wonder if we see the gadget from Tara that allows her to see inside bushes, given that there's so much piercing damage on the opposing side. Well, it's not going to serve them much use now because they're getting completely rushed down. Levi falls, and Achapi is the last man standing. Great clip of that corner from IC, an easy walk in, and Sunny 10 are steamrolling their opponents, but Reject have found some time to charge up some supers. One in particular, Minmi Achapi, now has a super as well. This could be a big play on the opposing side. They gotta get these enemies grouped up, and Sunny 10 have to know, no, a whiffed super, unfortunate for Reject, and this is the opportunity for Sunny to push forward.
Both of these teams have a lot of firepower. They can make quick plays happen, and now a double takedown there. Menmi, opportunity to go for this ball, kicks it over the right-hand side. Levi now shoots it through. Oh, what? It was so close, but 2 stepped forward in the nick of time. What was seconds away from being a Reject response? Now they're gonna have to do it all over again. This time, though, Achapi, I don't think, gonna whiff this super. Sucking in Poco real quick. Levi walking it forward. 3 brawlers standing. Low HP, a quick dip in, and Menmi puts in the back of the net. 1-1 overall, but it got scary there for a moment.
A recovery for sure, but I'm definitely not letting them forget about that mistake just moments ago. Unfortunate, but still, 1 in the goal for Reject. Levi has that combo. It's the deadly one. A shot forward and a super, but Shu still able to receive that ball. Wasn't pushed back far enough, and this could actually be the kill shot. Sunny 10, they're gearing up for the final push in. Cautious not to feed these supers, especially Achapi, making sure to stay away from him. Levi also can deal a whole lot of damage. Here's the bear and the faux fur activated as it goes down mid. IC has to stay alive and healthy. Achapi now has the super. There's IC taken down. Reject start to maneuver down the field. Shu has to push this ball somewhere away from the opponents, really anywhere. Sunny 10 are on the ropes.
This is going to be a tough spot as Menmi picks up the ball. A team wipe here, a shotgun blast from Shelly, and Menmi puts it in. Well played there, and again, explosive compositions. We have Leon and Ash on the blue side who can go down the field, get you a quick couple pickups, but on the other end, Tara with a dynamic pull. Shelly, it's just Shelly. Do I need to go any further? She's got a shotgun blast. It's a big scary thing that when you get up close to, she'll punish you when she's hiding in that grass. It's all going to be about how they start here, who can pick up those early kills, take advantage, and go down to the enemy goal side.
Shelly's got the big bang, and Tara's got the black hole. What more can you ask for? A stellar performance so far from Reject, and now looking to catapult that into a set victory already. But Sunny 10 are providing a lot more resilience this time. They've also decided not to take the hyper-aggressive approach that they did in the very first game. It did earn them a goal right off the bat. This time left with a 0-0 scoreline to boot. Fofer on the right side could be a push-in. It's really tough for Poco to deal with. He doesn't have too much DPS. It's got to be Ash and Leon dealing with those. Here comes the pull. Sunny Kama taken down. An easy pass up to Achapi could seal the deal. Shu still trying to stay in the way. No, take down, but he received the ball just in time. Another easy shot into Icy. No, not quite. This could still be the kill shot with Levi closing in from the top with those back left boxes cleared open. It's a goal for Reject.
So many wall break opportunities as well, and a nice play there from Achapi. He missed one, but he has not missed one since. Levi now being chased away. Shu with the finishing shot there as Bruce the Bear takes down the Lollipop. Super going down for Tara. And now the Pets coming in to assist, but nonetheless, it's still IC surviving a midfield fight. Now advantage for Sunny 10 as the Robotic Rats take the field, but Tara once again getting a nasty pull. A nice pickup here and Reject with an opportunity to respond with some offense of their own.
Here come all the shades on the right side. Sunnycom is easily able to wipe these out, and IC now pushes forward. Levi, an easy pass through as he was right on the goal line, perfectly positioned for the pass from Achapi, and a game victory for the guys as well. They are still in it.
Well played, well played. Brawl ball, that's the kind of brawl ball I like to watch. Very aggressive stuff, not necessarily the sit back and relax kind of mentality. It's proactive. It's I'm going to find a kill. I'm going to give my team an advantage. I'm going to march that ball forward. And I love to see it. I think it was really entertaining to watch. Both compositions certainly had their moments. I just think the Reject one had some great matchups. It was a little overwhelming. We saw a hot start here for Sunny 10 and then just cooled off a little bit. Too many great supers coming in from Reject. Opportunities with Shelly's super, with the Tara pulls. Here's a great one right here that just led to an easy walk-in for Menmi, who also, might I add, can add a fourth brawler onto the field, which is something tanks traditionally don't do as well into. Somebody like Leon also, not the best situation for him. So I think just really intelligent drafting from Reject, playing a very meta composition here. They didn't rely on some mid to long range kinds of brawlers. They just played the matchups right, I think. And that's what impressed me the most, I think, from their draft setting.
That's exactly it. I mean, Sunny 10, they decided to full commit. They said, we're going with the Poco, we're going with the Ash, and we're going to hammer it down the right lane. And that's what they did for the very first goal. But once Reject started to get those supers fired up, it was back to back to back. That's always the risk you're going to run with a healing and tank-focused comp is, dude, you're going to be feeding those supers. You rely on your ability to sponge up damage, but you're still giving your opponent an advantage at the same time, giving them those supers, and Reject to go for some of the more powerful supers in the game, the ones that you can reliably farm off of opponents. Well done in the draft phase. I'm very, very impressed by what Reject were able to do there because they had the supreme outdraft. It's not that often that we see a draft that clear cut. We'll see what they're able to make happen here on Dry Season as they look to close things out and add a final set to the scoreline.
Looks like no Leon this time. Tick, again, so frustrating on this map. Very understandable. They would want to eliminate that in the ban stage. On the other side, Carl, Max, Gray. Very interesting stuff going down, but a first pick overall Squeak. Again, you know, it's the second half of the year. New stuff, balance changes have gone down. Gus, somebody I was definitely more anticipating seeing before I saw Squeak be a first overall pick. It's a weird world we live in for Brawl Stars. They didn't go with a sharpshooter or a thrower first. They went with Squeak, and now we get Gus. I love Gus's statement the game right now. It's something that pro players are certainly admiring at this time. Again, HP is something super valuable. I mean, it's obviously how you stay alive and takes more shots for your opponent to kill you, but Gus just adds a quick little deployment of HP with every single super he has. Gus can go a long ways, and similar to what Colonel Russ was for a long time, can be such a great asset to your team. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but combined with an aggressive brawler, somebody like Stu, for example, gets an extra 3k or so HP to just dive in, do his thing, and then just walk out, leave, get yourself some wins.
Easy. Just don't get hit while you're at it, right? It's that
Amen.
simple. Yeah, exactly. We know everyone loves hearing that, but Reject on the opposing side, they made the decision to not pick up Gus. Let's also acknowledge that. Squeak we don't usually see until one of the last picks because he's pretty straightforward to counter. Now, Reject had been prudent about this. They've gotten rid of Carl, but Sunny 10 does have the last pick. If they decided to, they could maybe go for a Buzz or something like that. Reject have to be wise about this and decide on this final brawler. Cover all the bases possible. And also, how are they going to get that blue star fairly quickly is another big question. I see a lot of possibility for Reject to play defensively here, but on the opposing side, might be a more aggressive approach. We'll see what Sunny 10 go for as the final pick. The ball is in their court, but Reject are undoubtedly in the driver's seat as they have 2 set victories already.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Sunny 10 to come back. And as easy as we make it sound with, just add an extra 3k HP onto Stu, let him do his thing. Obviously, easier said than done. We get the privilege of just sitting back and calling out what we see. They have all the pressure on them. And with 5 seconds to go, they have a tough decision, right? They're really trying to make this comeback. Started here. Brock going to be the X factor that they're going to try and instigate into this set. He's somebody that's shown up for a long time. Obviously, these indestructible walls, he can't tear those down, but maybe going to be choosing his spots. Could run the rocket laces like we saw earlier, but I just don't see that as much with more of an aggressive composition. They may be looking to kind of tear down the walls that they want, but who knows? A lot of opportunity here. So it's going to be Gus, Stu, and Brock for Sunny 10. I do like the other side too a lot, though. I think they've got Old Lobber in play. Bell, somebody that's just pretty consistent, and Squeak can get around those walls, really get some area control and denial against the enemy team. I don't know. Pretty tough stuff. Either way, though, one set at a time for Sunny 10, and they're going to have to start here in set number 3.
I won't lie, I was thinking a bit about the rocket laces too. Orca, shout out to him for planting that idea in my head following SEA today. But Sunny 10, with that Brock, they're still able to fire through some of these walls. If one of those turrets is placed really close behind the wall, he'll be able to hit it. He also can outrange the Squeak if he so desires, but a lane switch would need to be possible. In fact, Reject are going to be the ones who go for that lane switch, more wall break on the right side. Not a whole lot for a Choppy to play around, but they do have the advantage for now, and as long as they're able to play on defense, they should be safe. But IC does have a super, and Sonny Kama could rush in once he has his own super. It's going to be tough for him to earn. Minmi can block it off quite easily with the use of his gadget. And really now we're looking at musical lanes. It's like musical chairs, but the matchups keep on switching up.
Yeah, and Sunny Kama just looking for any kind of advantage he can, but just can't find it. They all have the capabilities of keeping their distance, and Stu without a super is a lot more difficult to use here. He's going to have some perfect dodges, try and climb his way up, just look for something here. Otherwise, he's just going to be kind of your pretty average Joe. Now finally getting one, but that's all he's going to get for now. Levi even getting more aggressive in this spot here too. 1-2, not a ton of kills going down, but it seems like Reject are in a pretty good spot.
Definitely hurts to see Sunny Kama lose that super. He might be able to earn it back. There's still 30 seconds on the clock. IC slowed down, but not taken down. An activation of a gadget to weaken Levi, and he only surrenders a bit the positioning. Got to see some important supers out here. Sunny Kama especially needs to be careful of the nest egg as well as the clock begins to tick down. And the 15 seconds appear on our screen. IC has the super. They got to make a play now. He's going to pop it on himself. Look for the kill on a Choppy, but he's low on health. Sunny Kama on the right side also trips that nest egg. 5 seconds left. A Choppy has to fall. They don't have positioning, or do they? 48 damage remaining, and Sunny 10 finish him off 6-2 as a final score as we head into another game. No match point for you.
despite Stu really struggling throughout that entire game, they still get the kills necessary. They push forward, and at the right times, they put on the pressure. They get the kills necessary to get themselves a win. Timing is a big thing in Bounty. They were the last one to strike, and if you're the last one with a couple kills, sometimes that's really all you need to take a lead, and it wasn't super flashy on the scorecard or anything. A lot of back and forth each side, just trying to establish something, but at the end of the day, it's Sunny 10 surviving a little bit longer, now up 1-0 in our set number 3.
Much different game this time as Sunny Kama has that super. Oh, and now he's gone. Just like that. He was hanging quite high, and Sunny 10 are going to have to pay the price. 4 stars now earned for Reject as they pick up the second kill and a third. No, a fourth, a double kill with a squeak super. That's not something you see every day. Sunny 10 had to be feeling the pressure. Now it is not a good feeling to die that way.
A lot of stars on the side of Reject right now, and it doesn't feel like Sunny 10 have any easy escape to move out of their spawn. There's a super from Sunny Kama, something we didn't see a lot of in game number 1. They're going to have to try and find a way to get some use out of Stu here. Big super going down, but again, that shield can go so far to extending lives of your team and yourself. IC going to be staying alive here, but nonetheless, still a big deficit, or at least it was. 5-8 now. Shu stepping up when they need him most. And with 45 seconds to go, they're going to have to piece this together a few more times if they want to extend this to a 4th set.
Shu's trying to make a tear at the right-hand side, but Choppy is keeping him at bay. There's the kill onto IC, however. The fire from Old Lobber shut him down, and Sunny Kama meets a similar fate. Reject now leading confidently with not too much time remaining. They have plenty of room to back up. Minmi also is quite cautious about his star count too. Sunny Kama's going to make a big move. No payoff at all. Levi was completely out of range. 15 seconds remain. Sunny 10 have to commit now, but they don't really have any gas in the tank. They have no means to do so. They're still pushing forward nonetheless. 5 seconds remain. Sunny Kama and IC try to do something on the left side. So many avenues blocked off. A kill onto a Choppy and a return fire from Levi is all we'll see as we head into a match point.
One more to go, and Reject will be walking to yet another Grand Finals appearance. In the past few months, they haven't been super challenged at this semifinal stage. We'll have to see if Sunny 10 can do something about it. They're going to have to dig deep, find a way here, and again, Stu's somebody we got to keep our eyes on because he's that X factor on most compositions, and when Stu is getting shut down, well, your teammates losing out on a brawler. A lot of 2v3 situations it feels like here, especially when he doesn't have the range to keep up with some of these guys. So Shu, IC, Sunny Kama all gonna have to step it up here. Immediate teardown on that right-hand side as the blue star was fought over, claimed by Reject, and they will start game number 3 with the lead.
Well done so far by Reject as they do have the lead. I want to point out that we see Levy and a Choppy going for mad combos on the right side. A little distracted on the left though. Sunny Kama shut down. IC still trying to finish off that kill, but Levy equipped the right star power today. It looks like he survived and even helped a Choppy get the takedown onto IC. Return fire from Reject looking seriously formidable. Now they're switching up the duos. Levy and Minmi sticking together on the left side, trying to provide any resilience possible versus the super that IC has. Did he fire the super forward? I think he did.
Yeah, not super sure on that one, but nonetheless, not looking great right now. Thankfully, they have some incendiary shots to get through to that penny turret. But Levi backed up here in the top left-hand side of Choppy, trying to win the duel on the right. Sunny Kama waiting for the moment to strike, trying to slide through a few shots, but can't quite do so here. IC getting very aggressive, has the bubble available. Now Sunny Kama moving forward. 63 HP is surviving for now, but a Choppy closing the gap here. Response from a Reject will own this 2-star lead for now. It's going to be a close call here as Sue gets a kill, and now just a simple blue star. The only difference here as we approach the countdown.
Reject really backed up against the edge. 15 seconds remain. Shu has a super. It could be devastating damage, firing over walls even. Could be coming now. Zoning in Levi on the right side. IC has to connect these shots. He tries, but he's not able to make contact. Levi has to be shut down. Here it comes. IC taken down. Shu follows, and Reject take the win. They're headed on to the Grand Finals.
They held on in the final moments, and Reject again a clear path to a Grand Finals. They have lost a very little amount of games and sets here in the semifinals for the 4 months that we've had so this year. They are a strong team. East Asia is full with some insane depth, some talented players, and Reject time and time again have shown that they are at the tippy top here. Of course, only 10 points behind Crazy Raccoon, making another grand finals, and will once again be awaiting the other side of either Aphelion or Crazy Raccoon for yet another month.
I'll repeat something we love to say up here on the desk, which is that the scoreline tells a much different story than the individual games within the match. Sunny 10 looked seriously impressive at some important times, but Reject simply shut them down at different moments. We see moments where Sunny 10, they're able to download what Reject's strategy is and then counter it in the next game, but Reject switch it up and they stay one step ahead. This is why Reject is in the top 2 and they're only 10 points behind Crazy Raccoon in this region. Because of exactly that, they're able to stay ahead of their opponents. They don't play reactively, they play proactively and stay one step ahead at every step of the way.
Yeah, and the stats really making a tough look here for Sonny Kama, who was playing that Stu, 38 DPS, the lowest amongst them, only 1 kill grabbed. Again, you know, they go for a little high risk, high reward, and sometimes they don't quite claim that reward. I love the choice, I think, being aggressive. And of course, Stu, out of all regions, this might be the one he's played the most, but just didn't work out this time. I think really just intelligent gameplay, constantly being aware of Stu. And it did feel like a lot of the times it was that 3v2 situations. They shut down Stu of having any chance of getting that super. And it felt like a huge difference maker here, and it really shows in the kill count as well.
Yeah, and let's also note that Stu was the first pick here. So Sunny 10, this is a brawler that they were kind of stuck with in the draft after they had selected him. And he was countered by Reject by manner of they just kind of outplayed it. They stayed out of range of Stu every single time, and they managed to pretty reliably switch Penny onto that lane where she had the salty barrel to block off his shots and give him a super very few times. We even saw at different moments Stu using that super, backing away, but unfortunately not being able to reload it in that same move. So that's really the counterplay from Reject. It's a mechanics diff from these guys that sends them on to the grand finals as the bracket has now changed. It's shaped up. We have one more match to determine who Reject will face in the grand finals.
And a lot of people at home expecting that to be Crazy Raccoon. We put up a poll a little bit earlier ago, and 74% of y'all watching said Crazy Raccoon will win it all. And I don't blame you. That's kind of what we were saying ahead of time with predictions too. If we had to pick one team to win it all, I think our safe bet was Crazy Raccoon. But Reject, of course, they are a very solid team. Once again, awaiting an opponent in the grand finals. And heck, even Aphelion have beaten Crazy Raccoon already this year. It's always a really fun one to watch. Always on the edge of my seat, seeing if we can get some kinds of underdog stories, but some serious titans here for Crazy Raccoon coming up.
An expected outcome and a matchup with history to it. Crazy Raccoon and Aphelion Esports, who comes out on top this time? We've seen Crazy Raccoon reliably on top in this region, and while Aphelion Esports have taken them down in the past, these guys look pretty strong on the international stage following Snapdragon Mobile Masters. They were in the top 3. In fact, they took 3rd place at that event and looked quite strong on the last day. Tensai, Shtetampo, and Moya, all phenomenal players, and I can't wait to see what the guys accomplished today.
That's right. I mean, some great stuff coming in. And again, this is the first time we've really seen some of these guys face that international disappointment. A lot of times when they've been tasked with taking on the world, they've won it. But for now, dethroned. And it's all about starting in the monthly finals, building that momentum back up. They're used to dominating this region, and I want to see if they can get back to the old ways of doing that again. It's going to be a real test for them. Obviously, this region seemingly gets better and better every single year, so it's definitely not as easy as it even used to be, and it's always been pretty tough. So I'm excited to see what Crazy Raccoon can come up with here. They've got some phenomenal players, and despite only a 3rd place finish, I think a lot of people would still value them as arguably still the best team on the planet.
And well, Tensai himself has said that they have gotten lucky numerous times and that there's really, really tough competition in the region. And to that, I say look no further than Aphelion Esports. Milkrio, Suzuku, and Dimsy have really been tearing it up over the last couple of months and getting some important wins locked in. We'll see if they're able to do the similar outcome today. I'm once more pumped to see what these guys do. It's a real big question mark on this matchup.
The ceiling we've seen them hit so far is making to that grand finals and of course beating Crazy Raccoon along the way, but they haven't yet claimed a monthly finals win, something that Reject and Crazy Raccoon have at least one of each. So adding that to the tally for them, very important for our global standings. Keep in mind, between World Final spots and LCQ, only 3 available. And right now, especially if one of these two teams gets a victory here, well, that just slides them that much further ahead of their opposition, especially for a team like Crazy Raccoon. If they get to a grand finals and they lose to Reject, Reject takes a lead. So very important for all 3 of the remaining teams this month, as we see a very excited player cam here. Love to see it. Good luck out there. Very excited as we move into field goal.
I'll pog on cam any day of the week. Wonderful reactions from these guys, and definitely far greater than a 10% mentality on the side of a feeling. And these are your predictions on event.brawlstars.com. 90% of people predicting expect a Crazy Raccoon outcome, and I'll raise my hand and say I'm part of that 90%, man. I'm with you here. But I'm still pumped to see what a feeling Esports are able to offer versus this star-studded roster.
That's right. We can't sleep on them. Again, we've seen them beat this team before. They're going to be in a tough spot here as Barley going to be the first pick overall. A nice responsive Bonnie, though, for me. I think Bonnie is in a very solid spot in this game. Arguably a top 5 brawler in the meta, and they pair it with Gray as well. Okay, so 2 brawlers that actually can handle Barley pretty well. We've got Gray who can teleport. He's got the gadget that can pull people through the wall. And of course, Bonnie, a lot of HP, sharpshooter, traditionally not great into a thrower, but when she escapes, uses that super, and launches herself straight at Barley, not a lot the little guy can do. So I think these are 2 great choices to go with that. And my man Creo, yes sir, bring that energy on the field, brother. I am excited to see them play, and I'm even more excited now that Shelly has been drafted.
Bro's got brain power to spare. I mean, he's drafting at the same time as reacting on the player cams. I mean, dude must be thinking like several minutes ahead in terms of the draft. But here are the selections from Crazy Raccoon. You already mentioned the Shelly. Here comes Lola as well. I'm excited to see the Shelly, just like you. She's going to be breaking down some of these walls, and even should we head into overtime, she and Barley will be benefiting quite a lot from those unbreakable walls. But a feeling Esports have to come up with a final reaction. You don't want to teleport onto the Shelly, and you probably don't want to teleport onto the Lola either if you're Suzuku on that Gray. And Bonnie also takes a moment to charge up, so I think really a lot of considerations here. Ashe is their final selection. I'm a bit unsure of this one for a feeling Esports. As always, I'll wish them all the best, but I really feel like Crazy Raccoon got the draft they wanted.
Yeah, I said Bonnie was one of those top 5 brawlers in personal opinion right now. I think Shelly has a great argument for that too. It's just funny seeing how different things are from before we left. Beforehand, Shelly nowhere to be found in the top 5 brawler play rates in this region. Nowhere to be found in the top 5 ban rates. And now all of a sudden, an explosion of Shelly. And I agree, I love Ashe, right? Such a fun brawler, love the garbage man. But we saw what happened earlier, especially into somebody like Shelly. You charge forward, you get halted by the slowdown, by a much stronger Shelly than we saw 2 months ago. I don't know how to feel about this one either. We'll leave it to the players here as Tensai claims his first. It's going to be Satampo looking for another victim as well. Milcreo, low HP, does end up getting this kill. Low HP, though, is going to go down to Tensai. Moyagoku there to display some prowess with the thrower. A little herbal tonic on the ground. And a reset here in the mid as Crazy Raccoon hold on. They're going to be looking to pursue this ball.
Ideal lane matchup on the right side. Stetampo on the Shelly looks for the kill onto Dimsy. Takedown on the left as Milcreo falls, but Suzuku still tries to hold his own. Could be a free lane up the left side, but someone's going to be respawning quite soon. And it is Milcreo. Moya trying to lock things in. Here's a pop of the gadget. Moya and Tensai really crowding things in. Suzuku doesn't have enough firepower to shut things down. And a walk-in from Stetampo to start things off.
Well played here. Great offense early on for Crazy Raccoon, who now have an extra 4th brawler on the field with the Lola Ego. As Dempsey tries to juggle multiple brawlers, Suzuku looking to take advantage. A misconnection with the gadget, though. Now a feeling on with an opportunity, slowly being pushed away, though. Satampo having to deal with Dempsey. A shotgun blast right-hand side. Tensai now dribbling the ball towards the left. It's just a lone Bonnie on the goal side. Tensai, easy walk forward. The follow-through shots from Moyagoku. Nicely done there. A quick one here, and the boys in blue going to be taking the first game.
Well done for them, and honestly, a pretty confident game from these guys too. everything looked like it was completely under control. No panic, everything going smoothly. Running like a well-oiled machine. Feeling Esports now have to respond, trying to shake things up. Already Herbal Tonic down, providing some resiliency for Crazy Raccoon. Dempsey alive on the right side. Not quite the lane matchup that he wants, however, but a takedown on the left side is looking promising. Jump in for Milcreo. He's in a position to receive this pass. Shedampo a little distracted on the right side. He won't be able to defend that goal, but Moya is the dribble off of the box, but still a walk-in from Milcreo to start things off. 1 point up for Feeling Esports.
Reset here as that ball is placed on the half-field line. Satampo once again dueling with Ash. And it's advantage Shelly for now as Dempsey has to retreat. Low HP across the board for Aphelion as Suzuku tries to make a move. He's going to get 1 kill looking for the second. Moya Goku claims his life though. Rayo diving forward. The teleport through has a super available as well. And what could have been an opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to respond are now Aphelion with ball control. Or at least until Tensai stepped up to the plate. Opportunity still as they have the gadgets. Dempsey progressing up the map, and for now it's going to be Moya Goku holding on to the last call and throwing it down. CR survive. Just a little bit longer. Now have an opportunity to dribble this ball forward.
Last call expired. Same goes for the last Herbal Tonic. No more of that healing available for the Bonnie as it jumps in on the left side. Dempsey now with a pass up to the left side, just repositioning the ball to gear things up for a final one. Suzuku also has the gadget. He can use that to break the wall. And Moya seems to love hanging out behind that breakable wall. Here it comes, the teleport in, and a finish off from Suzuku. But he can't touch Tensai, not with the ego blocking so much of the damage. Dempsey now with the ball pass backwards. They have to resist this push from Shedampo, but there's only so much you can do in the face of the big barrel full of boom. Shedampo with another shutdown on the left side. And Feeling Esports just on the ropes at the goal line.
Golly, so much work being put in from Shelly, but Tensai the one to stick the landing. A ball slides through the net there, and again, Shelly just an instigator of so much damage, so many supers going down in this great matchup against Ash. Even the robotic rats, Shelly pierces right through them. Opportunity now for Milcreo, our man with energy falling here early. 12 seconds to go, dribble down the left-hand side. Moya Goku branching out, super available. Easy walk-in forward. The whole team contributing on that one. Great job there as Crazy Raccoon claps all around, claim the set.
I think that says get clapped, right? That's the applause, the self-applause from Tensai there, which is kind of funny because I was clapping on my end too. Not that anyone could see, but well done for Crazy Raccoon and a nice show for the guys too. A good display of skill as well headed into this matchup. Off of the draft, I wasn't super hopeful for Aphelion, and they got some good shots and they got some good plays, but against Crazy Raccoon, their masterful draft and their extremely controlled gameplay, they just were not able to put up.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I love Shelly's spot in the game right now, so they're almost just, again, taking a similar stance to what we saw earlier, right? We saw Poco and Ash be used in combination. They're just picking their spot. We're going with this. That's the strategy that we want. Didn't work out again. I think this is 2 times now we've been able to showcase what Shelly can do. It is a brawler you have to respect. So choosing Ash, just a little tough for me. Again, tanks are going to be really hard to slide by in our draft setting right now. We've got brawlers like Ims, Shelly, Tara, who's a recently better brawler, and one used in this region a ton. I think a really difficult spot, and just from analyzing the draft, that's one thing you can't count yourself out on. You have to draft well against a team so good like Crazy Raccoon. If you give them an inch, they will take that mile, and that's exactly what they did there, and it's showing on the stats.
Totally, and honestly, this is more of a talking point last year when we had just gotten drafted in the competitive format, where if you're able to outdraft your opponent, then you get a serious advantage. How much of the game is won in the draft? Yet another mystery that faces the competitive scene in Brawl Stars, but really the verdict is it matters kind of a lot, and you can beat an opponent with the outdraft, even if mechanically most people would rate you lower in the power rankings. Crazy Raccoon, they got the first pick this time. Aphelion have the coveted last pick here on Ring of Fire. A Lola first selection from Crazy Raccoon. They have a bit of a reputation for repeatedly picking the same brawlers, and this is yet another brawler that carries over from the previous set.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that's seemingly the approach they're going to take. Lola, somebody that's a great brawler here, high DPS, has the ego, especially when you get that shield on the ego for the freeze frame. It can put in a lot of work of kind of gaining you some map control a little bit, letting you extend yourself with a fourth brawler on the field. In response, they go with Belle, somebody that has a bounce shot when she makes connections. So running that ego a little tougher now, easier for those bounce shots to connect, of course. And Colonel Ruff's just a very consistent brawler, right? You can either run the rocket rain in this spot, you could go with the sandbags, but nonetheless, it's somebody that is great with the bounce shots, can do all right, hold his own, not the highest damage in the world, but not the least for sure, but of course can power up his teammates. I think that's what we're gonna be looking for here. The Griff, though, probably looking to piggy bank open this map, and that super is lethal.
Exactly. That is exactly what was on the tip of my tongue there. It's a super that clears out the entire point, but you gotta earn the hardware. You have to line up these shots, and while he does have kind of a wide cone that he attacks in, it is a barrage. You have to strafe accurately to get that super quickly. The Jessie selection from Crazy Raccoon. This is a brawler that's been growing quite a bit in popularity. Scrappy is, well, pretty healthy, we'll say. Definitely a lot of health to soak up in that super. Aphelion Esports now have to react to one of these spawnables. Also, the Jessie, I think, is going to be decent for taking care of some of the sandbags, so this might influence Suzuki to change over to that second gadget. Typically, players will start with that first gadget, the sandbags in mind, and then switch over to the meteorite rain if that first one is counting.
Yeah, that's a great point, too, and a good shout, because it's been a little bit since we've had some of these balance changes that have gone down, but of course, Scrappy and inherently getting a little bit of a buff there with the gear that he can get, and Jesse's somebody that's more popular, and having that turret down could be a little bit better way to try and scout out some of the enemy brawlers, apply some extra pressure, and now they have some bounce shots of their own. If they were even thinking about going sandbags into the enemy team, they're going to have to reconsider now. Of course, Leon joining the fray as well. Very aggressive brawler, somebody that used to show up a good bit on this map, and now more recently with the vision gear change is a little bit better. So it makes sense that we're seeing more Leon, and immediately he's going to put down that gadget and get to work here. Crazy Raccoon up 1-0 as we hop into set number 2.
Early game advantage going to Crazy Raccoon as well. Tensai pushing forward seriously on that right side. Has to move over to the left as he's reduced to very low health. Sandbag still down. Let's note from Aphelion Esports, the Shetampo is all the way on the right side. Those sandbags are a bit safer without the ricocheting shot from Shetampo's shocking gun. Aphelion Esports still looking for really any opening, but nothing seems to reveal itself. Crazy Raccoon have the dodges on lock, and Aphelion Esports are really teetering on the edge of this point.
Crazy Raccoon not giving them any space to work with. It's a rotate over from Suzuki trying to generate something here for the team, but Mocreo now finally touching down. But at the end of the day, all of this hard work to gain 5%. Moya still dipping his toes in. Tensai now with an ego in play too. Despite the bounce shot, can still back them off this point a little bit longer. Even if Tensai goes down, they've got Moya there. They've got Shetampo there to immediately hop back on. They're rotating these players so well, and Aphelion really struggling into this.
Suzuki was getting real sneaky on the right side, and Shetampo hit him with the very first shot to check whether he was there. He'll still get the jump on Shetampo and might have actually used a super there. Dimsy also trying to shut down Tensai, but he can't fire off the last shot in time. Crazy Raccoon just barely get that last percentage point in there to finish things off with actually a really dominating ratio there on the percentage captured. They provided no opportunities for Aphelion Esports to move in on that point, despite having relatively equal control the entire time. Crazy Raccoon, they stood in a more forward position, but they had the dodges to back it up.
Yeah, the footwork coming in from Crazy Raccoon just to allow themselves to juggle in and out of this hot zone. That's the name of the game, of course. It's an objective. Sometimes kills don't do everything, so when one brawler falls, now it's Moya's turn. He's going to go ahead and try and step onto this hot zone. They're going to trust in their teammate to get the big dodges. He's doing a wonderful job right now, dealing with Mocreo, dealing with Dempsey, holding on here and now climbing up to 25%. And Aphelion are being backed away. Shetampo being positioned really well, applying pressure to Dempsey. Suzuki can't branch out either. The aggressive brawler stuck in his own grass. 43%, not a single percentage point claimed by Aphelion yet.
Shetampo's been lethal, moving up the right lane and even penetrating the back lines. And all this time, actually, Aphelion haven't been able to grab that power-up that broke the logs just moments ago. Milkrio might be able to reach it. Moya and Shtetapo are definitely going to play around it. A secondary objective, if you will. Milkrio still able to snag it. That'll be a nice advantage for him in terms of damage and health. Tensai still remains alive, however. Nice final shot locked in for Milkrio. And 74% already captured by Crazy Raccoon before Aphelion are really able to break past that 1% mark on their side. But this is a good look for them. They might finally be able to hit their stride. Definitely have to warm up a bit more before they can reach that area. Another nest egg tripped by Tensai. Moya tries to push in too. Crazy Raccoon gradually inching towards victory.
Yeah, and even though that super didn't super connect there for Moya Goku, it did its job. It backed Dempsey away, and now only a few percentage points to go. Couple tags coming in from Milkrio, but it won't matter. Crazy Raccoon really showing what they've got in them. Dominant set number 2.
Wonderfully played by Crazy Raccoon. I was a lot more hopeful for Aphelion this time than I was in the last set, but still, yeah, the W pulled through for Tensai and the crew. Well done for Crazy Raccoon. They'll have to keep up the momentum on a crazy, not Crazy Arcade, but Crystal Arcade. Hey, maybe they'll be able to leave their mark on it in terms of a name change, but I think that might be going a bit too far. Still, though, Crazy Raccoon have been able to accomplish a lot, especially within the last set. This play from Tensai was well done, simply outlasting Dempsey there at the end. Aphelion Esports, they really did give it their all in the second game too, but they simply weren't able to deal with Shtetapo on that right side. In the early game, he was able to move things up to 75% still in the enemy backlines.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, especially for a brawler that doesn't really care to being aggressive, right? We saw him kind of hunkered down on the top right-hand side, though he positioned himself so well, grabbing the kills slowly but surely, and then just kind of holding on. It didn't really ever feel like he lost that duel. You're going to look at the kill count here, too, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised to see that the right-hand side actually led that category, but it's an objective-based game. Like I've been saying, I felt like they just rotated players in and out so well. There was never really a dead moment for Crazy Raccoon on that hot zone. The footwork for me, the dodging effort, so strong. I think that set just demonstrated the pure skill that these guys have.
Totally. I mean, Tensai was definitely the player that I saw die the most, but Tensai was also the player that I saw capture the most on that zone. So really, dying isn't a failure. It's just kind of part of getting the more percentage points locked in on the point. And that's really what it's all about, playing that objective. This time, it's gems that spawn in the middle. A similar concept, hold on to those gems, and make sure you don't let it slip towards the end. Aphelion Esports start off the draft with the Colonel Ruffs. Definitely going to be useful for breaking open either lane. You're still able to break open some stuff on this map, even with the introduction of Unbreakables. So, Crazy Raccoon now have to think about how they'll deal with the sandbags, because they can already basically wave goodbye to a good bit of their cover on this map.
It's going to be Janet as the selection for Crazy Raccoon. In this region especially, I'm looking out for Sandy as a lane option here as well. Looks like they're going to be going with Crow. A quick couple picks here for Crazy Raccoon, and 2 pretty standard ones at that. I think a lot of people pretty nervous about the balance changes that Janet got. After chatting with a couple pro players over here in NA, I think she's still going to be pretty good. Not overpowered, she never really was, but definitely not as consistent as a pick as I think we once saw her. But to see her here, I think still a really valuable super. Could be an awesome gym grab carrier, especially with the super. She can just bolt away. It's a get out of jail free card. So good choice here. And again, if they do end up running that sandbag, obviously a piercing shot to go with that as well.
Pretty much the first thing that stuck out to me from Janet was you will be able to shoot through those sandbags, and hey, they're probably going to be left out in the open too, considering that these walls will be broken down by the Colonel Ruffs, and that would pose a serious advantage for them as they've already selected yet another long-range brawler, Suzuku. And he'll be able to charge someone up with a Spirit Animal, the star power, alongside his super. Also, the bit of advantage you can get from charging someone up with the Treat from Colonel Ruffs. Dempsey now on the spike. All very, very safe selections from Aphelion Esports. No real power players here. No tank sort of character that's going to shut everything down, that's going to be the aggro. And this is not something we typically see. I expect to see a lot of work coming out from Barley, however.
Yeah, Barley was one that I think can work out here. A great matchup in general to Spike and to Colonel Ruffs. A thrower can traditionally do well in that. I was almost looking out for the Tara a little bit there to kind of mess with the life plant, to mess with the possibility of Colonel Ruff's sandbags. Obviously a super insane super, and it didn't happen. So that was when I was kind of holding my breath on it, especially for as good as that brawler is right now and how much it shows up in this region. But I think Barley can accomplish some of the things. And again, great matchup overall. Not somebody that never shows up on this map either. So I was holding my breath on that one to see if it showed up. Didn't quite happen, but I still really like this composition coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Like I said, Aphelion don't really have anything that stands out to me, that makes them more dynamic, if you will. So they're just gonna have to win some lanes. I think it's gonna simply come down to that. I love the Spike matchup into Crow, but other than that, no clear advantage, I would say, for Aphelion Esports here. And they're gonna have to try and claw their way back. Already down 3 gyms to 0. Tensai putting several gyms in his pocket to kick off this game.
Serious control played by Moy on the left side, but he's getting a bit overwhelmed. Milcreo now being peeled off by Tensai, but he stays alive, actually. Massive radius from the drop the base could be enough to take down Milcreo. It will be. And also, bit of wall break. The treat now firmly placed in enemy lines, probably inaccessible to Aphelion Esports and company, but still an important area of the map, now inaccessible and not super viable for Moya. It doesn't seem to matter too much to him, though. He's posted up on the left lane. Even with someone approaching, he's still in a very aggressive position. Tensai just needs a few more gyms to finish this one off. A couple of more, a matter of seconds, really separating Crazy Raccoon from victory, unless Aphelion Esports make a big play.
The dodges from Tensai were unreal, but a couple shots landed from Milcreo there to try and give them some kind of positioning. But Tensai refusing to go away, can always use the super if he needs it. Dive in from Satampo on the right-hand side. Crow gets the pickup here, 9-3. Last gym being claimed by Tensai, and now we have a countdown on our hands. Aphelion are gonna have to respond rather quickly.
They're not home safe. Moya could be taken down. Tensai probably completely out of harm's way because he could just super to the sky. Moya, no more walls to hide behind. Milcreo trying to go for anything, though he's being denied at every turn by Stetampo on the right side. And Crazy Raccoon head on to a match point.
Yeah, tough stuff coming in here. Aphelion just haven't quite been able to keep up with the mechanics, I would say, on Crazy Raccoon's side. I feel like we've had some, questions about the draft here and there. As somebody who just sits behind the panel, does his best to kind of judge it, ask pro players a lot of questions. I feel like they've done solid, but again, against a team like this, you either have to give yourself such a crazy advantage in the draft or keep up with their mechanics. And this is a spot where I feel like they're just going to have to duel it out and hope and trust in their skills enough to win, because their draft hasn't given them too much of an advantage. And well, Tensai and the boys have done a great job of capitalizing on that. 4-0 here to kick off game number 2. Satampo putting up a great fight on the right-hand side. Smooth sailing so far with a perfect gadget placement there from Tensai. My goodness.
That was well done by Milcreo, too. It's just maximum mechanics going head-to-head and split-second plays, resulting in a victory for Tensai. He's going to be pushed out quite a bit, though, by the gadget from Colonel Ruffs. Tensai now shifts gears onto the right side, maybe taking down Suzuku. The life plant is procced. He stays alive. Yet another one down. And he has one more gadget remaining. Stetampo swiftly takes it down. On the left side, Dempsey makes a big breakthrough, quite literally breaking through those walls and diminishing a lot of Moya's control. Take down to Tensai at mid. The gems topple the ground. Moya, cautious, does still pick those up. 6 gems on the side of Crazy Raccoon, all on top of Moya, who has no escape plan, as did Tensai.
Nice opportunity here as Aphelion Esports do claim a few gyms of their own. They still don't quite have the positioning I'm sure they would love to see. It's going to be hard. Oh, and a missed super there. Those Gust supers are so valuable, so missing out on that opportunity. Trade going down, though. Now Milcreo dashing forward, trying to claim these gyms, and all of a sudden, sometimes it's a 1 kill that makes the difference. And now Aphelion Esports, with 1 kill, have a lifeline and an advantageous positioning here in game number 2.
Just last game, the big game changer was Moya. He had that wall to work with, and he does switch onto the right side to make things work this time. He counter Spike pretty hard, and he's going to be using that to his full advantage. Dempsey on the left side is protected by that shield only for a moment longer. Tensai does try to move forward, get a bit of damage in on Milcreo, weaken Dempsey a little bit as well. They got to keep these gems safe, and Moya is built for this task, purpose-built to fire over these walls, but down goes Stetampo, and now their defenses are beginning to weaken. The countdown active for Crazy Raccoon, but it's short-lived. Moya could be taken down too. He's dodging the curveballs, and Aphelion Esports begin a countdown of their own with only 10 gems. They're not home safe just yet. Moya is still a very real threat on the right side. Another wall broken down on the left, but Moya owns the right half of the map.
Crazy Raccoon fighting to win this match right here, right now. They're going to claim the 12th. Bubble being dispersed over to Suzuku, but Milcreo needs to pick this up. Halts that countdown for now, and we could be coming down to a final gym here. It all comes down to number 15 if we get there. But for now, it's going to be Tensai claiming 13, and Aphelion going to have to find a way to deal with this.
Shitampo got the kill with that final shot, though. Dimsy taken down. A protected gym, perhaps. No, it only looked that way. Suzuku falls. A countdown temporarily for Aphelion Esports. The Crazy Raccoon are able to reel it back. Next one easily in the clutches of Aphelion, but they have to stay pretty far up if they want to make sure they get the last one. It will spawn on Crazy Raccoon's side. It could be free for Tensai. He takes to the skies and reroutes things towards the back. Could even land on top of these gyms. Suzuku trying to protect them with his life. Needs the takedown. There it is. Walking back with number 15, Aphelion Esports. Undefeatable as no one's able to reach them in the back lines. They will extend this match point.
Talk about survival. Insane stuff. And I think Tensai pops that super there with a last-ditch effort to grab that and then just take off with it. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. He couldn't quite get there first. So the other side going to barely survive that interaction. Aphelion Esports tournament lives continue a little bit longer. And as hard as that game number 2 was, they're going to have to try and do it all over again if they want to get to a set 4.
Certainly good for Aphelion Esports to continue their fight here, but something that sticks out to me is that, well, they got countered so hard by the Barley in game 1, and even though Dimsy was able to fire off some early supers in the last one, as soon as Moya switched over to the side that didn't have broken walls, the game completely changed. Aphelion had every single gem on the field, and Crazy Raccoon were still able to bring things to a tie. Big plays from Milcreo, though, sort of shakes up the rhythm of things. Another wall break as well on the left side. Moya could be looking for the lane switch, actually, but he's not done yet. He can still provide some value versus Milcreo at mid. 1-2 shot certainly is a great look for the guy, but here's the lane switch. Shitampo moving over to the left side, and this is why I wasn't so hopeful for Aphelion this time. Crazy Raccoon know that they had to go for the lane switch quite early on.
Little kooky popper going down there from Milcreo as well. 6-4. Aphelion still trailing in the gym count, but have certainly shown a strong amount of pressure in the mid here. Back and forth battle right now. Dual left-hand side. Shitampo being backed away. The slowdown in the Dimsy. Tensai claiming a victim on the right-hand side. Last call going down. It's really going to make Milcreo take the long way around. A couple shots landing as well. The maple syrup connecting as Tensai claims the 8th gym for Crazy Raccoon. 2 away from starting a countdown.
A close call. Tensai now on the return flight and manages to drop some gems on the ground in the process. Dimsy tries to protect them as much as he can. Drop the base down provides a lot of value and a whole lot of area control. Moya firmly posted up on the right side, does have 1 gem over his head, which he needs to keep in his possession. Just 1 kill. Crazy Raccoon could interrupt things. The clock ticks down. Aphelion Esports need really any kill, but they're so far out of range. Continues ticking down. Milcreo down for the count. The spins are out. The pins are up. And Crazy Raccoon are headed on to the grand finals.
These fellows refuse to go down. Aphelion had their number 1 time this year, but other than that, smooth sailing in this East Asia region. And now we get a matchup that I think a lot of people were anticipating, hoping for, and looking forward to, and I'm one of them. This is going to be good stuff. We'll see if Reject can keep up with Crazy Raccoon. They have yet to beat them in the grand finals this year, but for now, congratulations, Crazy Raccoon, on yet another grand finals appearance.
Well done for Crazy Raccoon, and honestly, great effort from Aphelion Esports. I think that they came into this with a great attitude. They played some darn good games. And while they weren't able to repeat their success against Crazy Raccoon that they had previously, I think we still saw some very, very good gameplay from them. Crazy Raccoon simply caught on to the strat, and they quashed it pretty early on. Aphelion Esports were able to take a game within this set by breaking open some of those walls, and there was simply nothing that Barley could do in that matchup. And Crazy Raccoon responded by switching up the lanes much earlier on, and that was enough to hammer out all of those mistakes and grab them the win quite swiftly.
Yeah, swift is a great word. I mean, strong showing from Crazy Raccoon. When they lose at the international level, they get third again, something these guys are not used to having. They're used to grand finals, claiming themselves as the world champions. And right now, that is with a different team. But it's all about the end of the year. It's all about those world finals. And these are just the stepping stones to get there. Taking care of business here. That's exactly what I want to see out of a team with such high expectations. Arguably the most pressure in the entire world. And 3-0, that's as good as it gets.
Well, with the future in mind, let's bring the focus back to the now, and let's also bring in F. Dude, what do you think of those games? That was actually really, really fun.
It was a lot of fun. I think Crazy Raccoon is one of the most dominant teams. That's the end of my statement. They're just one of the most dominant teams. And so seeing Felion come through and kind of like dance, very, very cool. But I think that's the established kind of high water mark. What does Crazy Raccoon do, and can you compete is the question that every team kind of asks themselves.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun seeing them have some fun on the player cams, and the confidence was definitely palpable through the screen. But the victor in the end is Crazy Raccoon, and this is sort of the expected outcome that a lot of us had in mind. Reject and Crazy Raccoon facing off in the grand final.
Absolutely. You know, Reject coming through on the top side. Ken, you guys got a chance to see them versus Sunny Tin, and Reject looked real clean in the 3-0.
Yeah, a couple teams just walking through their semifinals, and obviously not as easy as that. We saw some great moments from Sunny 10, Aphelion with a great effort, but to me, it just feels like at this point, for now, there's a tier jump between Reject, Crazy Raccoon, and the rest of the region. When you win 3-0, you get to claim that. And I'm curious to see if Reject smell blood in the water, right? They see Crazy Raccoon. There's familiarity with these guys as well from previous years. Do they take advantage? They try and capitalize it and find another win here and join as the 4th team this year to beat Crazy Raccoon, which in the past is 4 teams is more than any amount of teams that's ever beat these guys. It's a crazy thing to think about, which to the average Joe, not a big deal, but again, our expectations on Crazy Raccoon are so high, and Reject are going to be a challenging opponent for them.
You know, that's a good question, though. The question you just asked. Pretend I asked it to you. Do you think Reject beats Crazy Raccoon here?
I do not. I'm going to go with Crazy Raccoon. They were my preseason favorites. I know they didn't live up to the insane hype and the expectation that I necessarily gave them at something like Masters, but they are still an incredibly strong team. I know a lot of pro players still have the utmost respect for these guys. And again, we saw exactly what they could do against a really good team in Aphelion Esports, I might add, and they somehow beat them 3-0. Rejected the same, but I'm going to stick with the safer bet. Crazy Raccoon have already won this matchup a couple times this year. I think they tack on a third.
You know, I got to echo the statement, and Reddy, I'm going to tag you in just a second as well. I look at Crazy Raccoon, and, you know, in the years past where they win big stuff, it's Chatompo being kind of like the main guy, and then, well, now it's kind of like Tensai, and there wasn't really a stutter step. They were just like, okay, you want to do it now? Cool. Thumbs up, dude. And just that selflessness to kind of take that step. A lot of teams can't handle that personality shift, that gameplay shift, and yet they just hit the ground running, continue to do so. So, I mean, Reddy, I'm with Crazy Raccoon as well. I think you are too.
Yeah, same deal. I mean, I've stated it many times. I believe in Crazy Raccoon here. I can never really differentiate between the two teams based on the mechanics because they look so perfect. All I can say is, hey, Crazy Raccoon, they're the most winningness in the world. So I'll stand by that.
Good job, dude. Numbers never lie. Anyway, Reject, Choppy, Menmi, and Levi going up against CR, Tensai, Chatompo, and Moya Goku. Let's talk about these guys. Choppy, Menmi, and Levi. Choppy has been kind of the guy that I'm always looking at, to be completely honest with you. But Menmi, he goes and really winds up being very mechanical, Kenny. What's your take on this Reject team?
I think the Choppies joined 2 great players, some that maybe the average Brawl Stars fan won't be as aware of, but Memmi's had success in the past as well. Levi is somebody a little less familiar to the Brawl esports scene, joining in 2023, and fits like a glove. I think this composition is really strong, and like Reddy mentioned, their mechanics are insane too. They did just also win a 3-0 as well, and for a Choppy, this is kind of a big building block for his legacy of Brawl Stars. When you think about the Mount Rushmore of Brawl Stars players, a Choppy comes to mind for consideration consideration. And if he somehow goes off on his own, leaves Tensai, Satampo, the comfort of these previous teammates who have made it to multiple world championships, I think it would be insane. And I think it would make him a pretty strong argument for number one.
Well, across the way, we've got Crazy Raccoon, a team that has been number one. Tensai, Satampo, and Moya Goku, the artist formerly known as. Ready, set? No questions. I'm just going to give you the floor. Talk to me a little bit about the zany trash pandas.
Look, okay, yes, the zany trash pan. Well, we'll find some more synonyms to throw in there too, but really, there are a lot of different ways to put it that these guys are simply the best, and they're a group of the best players from around the world. We're talking,
okay, you know what?
I'm world finalists. We're talking, okay, yes.
Totally agree. Now I am going to ask you a question.
Sure.
They're the best, says Ready Set. What is their Achilles heel? If you are Reject, if you're Coach Ready, Coach and Reject, what do you tell them to beat Crazy Raccoon?
I mean, if I were that good at picking things apart, I wouldn't mind taking up another part-time job being a coach for Crazy Raccoon. I will tell you this, though, that these two, when I say these two, I mean Tensai and Satampo, they did part ways for the 2022 season, and now they're back together. Maybe there's some kind of dynamic going on there because they did split up at some point. We'll have to see and maybe infer a lot, but what I can say, though, is the synergy rises above all.
Yeah. You know what? Listen, we are very early in Brawl Stars, right? We got another 100 years of competitive Brawl Stars, right? Listen, we're really early on in the sport, and I'm down for what seemed to be the most dominant team, period. Kind of like, all right, let's try something new. Sure. That said, I am very happy to see Tensai playing again with Satampo and Moya. This is, I just like the duo, man. Kenny, I'm a sports guy. Duos in trad sports have been kind of, that's how it's done. And I look at this team, and obviously, no disrespect to Moya Goku, he's a superstar himself, but I just like watching Satampo and Tensai play together, man.
It's an awesome trio to watch. I'm a huge sports guy too, so these storylines and how young Brawl Stars is, that's all great points. That's why my mind goes to things like a Choppy, why it goes to how is Tensai going to respond after losing his first international event, I believe, in Masters. You know, those are all things you have to juggle a little bit. You know, the two-time world champion has to come home business as usual. Gotta hunker down, and that's exactly what he's done so far. 3-0, insane mechanics. I love Moya Goku as a player too. All three of these guys, excellent. And it looks like the public vote at home speaking for itself. 89% in this matchup. We saw 74% earlier before we played a single match in this region. Predicted Crazy Raccoon. So I think it just goes to show the respect that the world has for the talent, the skills, the draft, all of it. Just Brawl Stars in general that these guys display.
Well, thank you so much for the insight. We will meet up with Kenny once the grand finals have been completed. Squeak, first pick overall here on Parallel Plays, and you know me, I am already happy as a pig in mud. Ready, set. I like area denial on hot zone. It's old school, but hey man, it works.
Look, and I'm getting a bit of deja vu here too, because we've seen the Squeak pretty early on, and I had some questions about it. How counterable is this brawler? For Parallel Plays in general, what I will say is if you get Squeak in the right position, you can spawn trap the opponent for the entire game. This map is notorious for being very spawn trappy if you get in the right position. And Squeak, it's like it's tailor-made to continuously fire down, have that reload speed exactly how long it takes for your shot to expire on the opposing side. So Crazy Raccoon starting off strong and with that area denial mentality in place. The max selection from Reject, though, absolutely makes sense. You want to counter that control, get up in their face.
Love the max here. Max and the Bonnie going hand in hand. Option back over to the Squeakers. And we need to see a little bit. We need to see protection, I think, for Squeak. Like you said, you can kind of get up on him and kind of deal with him that way. And so raw DPS coming out from Alola. Just showing up with the Uzi. Not a bad look there for Tensai. We'll see if he pilots it. Last pick, predict the future. Ready, set, what are they choosing?
They gotta be going with the Carl. No, they're not going with the Carl. I'm trying to think what exactly is going to be slowing things down. The Crow isn't banned, but they might want to look for some options that are more effective at getting up in the enemy's face and staying locked on that enemy point. And I don't really see... Oh, okay, never mind. I guess I predicted the future a little bit. I'll just...
Well, I mean, Crow does the slow, and he also gets in the enemy's face. Now, that second part about staying there, maybe not so much. But I mean, hey, if Crow wins if Crow jumps in and wins that fight, well, nobody's there to kick him out. So that might be the idea, especially with Lola being such high DPS. Might be a strong look there. Just raw DPS from the bottom two, and then Squeak just keeps everybody out. Could be the mentality here, as Mortis is the selection here, and I'm very prepared for this pick. Yep, that's what I expected. Yep.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, here's what I will point out. I think really the mentality from Crazy Raccoon is, let's run the Squeak on the right lane, let's trap enemies in spawn, and, well, what do you know? Mortis is pretty effective against Squeak, and also Mortis is great at rushing towards that enemy point. If you die, who cares, dude? My attacks make me dash forward. I have high ability to get to the opposing side. Maybe this is the idea from Reject. Crazy Raccoon got to think fast as to how they're going to lay out these lanes.
I say it all the time. If you want to be the top, you can't just follow the meta. You got to lead in a certain way. And Squeak falls down right away. Levi, on the other hand, dodging and weaving, but ultimately dying. So the 2-on-1 is successful. About a tie game, give or take. And Crazy Raccoon on the offensive, pushing down onto the opponent's side. And this is what Mortis is going to do, Ready? He's going to just draw players off of that point.
Exactly that, and while he doesn't have a ton of survivability, if he doesn't have that super, he'll still be able to rush things down consistently. That said, Crazy Raccoon are doing a great job of blocking things off on the left side. This could be the spawn trap coming in now. Shittampo doesn't have to sit on the right side as long as he's able to control a lane, and he's looking nice. Levy trying to circle around, trying to pinch out Tensai. Minmi might be able to finish things off. There's a super from Levy as well, and a takedown from a Choppy finishes off Tensai. Now they turn their attention to the right side where Moya's eagerly capturing this zone. Minmi also trying to chime in over here. Shittampo looking also to shut things down.
Oh.
Great swipe up there from Levi. Moya also not going to be allowed to reach that enemy side. Crazy Raccoon are so close to finishing things out. Just 8% remain, and a lot of mobility in form of Moya.
That said, that 8% is difficult. It is on the other side of the map. Tensai and Moya looking for the push on the left-hand side. And Choppy getting chased down by Shittampo. And Menti on the trailer, but it's all good. 98-99. And that's 100. Game one. Crazy Raccoon.
Done and dusted, but still in recent memory. That's about how I expected that last matchup to go. You have the Mortis selection, the clear addressing of the Squeak that threatens in a lot of ways to keep you trapped in your spawn, and then Crazy Raccoon, they think fast. They switch up the lanes. They have Moya on that right lane, and now actually Reject thinking fast too, trying to catch Shittampo off guard, and they managed to do so. Levi now with the takedown, and he lurks on the left side, but they're not capturing the zone. Instead, he's focused on keeping Shittampo dead as much as possible. The super as well to finish things off. Tensai on the right side could be pinched. Minmi is looking to clip these corners, and Tensai just gradually playing ring around the rosy, staying alive, buying a bit of time for things to come back, protecting himself with the ego too, as Moya sneaks around the left. But Levi is ready to take his number. Shut him down. Great jump to the sky for Moya, but it's not enough to shut things down. It is enough to keep a Choppy and Levi weak for Tensai to snipe them up.
Very different approach here from Levi. Last time around, he was on the offensive, constantly trying to do this. Occupy the enemy's point and do all this work. This time around, he's been more of a defensive beast, and only now getting involved on the offensive side. That said, Shittampo and Moya, very, very comfortable, and Crazy Raccoon done with the top side. So now about halfway done with the bottom as well. 3 players strong here. Unconcerned about Levy. And it forces Levi back here. Ultimately falls down. Trouble though, 90%. Crazy Raccoon could be stopped. And if they are, it's trouble.
Here's the jump to the sky from a Choppy. Minmi trying to swipe things up on the top side.
Close.
Side just barely alive. And that's all that it takes to clean things up. Definitely a reaction of happiness. Yes, we won the set, but also relief. Man, that was close.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, hey, man, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And I don't see either of them on that map at all. So a smooth play there from Crazy Raccoon. And you know what? I want your honest take on the Mortis.
There was clearly some gears turning, right? I liked the mentality, however, it was just too risky. And sometimes the Mortis can still work if the other teammates carry him, sort of. So it's like, not like they threw the game, but they went for something risky. It didn't pay off. But there were still some pretty hype moments with it. So, hey, for the element that this is a show, this is for entertainment, then yeah, I'll support it. In terms of meta, no.
You're so polite. You know what? I'm glad they gave me a good thing to watch, but it was actually dog. That's pretty much what you're saying. But, you know, I think we see this indecision on parallel plays an awful lot where, like, the team pushes down and they take their point and then they're not sure if they want to go. They push towards the top and they get shoved back. Mortis is fast. Maybe he can do it. Not this time. Tensai, 9 kills in the pocket, almost 300 DPS. That's all I'm going to say. Safe zone.
One of those things where you can just, like, leave it there. Like, it speaks for itself.
Yep. I mean, yep. 9 kills, 288. On to Heist. Safe zone going to be the map here. We saw some interesting stuff. That's the word I'll use. Out of the Indian subcontinent, we saw max double melee with the Edgar and the Sam. And, well, it might have led to the undefeated team losing that title. So creativity has been the name of the game tonight, but looking at Colette and Squeak and Bonnie across the way, not exactly creative, but you don't win points for being creative. You win points for, well, winning points.
Well, you can win, like, metaphorical points with me for picking the Colette because I really like this one. They banned out the Bell, and they're playing it into the Bonnie. But I think Crazy Raccoon kind of expect the Colette counter pick when they go with the Bonnie. So this tells me that they have something planned. There's just not, like, a real traditional Colette. I would think so. They're Crazy Raccoon. But maybe I just hold them too highly. Though, well, I mean,
also
when you're counter pick is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and when you're a team like Crazy Raccoon, I think you're up a set. Nobody's gonna look at Bonnie, Lola, and Ruffs and be like, what a bad comp. And these are brawlers that Crazy Raccoon play well. When it comes down to it, just comfort picks, no beef. I think that you should always be looking for positive interactions in your draft. But I also think Crazy Raccoon are, you know, hey, this is what we're playing.
I love this draft from Reject, man. I mean, look, I'll like...
This is classic.
I'll pick out one thing. Which is that they selected the 8-bit into Ruffs, and Ruffs is going to break down the walls that 8-bit needs to place his turret behind. Aside from that, dude, the Colette, the 8-bit, some of my favorite brawlers to see on this map, and just in Heist in general. So I'm definitely looking at this one through rose-tinted glasses. I'll always put my faith in Crazy Raccoon, but Reject have something real nasty up their sleeve. Literally one solid push in, and Reject win the game. That's pretty much it. 8-bit's that strong. Colette is that strong. But they have to get the supers. That's really what carries both of these brawlers to success in Heist.
I do think Reject have the better draft. But this is why we brawl. Levi in the left lane trying to charge up that super. But honestly, taking just as much damage as he's dealing. Half HP so far. Crazy Raccoon stepping forward. Nobody's touched either safe. The Choppy barely alive, and this is Crazy Raccoon's moment to step forward. 15%. Nice job.
Good chunk of damage, but certainly short-lived because Reject managed to get the ideal lane switch. They probably want to have Colette on the left lane since she's able to super the safe from behind that pool of water, and Crazy Raccoon know that. That's why they put Bonnie on the right lane. It doesn't give Colette that much of an advantage as she would normally have, but this is the brawler lane matchup that Reject would rather have, so this is the hand that they're going to play. They have no way of breaking the wall to deal with Tensai hiding behind it. Moya also is able to give himself a power-up, so that makes him and Tensai super, super beefy. Levy going for something real adventurous, we'll say, trying to get Tensai just the edge of his range, but it didn't come true. Crazy Raccoon still remain in the lead with a 17% lead. Not a whisper from Reject along the entire way.
Mid control here, being pushed up. And Crazy Raccoon just keeping the enemy at bay. I mean, 15% will win. A little bit more than that at the moment. But we're counting down from 24, and Reject finally tickle the safe. But I choose my words carefully. Only 8%. Here comes Colette. That's another 10.
Oh, man.
82 to 65, 11% to go, and just like that, Reject have not only gone, but they've taken the lead. Crazy Raccoon trailing by 15%. Menmi on defense, and here comes Tensai. Not close enough. And that burst from Reject was good. You mentioned it when we jumped in. One good push will be good enough. Well, they need a couple more, but they did find that push towards the end, and they got the win.
Well, if I was a third of the way right, you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. And it's a fun spectacle too. That last push in is really what sealed the deal for Reject. If they can make that happen a bit earlier in the match, that would definitely be ideal. And this time, actually, they've been proactive. Already switched up the lanes. They know that Bonnie's going to be on the right, so they put Colette on that lane. Already a good outlook for Reject.
So, I mean, you say if Reject gets there earlier, it'll bode well for them. Crazy Raccoon did have a chance to respond because it happened so late. Perhaps that's a good look.
Certainly so, though this time they are making a run for that safe. Early fire down upon the safe. Only a 5% advantage, however. Levi also well equipped to stay in the mix. Shitampo doesn't have anything to hide behind, neither does Levi. Not any value also with that gadget from Levi too. Just great range play and great dodging from Crazy Raccoon to make sure that these guys stay back. But Menmi also needs to fire up another super quite soon here because Shitampo is probably going to take it down. There it comes, the last shot from the right, but Menmi got his super just in the nick of time.
This is good. Shitampo gets a little deep by himself, but it pushes Reject out of mid. Ooh. Nice super from Colette. Once Squeak is able to be removed from the conversation, that's when Crazy Raccoon can push up mid. But that's a big once. Reject now dealing about 50% to Crazy Raccoon safe. And, well, Crazy dealing about the same, but trailing by scratching its tide. And CR take the lead just like that.
Ouch, that is just great play from Crazy Raccoon. They have Shitampo move in on top of the safe, knowing that they can fight and win the 2v3. And they did precisely that. It was a seriously narrow victory, though. 40% left. And Crazy Raccoon still have a marginal advantage. Moya now with the treat to the backside. Menmi at serious risk of losing this turret. In fact, Shitampo might be able to finish it off. Levy has the super ready to go versus Shitampo. He's got to be careful. There's no super available for Shitampo. He doesn't want to be the one defeated. Tensai also seriously needs to be addressed on the left side. A choppy shuts him down. 15-second countdown approaching. Crazy Raccoon still only barely ahead. This has got to be the final play from Reject, and they
Levi has super.
Do it.
Levi has the super. Crazy Raccoon have the lead for the moment, but they have no one to play defense. Colette hits it, and that's going to be that. Reject takes set number 2.
Well done for Reject. Great gameplay in terms of the draft and in execution as well. I loved seeing some of the brawlers that these guys selected. I'll confess my bias once again, but still, I would say respectable response from Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think Crazy Raccoon, like I said, they pick strong brawlers that they're good at. But I look across the way and I see that Colette, and I just see that's a classic heist composition. I'm a fan of it. I think they won the draft, and this is a good example already of where the game was not won in picks and bans, but both teams played, for my money, relatively evenly. Both good plays on both sides, but the draft eked it out here for Reject, thanks to largely Colette Super, a little bit of 8-bit nonsense, and that lockdown from a Choppy for sure. So I'm pointing at the draft here. I think Reject won this, like I said, not in the draft phase, but as a result of their draft choices.
Yeah, and I think execution is definitely here with an exclamation point, because Reject still had to face Crazy Raccoon on less than ideal lane matchups. Colette, she wasn't able to get her normal sort of dynamic on this map where she's on the left lane, she's able to super the high save from there. No, because Crazy Raccoon decided, okay, so the brawler that Colette counters will play her on the right side. Colette, you're going to be on the crappy lane for the entire time. And yeah, have fun, Squeak, dealing with Lola on the left. I think that this was well executed for Crazy Raccoon as well. They played the absolute best they could with the hand that they had been dealt, but Reject, they simply played better, and they, I think, won marginally in the draft.
Agreed. Flaring Phoenix is coming up next. Knockout this time around. Esoteric question that might not have an answer at all. How important is the draft in Knockout compared to other game modes? More so or less so?
Ooh, yeah, this is an interesting one.
So I'm of the opinion that it's very execution heavy.
Yeah, I mean, is this the false dichotomy? Because I feel like it's just as important as basically any other mode. Because you can still get some very valuable picks in for the last pick. I would say Flaring Phoenix can be, or rather Knockout in particular, can be very last pick heavy. That's when the power picks come in, is the final one. And that'll be like your throwers, that'll be like your Fangs and Buzzes of the world.
Well, so far we've got Gus and Gray. We'll see if it leads to a GG for Crazy Raccoon. RT on the other side. One of the stronger brawlers in the game for my money. Love his, what's the word? Versatility. There you go. Love his versatility, specifically for Knockout. You can kind of start as that long-range brawler and then shift into the don't come near me and my friends button. And the Tara selected. We've seen Tara banned a heck of a lot. And this time selected here. A nice look for the fortune teller. Last pick going to be Barley. So there's that last pick thrower. And now the actual last pick here, going for Crazy Raccoon, dealing with the Tara, RT, and Barley composition for Reject. Crazy Raccoon, they've got two long-range players, both kind of support style. Gus with the shield, Gray with the all of the gray stuff. Teleport, pull, etc. And a nice Sprout. Locking people into the gas. Always down to see Sprout.
And I think this also addresses one of the bigger issues that Crazy Raccoon risked facing here, was having Tensai or Shetampo basically totally shut out by Minmi's Shades. And also the fact that, yeah, there's a thrower on the opposing side. Let's pick another pretty good thrower. So Moya is going to have quite a bit more range with this brawler as well. He's not going to have as much control. He's not going to have as much area denial in terms of, say, what Barley can do with the super at the end. So this is more execution heavy from Crazy Raccoon. And I was about to say that from Reject as well, because really what they need to do here is make sure that Minmi has a personal bodyguard at all times. But the more I thought about it, the more I considered that this is going to be relatively easy. You only really fight 2 lanes at a time on this map. When you have throwers in play. Moy's still going to try make this work on the right side, but he's not going to make much of anything happen. Reject, if anything, are focused on surviving towards the end and then letting their gadgets do the work. Minmi with the healing herbal tonic and a Choppy with the shades that can block out Shetampo and Tensai's shots.
A Choppy trying to deal with the gray. Both of them have funny hats. That's a relevant thing to say. And so early on in this one, waiting for the map to get smaller pretty much. Moya steps forward, takes a bite. Menmi steps forward, he takes a bite. But now it's going to be coalescing towards the right-hand side. Levi trying to find it and does. Tatampo goes down, but a choppy also. 2-on-2 as the gas closes in. Tensai in the mid. Can't deal with both. Reject. Round 1.
Well played for Reject, but they did surrender an extra healing herbal tonic in the process. Menmi only has 1 left and potentially 2 rounds to go. That could be devastating if they don't close things out here. And Crazy Raccoon are taking a far more aggressive approach already, noticing that lane switch. Moya shifting onto the left side, trying to get closer to a choppy. This is one of the major reasons that Sprout was selected is let's get rid of those shades. We have 2 single target brawlers and one that's able to get rid of all of those shades in a single go. But Reject are being seriously conservative with when they decide to pop these gadgets, waiting for the final moments. And Crazy Raccoon are shifting up lanes wherever they can to grab an advantage and not head into those final seconds.
Crazy Raccoon all in the mid here. No Tara super available, so nothing to be too worried about. Trouble right side as Reject now. Choppy. Does he go left or right? The shades will go left and the shades will do damage. Tensai and Moya fall to the back. And Reject take round 1 and round 2, giving them the game. Reject are looking pretty good here, Eddie.
They seriously are. I mean, I really think in the end this comes down to Reject doing a great job in picking these brawlers, knowing exactly how they wanted to execute it. And Crazy Raccoon, once again, it's exactly what we saw in Heist. They knew what the task was going to be, and they picked some pretty good tools for the job, but they weren't able to do it in the end. Levi almost gets into an early grave, however. Fantastic coordination from the Crazy Raccoon roster, but they simply didn't have enough ammo to finish the job. Moya almost meeting a similar fate. Both teams really chomping at the bit, looking to get some early kills in here. It's going to be more of the win condition for Crazy Raccoon than it will be for Reject. Nonetheless, near misses across the board.
Much more aggressive here, or at least it was. We started off round 1, both teams kind of looking for it, and then they're like, all right, we didn't find it. We'll see in a little bit. And the Choppy inches up on the left-hand side, doesn't pay for it, does after the fact. That's why you pick a thrower. And in comes the gas. Still not sealed for Crazy Raccoon despite the 3-on-2. Here comes the teleport. Menmi falls down, and that pretty much should seal the deal. Pop, pop. Crazy Raccoon, round 1.
No desire from RT to pop that super either. Seriously working with any possible edge. It's not really that difficult of a super to get back because, well, RT kind of hits a lot of shots at long range where he's relatively safe. We see that gadget popped as well to grab the kill onto Sprout. Well done from Levi, and maybe a bit over-aggressive from Crazy Raccoon, but it was his last gadget too. That certainly hurts.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Tatampo gonna miss the pull. Here comes the Choppy from the left side. Tatampo in a terrible position. Nice movement there. And Menmi's actually the one that gets the kill. So Tensai finds one more shot to confirm the super, and then will deny the super to the enemy team.
Yeah, interesting spinning decision there to disconnection pin, but we'll take it from Menmi. Reject still look like they could close out this set confidently. No early kills this time, though, at least not from Levi. He doesn't have that gadget available anymore. Tatampo also, no gadgets remaining. It's going to be a slow, drawn-out, sluggish, but certainly action-packed round.
A little bit of damage on the left side. Moya will back off and heal it. Big damage onto Tatampo. He'll back off and heal it. Not a lot of burnt, like raw, just hit the button and go damage for Reject. They kind of have to find their positioning there. Big double hit, though, and trouble for Reject on the bottom side, and they're forced to go ready.
Final gadget from Minmi, and the final one from a Choppy 2. All of these shades split up in an easy takedown from Moya. Everyone's stuck in the back right. Perfect timing of the super from Moya, and that's the round. That's the game. Going to Crazy Raccoon. We're all tied up in set number 3. Each team just one game away from getting a distinct advantage over the other.
That's the Sprout play I dream of. Like, that's what I want to see every time I see a Sprout picked up on literally any knockout map. Just box him in to the gas. That is fun to watch. They did it. Now we're tied up. 1-1 big picture, 1-1 in the set as well.
Once again, early game chops from both teams. Levi has all of his gadgets, so does the Choppy, so does Minmi. Reject adopting more of a strategy of let's get our supers and then we'll sit back and wait for the end. Crazy Raccoon need to play more aggressive, but they're actually sort of ebbing and flowing with Reject's aggression off the beginning of the game, hoping to earn some supers of their own, especially for Sprout to lock them out and also break open some of those bushes that they're frequently scouting and using up a lot of their shots on.
Well, so far, more pressure from Crazy Raccoon here on the right side. Just a peppering of projectiles here. And the Choppy finds a moment, shades out. Not a lot of damage, though. And now Sprout pushed away on the bottom side, or the top side, rather. That doesn't look good. Moya finds a kill, but it's 1-on-2, and the hat toss in. Reject take round 1. That one was more chaotic than any of the knockout rounds we've seen so far.
And it was a round 1 in green buttons, too, as Reject had to expend numerous gadgets to get that win, but really that's what all the kill shots were. A Choppy managing to push through with his shades, Minmi keeping things alive with the use of his gadget, healing Herbal Tonic down on the ground, and Levi securing a kill with the use of his gadget too. Crazy Raccoon gotta find a way to get some of these supers up and make Shtetampo make contact with Minmi on the right side. Levi's the real problem over here. If Moya's able to separate the two, then that could be the kill shot. A lot of destruction on these walls, rather the bushes as well from Moya. He'll be able to recover it quite soon, but he needs to block things out at just the right time to secure their chances of victory.
Looks like Reject getting ready for a big push. And the Choppy will be noticed and put on notice. Crazy Raccoon. As soon as they saw Reject start inching up, like as soon as I said that, Crazy Raccoon dug their heels in, got in position, and they just hit their shots. Really smart move there from Crazy Raccoon to step up as soon as Reject did.
A rockstar round for Crazy Raccoon, as they've also managed to earn their supers for the next one. Moya also will be able to recover this hedge on the left side. Levi's trying to push up or at least accomplish something. Doesn't have any gadgets left, though. He's going to have to earn these kills the old-fashioned way. Same goes for a Choppy. No more shades remaining. It puts him at extreme risk of being taken down by Shtetampo, who has his super ready to go. Extra shots in from Moya could actually help finish off the kill too. Minmi's looking super, super low, and Moya and Shtetampo are gearing up to make this work. Now with Minmi fallen, it's a 3v2, and a Choppy looks like he could be right for the taking. Shtetampo thinking about teleporting in, but with the takedown on the left side, it's so free. Easy one onto a Choppy. And a game and set victory puts them at a 2-1 advantage.
They just play so well together, man. They just play so well together. Watching Moya Goku follow up before the shot even landed was really, really impressive for me. I enjoyed watching how that went down. Moya had the projectile in the air before his teammate even landed the shot to confirm that kill. Beautiful stuff. We talked about kind of the synergy these guys have together, and that's proof in the pudding. That is what we're referencing when we're talking about this. You just know what your teammate, and yeah, they're in comp, sure, but you just know how your teammates play, and they play around it perfectly. Crazy Raccoon get their second set.
Being able to one-shot an opponent would be a crazy ability to have in Brawl Stars, but you can make it happen if you have the proper teamwork. Fire at the exact same time, create a pinch that is inescapable for your opponent, and you can do just that. And so what we've seen from Crazy Raccoon repeatedly. And sometimes it doesn't work, but just seeing the teamwork there is supremely threatening to their opponents, who are absolutely picking up on the fact that this position that looked safe was actually a one-hit KO if I had misstepped just a little bit. And that's what it's like playing up against Crazy Raccoon. Rejects still are able to bite the bullet and get some good victories in there too. We saw them take this to a 1-1 set, and we're simply a game away from having the Crazy Raccoon scoreline here. A 2-1 now in Crazy Raccoon's possession. Just one game away from going to the match point.
Numbers here on Knockout. Low DPS is like kind of what you expect here. Teams biding their time, playing not passively, just intentionally. And we'll move the needle over here to Brawl Ball. Backyard Bowl is the name of the map. We've had some fun on this one today. I'm eager to see what the drafts look like, because we've seen some interesting choices tonight, both on Brawl Ball, and on other game modes for sure. So P's and B's, pretty please. And we see the standards: Double Gene Band, Max Gray, Tara Penny. First pick to Reject. And they're going to go Crow.
I like it. Very consistent. Crow is like one of the best brawlers in the game and is capable of so much. Crazy Raccoon, I wonder if they'll decide to lean into a Lola decision, because they've done that a lot of times before. And it's just one of those brawlers that's good all around. But the Crow really does say a lot. That says no max, and so does the ban from Reject, but it shuts down so many different control brawlers that I think that this is a wise first selection from Reject, and it might even be the best brawler that they could have gone with for the first pick.
Well, undeterred, here comes the squeak. So, Crazy Raccoon sticking to it. And the second selection overall, again, looking less to the control and more, I thought we were getting the pick there. I got juked. But I expect to see a high DPS pick here. And it will be the Bell. So, a damage dealer for sure, assisting in what the other squad mates can do. Love that.
Now let's see what Reject do on the opposing side. Gotta have some kind of brawler that's able to contend at similar range. My brain screams Piper, but at the same time, I just know that that is not a very consistent brawler. Especially on a Backyard Bowl, where if you get backed up, then it is seriously dangerous. RT might be what they decide to go for here, even though he's pretty vulnerable to Bell shot. Byron, I love the long poke.
The long poco. That's my favorite ready citizen by far.
Well, as with most things, it was stolen from a good friend of mine called Sword, but I will definitely take credit for his work any day of the week. Ding, let's see.
Yeah, who's Sword? I'm here for ready set. Let's go.
Okay.
I'm going to deal with that later, I'm sure. But the Stu last pick here. Like to see the Stu pick. I think the Byron, you know, all jokes aside, we got to talk about the Byron. B last pick, sure. 2 long-range brawlers and a squeak. Thumbs up, dude. Byron! It's been a while since I've seen you, my friend. Old man Sam. Out one more time. Well, Sam literally is an old man. Anyway, Byron's here. Interesting choice. So you wanted to see the range to deal with the Bell, and Byron brings that. But that's certainly not all he brings. Do you like the Byron choice?
I do, yes. And I will say, mostly because this is East Asia. This is a very East Asia selection, and they know how to play Byron over here. They go brawler combos, but we just got to see Minmi read Levi really well and know where he's going to dash. Fire up that healing accordingly. He's got to be fighting 2 different brawlers at once at the same time, though, because Bell and B seriously outrange some of these other guys. A one-shot onto Levi on the left side that was a deadly projectile coming out from Tensai and Moya. And Crazy Raccoon can start to fire things back, but Achapi is seriously oppressive. With the poison on the right side, Moya also manages to sneak up around the left side. Minmi has to address this issue, and Levi He's going to have a tough time getting in range of Moya. He is running the long dash on Stu, so it's certainly going to help. But Crazy Raccoon might find themselves on the ropes at a lot of different points in this match.
Levi is definitely the catalyst for this squad. He's got to find these kills on the left-hand side, and he finds one. Trouble is, so does Crazy Raccoon.
Oh my gosh. This dude's like living on top of the server. He's gliding back and forth. He can't seem to miss a shot that grants him a super. Receiving the healing from two from the left side. Ready for a pass, ready for anything, but the ball is safe and sound in the clutches of Stetampo on the right side. It could be short-lived. Tensai now falls, and Moya comes back to the Brawl on the left side. Has a super in tow as well. Going to be able to slow down Levi. Thankfully, he gets around just fine using his super to dash. Minmi will be healing any lost health. Moya seriously pinched on the left. Tensai now at risk of going down. Great jump from Achapi. A fantastic read. An easy pass over to Levi. And a quick slot in from Reject. Puts him up at 1-0 in this game.
Really well played by Reject. They have a clear strategy, and it didn't work at first or at second, but they continued and they stuck. They didn't get over aggressive, and they didn't rest on their laurels and back up. They stuck to it and eventually found that win. Now there's 20 seconds left on the clock for Crazy Raccoon to answer back. And here comes the push. 15. Moya Goku on the right-hand side. Here comes the respawn. They're going to walk it in. Overtime. Guaranteed.
Tragic outcome here for Reject because they worked so hard. They got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Crazy rocket right on through, and now they have all the space in the world to fire down Stetampo and Tensai in particular, but Levi, he's slimy over here on the left side. The only thing he needs now is a super, and Stetampo's going to make him work real hard for it. Minmi also at mid, looking for his next super, dodging out that super from Tensai too. Stetampo struggling to hit some of these shots, but everyone's just that good at dodging. Achapi also has a super that he can use to escape or to get the kill shot on Moya. He might use it to receive a pass. Minmi with the pass up the right side. Super in, clears out. Stetampo's got to get the clutch up. Here it comes. Levi at risk of falling, but no. A super right down the middle, and Reject win the game. They send us in to a 1-0 set.
Man, I have cast a brain. Who's playing Crow right now? The Crow, just incredible play. Just that is the, and see, that's the thing, is like, it wasn't overwhelmingly difficult to jump there and do it. But the thing is, if you don't do that, it's over, right? That is the play you must make, and it was made. Reject comes through in the clutch. And we reset one more time. 2:10 on the clock so far. Scoreless as we begin anew. Levi takes down one, dodges past that, dodges past another, finds more shots, dodges. This time he gets hit, but it do not matter. 2 kills in the pocket for Levi. Tensai the only one up, and the ball in the back of the net. This play brought to you by Levi.
That was spicy right there. I'm always a big sucker for the dribbles around the backside of the goal line. Achapi with a big push in, but Tensai says no, and then says, ow, I'm dead. Taken down by the poison in the end. Still a 2v1 at mid, and Minmi manages to stay alive even throughout all of it with constant barrages of shots fired down from Moya. He remains alive. He even gets a chance to rotate back over to mid and maybe reposition this ball a little bit. Got to get some healing in on Levi, though. Moya now with a slow. Levi and Minmi both caught in this. It's wide open on the left side. Levi tries to clutch up, but it's just not enough. And Stetampo has an easy bank shot in. That's another one for Crazy Raccoon, tying us up in game 2.
Put 60 on the clock. Let's do it again. Mid control. Man, that squeak is so annoying. I'm not talking about the sound here. I'm looking at Levi trying to battle into this mid. And there's just always a squeak projectile sitting there. Levi tries to dash forward, gets hit by one and the bell. Finds himself pushed back again. Crazy Raccoon with possession here. 30 seconds to go, ready, set. Crazy Raccoon choose to quarter the ball. Do they want OT?
I certainly think so. I mean, really the most pressing thing facing them right now is that Stu can duck, dodge, bob, weave behind a lot of these walls that will be broken down in just 10 seconds lest someone score. And Levi doesn't seem to be in a scoring position. It's so amusing because Levi absolutely needs to be the hero here, but there's a non-stop barrage of projectiles coming his way despite his best efforts to dodge them and the constant replenishment of his health from Minmi. It's simply not enough. Choppy manages to break through a little bit though, still dodging out these projectiles, doing a great job pushing forward. This happened in the last game too, and it looks quite promising to happen once again. Levi slowed down, not a super in hand. He's being denied a super at every single turn, but a single super for Reject on any brawler could be the kill shot.
Oh, the slow!
Down.
The slow is good. Levi's dead now. Moya has the super, passes to the right side. Goal from a distance. Crazy Raccoon. They tie it up, and they're on match point.
It's not over yet. Have to finish strong. This game determines whether we go to set 5 or whether it's all over and Crazy Raccoon emerge as the champions of East Asia once again. Of course, we'll get a visual on that in just a moment here, but we can make some assumptions. Well, we already see the speed zone out from Levi, affords a bit of room for Minmi. Now taking on B, bit of an adjustment this time. Minmi, he tried to shift onto the left lane, now moving on to the right. He had that sort of mid-brawler role for a good majority of this set. And now Reject, they're trying new stuff, but they're not being too adventurous. They're not being too risky because they had a good strategy to begin with.
Moya the first one to touch the ball this time, and Crazy Raccoon seemed to get it. Reject, they're playing mellow ball. All eyes on Stu. He's just got to be the man. And that's a fine strategy. But it didn't work out in game number 2. It really did in game 1. We'll see how it shakes in Tetoid as Reject find themselves on the offensive side of the map. Levi targeted by Tensai and popped.
Choppy also shut down on the right. Tensai marches forward. Just a shred of health remaining, but it isn't even going to matter. Reject, they can't even touch him, but here comes the jump out of the spawn from a Choppy, trying to get rid of Moya.
Wow.
Minmi
Just hard red.
taking that responsibility. Absolutely. Crazy Raccoon, they shifted formation as soon as they saw Choppy jump in. Levi also shut down. This is such a different Crazy Raccoon than we have seen this entire set. They have absolutely shoved Reject into their spawn, but we have yet to see a single goal for either side. 50 seconds remain for that to happen, lest we go into overtime. And a Choppy just buying some time for Minmi to step back up to the plate once again. They need him in order to get any kind of plays toward the opposing side.
There it is. There's a slow on Levi one more time. Moya gets the last hit with the assist provided from, well, everyone. All 3 players marching down Broadway. The shot is defended. And so we've got 21 to go. Scoreless. Ball shoved in the corner. Reject 1 OT. Crazy Raccoon wanted OT last time. So both teams confident in the structureless map. Levi gets away from the slow this time, ready. And here's a fresh overtime.
Levi still needs this super, though. If he can just get 1 super, it would absolutely revitalize this team and this composition. He's being denied so hard. Minmi's trying his hardest to keep him alive as well. Choppy could be ripe for a pass, though. Levi supers forward. They need to get this ball over to a Choppy. A super to the back left. Double takedown. Tensai now shut down, and Reject finish this off. We're going to set 5.
Absolutely fantastic execution of the draft. Levi has to be the dude. And listen, I could talk about this one. Well, that's my job. I'm going to. Like, Crazy Raccoon comes through and they figure it out. And listen, it's not rocket science. Kill the Stu. We understand that. But they start focusing all the slows on the Stu. They start combining their shots Halo style, just like blah, and he dies. But Minmi's there to finally heal, follow it up, and they continue to support this Stu. Just really well played by Reject to take the field with this idea. Really well played by Crazy Raccoon to download, understand, and fight against it. And then Reject fights through. They fight upstream after that to bring it home and bring us to a set 5.
It was almost Well, no, I won't even say almost. It was very amusing to see just how dense of a barrage of projectiles could be sent out in less than a second as soon as Levi peeked his head out from behind an obstacle. It was impressive. I've never really seen that many squeak shots on the field in a competitive match before in the same second, but we'll leave it to Crazy Raccoon to try and shut the guy down, but you can't silence him that much. Whole lot of stats on both sides, and Crazy Raccoon farming up a good number of kills on their side. I think it speaks volumes as to how hard they were having to work to defend the aggression from the opposing side, but now we march into a much different dynamic. Far fewer kills I expect here in Bounty, especially with the relatively recent addition of the 20-star cap that instantly wins you the game if you cross that threshold.
Yeah, very well. Interesting. I've seen a little bit more aggression due to that. You think we'll see a return to the old school? Just like sit back and wait? I mean, that's what we've seen all tonight, so. But Gene, not banned. Been banned pretty much consistently tonight.
This is the North American to me, but man, I really hope we see a Mr. P out here. Mr. P has been kind of regarded, started in North America, then moved over to EMEA, so, you know, the West, as a very good brawler recently. He hard counters the heck out of Gene, and he's been considered by some to be like the best brawler in the game right now. But Penny is definitely a fair response to that Gene selection. You have the salty barrel, you can pop it down, you can even use your super to block and pull, all good. And also, she's just a really good brawler in general, so no complaints here. But another way to accent this is what Crazy Raccoon need to come up with. I just really hope it's a Mr. P. I know that they won't, but I'm still holding out hope.
It's not going to be a Mr. P, dude.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it. They're just not. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's going to be a Sprout.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, well, so Layer Cake's an interesting map. Sprout, I mean, that's where my mind comes immediately, is that Layer Cake throwers look good. Sprout can completely close off one of those openings, right?
Yeah, I think this could be getting way too into the weeds, but here is my analysis.
I'm here for it.
Reject wanted to go for the Gene Sprout here, but you can't do that when you have first pick, right? You can't 2-3 when you only have the, well, when you don't have 2-3. Oh, here's the Hank. We love seeing the prawn from time to time. But Crazy Raccoon, they also picked up on this, and even though the Gene counters the Sprout, they decide to pick it up anyway to throw off Reject a little bit, and also Sprout's a good brawler, so why not? I mean, they've banned Tick, they've banned Barley, so really the only thing left would be Willow, and even she's banned out. And no Dynamite selection, I think, really seals the deal. I want to know what Reject are capable of with the Hank. This is going to be fun.
I mean, Hank, I think, again, Layer Cake. Man, I don't know if he loves the draft, but we'll see. Hank is one of the more map-dependent brawlers in the game, is my take. And I think Layer Cake befits him. Going to be able to kind of use these, you know, these strips, so to speak, of battlefield, right? And kind of hide behind those corners, deal damage from behind those corners, and really it's going to be up to Crazy Raccoon to not get pushed into their spawn, which is something that I think Hank can kind of goad you into. So the bow selection, I think, is very strong because, well, you can just outrange the Hank then, and life is good.
Yeah, it's the real hazard is that he can fire from behind these walls, and he does devastating damage if he clips you, and you can't even see where that shot is when he's in a bush. It is seriously difficult to deal with. Mimi's already rushing down the right side, and Crazy Raccoon, their real only option is to back up. They have to stay out of range. Tensai almost into an early grave. Tampo damaged gravely, but still he's able to recuperate. Crazy Raccoon are at the deficit though. Choppy's looking for this super quite early on, getting actually a little over-aggressive if you ask me, but he's still able to stay alive. An early super for Tampo as a result of all that aggression in feeding the super, that from Moya as well. with all of these bushes vanishing at mid. Minmi still going to go for it, though. Not a whole lot of action. Crazy Raccoon now managed to bring things back. A good kill from Moya onto a Choppy. Crazy Raccoon staying the lead.
Minmi doing kind of what I expected, but just now, Crazy Raccoon kind of pushing back against it. Bo's got to really keep Minmi out of this right side lane, or even in the mid, or just away. It's Bo's job to keep Hank away. That's the thing. 5-2 so far as Bo does his job. Takes down Minmi.
Crazy Raccoon just hanging in here. We saw what happened last time they were really on the ropes like this within this game. Reject can make some magic happen with Minmi on the left. Just got to get him in position. Tensai also has a super at the ready. Just one more mine, rather two more mines on the right side waiting to be activated. The big play could be a Choppy. Shnetampo does have a gadget remaining for the job. Good placement of the wall to keep a Choppy back. It's going to buy them a bit of time. Moya also standing right behind that turret. Minmi falls. Levi's got to make it work. On the right side, Shnetampo places down the gadget. Levi shut down. A Choppy goes for the pull, only to be met with old lobber in the face. Crazy Raccoon. They're taking the game and they're going to match point again.
Really, really well done here, and you know, I'm focusing a lot on the Hank because I think that is really what we're looking at here. Bo kept Hank at bay, and that kind of sealed the deal for me. What else did you notice, Reddy?
I mean, really the big thing for me was that Crazy Raccoon, they turtled up so much and had so many turrets to keep a Choppy from doing anything to them. I think they took the right approach to getting the Sprout on their side and dealing with the Gene counter in the face of all of that.
Much better attention paid to Minmi in the early stages here. This is something Crazy Raccoon did midway through the game, but they actually got pushed into their spawn at first. This time around, much different. And Choppy gets a kill here, but it's very quickly answered back by the Penny player.
That was filthy on the right side, a deadly combo. Crazy Raccoon are able to earn a few stars in the face of that. Reject, however, are still staring down Death's door, as they don't have a whole lot of resilience when they get backed up like this, especially with Moy on the left side. Nope, here's a breakthrough from Levi. And a dash backwards as he manages to farm with the super once again. Minmi and Choppy also barely alive. An attempt at breaking through on the left side. Not going to make much happen. Moya just barely alive. Ooh. Minmi with a lot of damage versus Shnetampo. And everyone from Reject is actually quite healthy. Levi needs to have another gadget remaining for this matchup on the left side, and he does have one. Moya has no super to respond. If Reject get desperate and Levi needs to go out on a limb, that would be the play. The Choppy also has a super to use on the left side. Minmi completely boxed in on the right, but the big yank. Shnetampo stays alive. The final shot for Minmi could lock this in, and there it is. Tensai on the right, also at risk of falling. Reject just ahead by the blue star, and the 15-second countdown's active.
Blue star in the hand of the blue team. Crazy Raccoon on match point. If they find this after this siege, here comes 3 seconds. Kill on the side of red. That's going to be it. That does it. Crazy Raccoon takes it again. Tensai feeling himself as he should. Crazy Raccoon get tested, but not bested. Another one for CR.
Another W up on the board for Tensai. And I'm happy for you too, dude. Well done for Crazy Raccoon. And honestly, for Reject, what an impressive performance. But of course, that only makes it that much more crushing of a defeat, knowing how close you were to victory. And I really do think Reject could have had it, but you saw it on their face. They were not happy with that draft. I think I'll put some words in their mouth probably. I think they really wanted that Gene Sprout, and when they didn't get it, things started to fall apart. Crazy Raccoon, they outer dafted them, and that's what makes them the best team in the region. And we'll find out later this year if that extends to the best team in the world, but I'll put my money where my mouth is. I think it does.
I do like the adaptation. I'm with you. I think Reject got a little oh no when their draft was tossed awry, but I liked the Hank, And the stew didn't do anything. But the stew did so much work in the set before, you know? You look at the stats, you look at the notebook, you look at the X's and O's, you look at the drafts that you make up, and then sometimes you feed the hot hand. And you go, bro, all right, we just killed it with stew, do it again. Well, it didn't happen. But oh well. Tensai Shitampo and Moya, one more time, take it. And again, this caster is unsurprised. I thought, you know, when we got to that 5th set, I was like, so you're saying there's a chance. But nope. Tensai's Shitampo, Moya, legendary trio. And this is why.
They're just that good, and they leave it all out on the field. But I want to hear what Kenny has to say, because he was watching with us on the back end. And Kenny, it's good to have you back, man. What do you think of that last match?
Hey, F-Dot. I'm doing well. I thought that was a very fun one, obviously. Super entertaining to watch. I thought Reject put up a good fight and kind of lived up to the expectation I had for him. No, I didn't have them winning. I was right there with you all and the many folks at home. But I thought they showed as strong of a showing as I could have expected. 3-2, as close as it can get. Like you said, it felt like, at least from the camera player reaction, that they didn't necessarily get the draft they wanted in set 5. And ultimately, Crazy Raccoon squeak one out here. Very close call. But again, unexpected. We have such a high bar set for these guys, and they just continue to deliver. 3 out of 4 monthly finals now. And yeah, I think it's safe to say they're the best team in the region and one of the strongest in the world, of course.
Yeah, man. I think this Reject performance wins in some other regions. Just saying. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard. And Crazy Raccoon, well, they're not bored, but they are leading. 380 for them, and Reject with a 340 chomping on their heels. Aphelion and Chazmac gonna make up place and show, or show in 4th place. Nobody watches horse racing. 3 and 4, there you go. Crazy Raccoon, though, certainly not as comfortable as some of the other #1 teams in other regions. That Reject 40-point gap, ready, that's real close.
Seriously is, but the front runners in this region are quite obvious. Crazy Raccoon and Reject really threatening to take the top 2 spots out here. Aphelion Esports and Chazmac Gaming EA occupying the 3rd and 4th spots absolutely makes sense to me, but I agree with the scoreline here. Yeah. I think that Aphelion Esports has a much more realistic chance of upsetting the #2 or #1 selection than Chazmac Gaming EA, unfortunately. However, there's still time for things to change towards the end of the year. Nothing is locked in just yet.
It is just June. Next month will be July. And next segment will be our play of the day. Kenny, we saw some cool stuff. Talk me through it.
An awesome day of matches in general, and this was the #1 in our books. It comes from the very opening match of the day. Jay, super pass right hand side. Ryohei, the new player to the roster, dives forward with the flying hook in a clean goal right there. Good teamwork. I'm sure the comms were on point with this one, but just having the awareness and an opportunity from seemingly midfield is unbelievable. Great super pass, great look coming in from Carl. Overall, it's what makes Team Flash such a dominant team in this region, and the reason why they are undefeated so far this year.
Great stuff out of Team Flash. Been a lot of fun to watch them and some transplants, so to speak. But big picture, we've got Worlds in a couple of months, and this is who would be going if we went today. East Asia represented by Crazy Raccoon. We got NA West and East with LG and Tribe, respectively. Zeta Reply, Navi, and Zest, of course. Certainly the strong squads that we're used to seeing. And, of course, we'll talk about China mainland a little bit later. But we also have the last chance qualifier going on as well. That's for all of the other teams competing here. And ready, there's a lot of familiar faces on here. Let me know what's going on with the LCQs.
Yeah, I will say, we'll start off in NA, which is where I'm most familiar. STMN, a little surprisingly, being in that LCQ spot. Luminosity having that #1 spot for the time being. That one, I think we could expect to see change up a little bit. We see Clash leave no witness in SK Kalas SA and SA West, Humble ANR, MO Fantasy, and EMEA, as well as FUT Esports. Reject Aphelion, your East Asian representatives, SEA, proudly putting forth Team Flash and Rising Sun SEA, with Revenant Esports and Marcos Gaming from the Indian region. I think that these are all very, very talented teams to represent the regions on the world stage. I'm excited to see them face against each other, but of course, well, there's more Brawl Stars to be played, and things might switch up.
Absolutely. We saw some switch up tonight. We saw 4Button take away the undefeated title from, well, they didn't take it, the undefeated title, but 4Button, they took home the big W in the Indian subcontinent region. Watching them do that, usurping what Revenant has been able to do. And then we saw Crazy Raccoon. I said it before, they were tested, but they did not get beat. So some things change and some things stay the same. We are always going to say the same. We love Brawl. Reddy and Kenny, we love you out there in chat as well. Thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful June monthly finals. Next month is July, and we'll see you there. Keep brawling. Peace. For the defender Mameshi and the defender Rio is not. Orca here, one will tie, gets the kill. What? Doesn't get the goal? That's it. That's it.
It's going to be Gus with a bubble, a pop of the gadget here. RT gets the kill. Hank sitting pretty on the right-hand side. And Response not going to be winning his opening monthly final with the new roster. 4Button, new monthly finals champions.
Could be coming now. Zoning in Levi on the right side. IC has to connect these shots. He tries, but he's not able to make contact. Levi has to be shut down. Here it comes. IC taken down. Shu follows, and Reject take the win. The clock ticks down. Aphelion Esports need really any kill, but they're so far out of range. Continues ticking down. Milk Rio down for the count. The spins are out. The pins are up. And Crazy Raccoon are headed on to the grand finals.
Crazy Raccoon on match point. If they find this after this siege, here comes 3 seconds. Kill on the side of red. That's going to be it. That does it. Crazy Raccoon takes it again.